Round 8 of the U.S. Chess Championships here in St. Louis. Co-leader Wesley So could only draw his game against Hikaru Nakamura, and although wins by 2 champions, Fabiano Caruana and Alexander Onischuk, have them nipping at his heels, it was Varuzhan Akobian defeating Yaroslav Zherabuk, who took the bull by the horns to leap into a tie for first with just 3 rounds to go. Reigning women's champion Nazi Paikidze drew her game against the youngster Maggie Feng, and that left the door open for her Olympian teammate Sabine Feuser to score a victory in the ending and join Nazi atop the leaderboard. They are rounding the bend with everything left to play for. Round 9 action coming up next.
Hello and welcome back everybody to Day 9 of the 2017 US Chess Championships. Day 8 was another shocker in the books as we saw lead changes in both sections. In the open section, Wesley So drew his game against Hikaru Nakamura, while Fabiano Caruana and Var Akobian won their games. In the ladies section, Nazi Paikidze drew her game against Maggie Feng, which allowed Feuser Sabina to join her in the lead. I am looking forward to another day of fire on the court. Let's go back to the studio with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Cristian. Indeed, we have a very exciting final rounds of the championship in store. Yasser.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jennifer. Exciting, absolutely, but such key matchups, just what we wanted to see. This is the type of matchups in the U.S. Championships that we've been looking for since the start of the tournament.
That's right, and in both fields, almost half the players realistically have a chance to win. Let's take a look at where we stand in the championship section with 3 rounds to go. Well, Wesley So, our pre-tournament favorite, he's been solid, he is leading, but he's got a co-leader. Varuzhan Akobian, not a name you would have guessed in a field so elite, but Var's been playing fantastic.
Indeed he has, a wily veteran, he's right there at the top, but look at that chasing pack, awesome names, and Hikaru and Fabi, the triumvirate, as we would have expected going into the tournament.
That's right, they're just half a point behind. Meanwhile, in the women's championship, we have 2 players tied for first as well. Nazi Paikidze, our reigning champion, and another surprise, Sabine Feuser.
Yes, well, these 2 Olympians really have been playing some great chess. Sabine especially has been on a wild roller coaster ride, the most decisive player in both fields.
That's right, just 1 draw out of 8 games, incredible. Another player, Maggie Feng, in striking distance of the ladies' crown, and our 7-time champion Irina Krush, just half a point behind. She's ready to get going and try to make a race at her 8th title.
Absolutely, and just a shout out to Maggie. I was told by Tony Rich coming into the round that she has secured her women's IM norm already.
Great, fantastic. Go Maggie. Let's take a look at the pairings in the open section. As you alluded to, we've got some real good ones today. Varuzhan Akobian playing the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, one of the most important games he'll ever have. Nakamura is playing against Alexander Onischuk, and Jeffrey Zhang, white against Wesley So. That's absolutely crucial as well. But in the women's, we have a picture-perfect pairing today.
Precisely.
With both the leaders facing off, Nazi Paikidze and Sabine Feuser, this game could very well decide the championship.
And look at Anna Zatonski, Maggie Feng. Again, all the perfect matches that you want to see whenever you're watching the U.S. Championships.
And we've got Maurice Ashley for his thoughts on what we're going to see today.
Well, the tension has built now to a fever pitch, and we know it's a difficult road ahead for the players. They have to play great chess because One loss could spell your doom. Your hopes of winning the title will be out the window. Wesley So will be looking at these three players, Jeffrey Zhang, Gadakamsky, and Eraditsky, to close out the tournament. And his co-leader, Varuzhan Akobian, will have his hands full against Caruana, then Robson, and then Nakamura. A difficult road ahead for him. And on the ladies' side, there will be challenges as well as the two leaders face each other this round. Then Nazi has Abrahamian, and then the young Jennifer Yu. That could be sort of an easier pairing for her, while Sabina Forza will close out with Zatonsky, the former four-time champion, and another youngster, Apurva Verkud. So their challenge is set, but today's round is what matters. And first of all, we see this matchup. Two players, half a point out of first. Hikaru Nakamura, four-time champion. He will look to see if he can break this very solid Alexander Onishchuk. They've had some real battles in the past, and Onishchuk playing very well in this event so far. But this matchup will be key. Akobian, the surprise at this moment in the tournament. Nobody picked him to win the championship. He's looking for his very first one, but he'll have to go through a very hungry and motivated Fabiano Caruana. Just a half a point behind him. Will look for the victory with the black pieces today. On the ladies' side, we have a great matchup as well. The four-time champion, veteran of this event, Anna Zatonsky, facing off against the story of the ladies' event, Maggie Fang, playing extremely well, only half a point out of first. This will be a key matchup. Absolutely expect fireworks on the board. But there'll be more fireworks potentially in this key matchup of the leaders. Nazi Paikidze, the reigning champion, now under assault. Everybody wants to take her crown, but she'll see whether or not she can put a little distance between her and the rest of the players by beating Sabina Forza, who has been combative throughout this tournament. Only one draw in the entire event. This is going to be a key matchup. We're going to focus on this as round 9 is set to begin.
Thank you, Maurice. And we've got some opening predictions to do today.
Oh,
Yaz,
my,
because
we haven't done that in a while. Yeah, because it's been very hard to guess what the players are going to play.
That's right. They bring out new preparation for the U.S. Championship, especially in crucial rounds like this. But I'm really curious about what we're going to see in Nakamura Onishchuk, because these two American players have been playing in U.S. championships for a decade. Yep. And they've actually only had 2 decisive games. Onishchuk, a very solid player. In their 2 decisive games, they were both Scotches. One of them Hikaru won, and one of them Onishchuk won.
Wow, I would never have guessed that. The Scotches.
But when the one that Onishchuk won, Nakamura was still a teenager.
I see.
And that was like, Nakamura's favorite line with like the bishop b5, the d4, and then bishop b5, d5, bishop c4, d5, bishop b5.
Yes.
That was like his childhood pet line.
Right.
And he used it recently, though, against Onishchuk to win a game in the championships. So is he going to stick with e4 today, or do you think he's going to go for queen pawn?
Whatever he does, e4 or d4, expect the solid, as you said, Alex Onishchuk to match him in very classical style. e5 has been Alex's main defense, a classical king pawn defense to e4 openings, as has been d5. So expect a classical play in that game. Now, from Hikaru's point of view, he can play c4 and some other things to try to throw Alex off, but once Alex gets into his comfort zone, he's very difficult, nearly impossible to beat, in fact.
And if you were Hikaru, I have a feeling Hikaru's not going to go for e4 in this game. I'm feeling d4 or c4. As the commentators over at the Kingside Diner pointed out a couple rounds ago, they said that when Nakamura wants to play for a win, he plays c4.
Yes, well, of course, everybody understands that the English is the way to go, the English being my favorite opening in my chess career.
But this one, biased.
Yeah, exactly. But this one is a tough to call as far as the opening.
And here we have it, c4 on the board. Wow.
Going for the win.
We're 1 out of 1 today and being right.
Exactly. Well, I was going to turn to the game of Jeffrey Zhang because, of course, Jeffrey is our world junior champion, and we're so proud of the success that he has had. But today he plays the #1 seed. And when you're the world junior champion up against the #1 seed, you know that this is going to be a game to watch. Now, in Jeffrey's case, he knows that Wesley has a wide repertoire. a mysteriously absent chessboard.
I think there might be some cookies on Pre.
Oh, really? You think that's what's going on?
It's not just the commentators who need the cookie.
Well,
so Wesley is actually on time, waiting for Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey perhaps doing some last-minute preparations for his esteemed opponent. Last year, these two played with the same colors, and it was an open Spanish game. Jeffrey playing
and
E4.
there we have Jeffrey just arriving, yeah.
And so not going for Berlin variations, but rather for somewhat more dynamic lines of the Ruy Lopez. So we'll see if we repeat that today. And indeed, what does it look like? It looks like D4. So
D4.
Jeffrey started the game with D4 this time.
Right, and again, a wide variety of defenses. Knight F6 for Wesley. The Nimzo Indian defense with E6 on move 2 has been perpetually, I want to say, for many, many decades, the defense of choice at the very highest levels because of its flexibility. And G3, a Catalan, which Wesley actually enjoys playing very much as white, so he's going to be facing one of his most favorite openings.
I'm rooting for a D5. All right, a Grunfeld. I love to see... What?
Not a Grunfeld, a Queen D5.
Oh, he
with
played,
E6.
But it can. He played E6 also.
Yes, also.
I see.
No
I see.
G6 in this game.
I thought he was just trying to transpose into a
Grunfeld.
Yeah, but he played E6 on move 2.
Yes.
You can see how obsessed I am with getting the Grunfeld. I'm trying to rewrite the history of this game.
I understand.
But you know what I actually had predicted in this game? The Bogo Indian, because our friend Ed Gonzalez, who is like a chess trivia expert,
yes.
He said that that's the most popular opening in U.S. Championship history.
The
Bogo Indian? That doesn't sound right, does it?
No, that's a bet I would certainly have lost. And in that game that we've been watching, it's a Catalan with no bishop b4 check, none of that. But an open Catalan now. D5 takes c4, played very confidently and quickly by Wesley, and Queen c2, a7, a6. So they're going down, both players are going down until we see the move a2, a4, they were going down the main line. And it's remarkable. I always reflect on this, how so well prepared Wesley seems to be. Anyway, from the opening, we have this move g2, g3, which is the Catalan opening. And after these moves have been played, the whole idea of the Catalan is this bishop on g2 lays an ambush for the long diagonal. Black has two choices. One is to play what we call the closed Catalan, maintaining a solid pawn in the center. The other choice is to play d takes c4, what we call the open Catalan, which was Wesley's choice. After Queen c2, a6, you ask yourself what that move is all about. Well, we're talking about this bishop ambush on the long diagonal. The idea is that if you capture the pawn, then after b5, a tempo against the queen drops back. Black neutralizes white's light square bishop by opposing it on the long diagonal with bishop b7. To avoid that possibility, a2, a4 was essayed by Jeffrey, and now the bishop comes out a different way. It was bishop d7. Have we seen the move queen takes c4 yet? Do we know?
Well, not yet. We see right here that
queen takes c4 is the main move, and after queen takes c4, bishop c6. Again, the bishop poses along the long diagonal to oppose the bishop on g2. The line continues knight c3. Now, exactly at this moment, the problem in Wesley's camp is this knight on b8 is not effectively placed. And a lot of players, the main line continues with the move a6, a5, with the idea of posting the knight up on the outpost b4. Lots of games by both players on both sides of this position, and amongst the lead players, it's considered about equal, a small plus for white.
And we've got another repeat. We saw a lot of Catalans yesterday. Today we're seeing another repeat in Varuzhin Akobian, Fabiano, Caruana yes. repeating the same opening from his game against Alexander Onishuk a couple rounds ago. Yes,
where he was doing quite well, but then things went south for him. Fabi plays a King's Indian defense opening, and after the move knight c3, he plays bishop f5. Why? Well, white wants to grab the center with e2, e4, which is the mainline King's Indian. The move bishop f5 is directed against that, and Alex Onishuk
played g3 in this position.
Yeah, but didn't achieve much after g2, g3. I believe the move knight e4, this early knight e4 was played, and Fabi equalized. Then the game went crazy, and at one moment I thought Fabi was going to lose, then I thought he was going to win, and then the game ended in a draw.
That's right, with good defense by Alex.
At the very end.
He was on the worst end of the draw in the end. And yeah, that game continued with bishop d2, and Caruana ended up getting the two bishops, and Onishuk in that game got a big center when he eventually achieved d5. But this game, how is VAR treating it? Is he also played g3, or did he choose something else?
I believe, let me just refresh my board, I'll flip to the game of Jeffrey, and I'll flip right back to the game of...
It looks like he might have chosen a different method based on this this shot.
Oh, very intriguing. Well, doubtlessly, after the move bishop f5, VAR was keeping a careful eye on that game that we mentioned between Alex Onishuk, and he chose a different approach. e3, bishop g7, bishop d3, trades, castles. So essentially, both players have agreed to the trade of the light square bishops. Who does that favor? Well, my first guess, or my first attempt, will be to say it favors white. Oftentimes in a King's Indian, the light square bishops are a danger to white's position. However, white has lost a tempo in grabbing the center. He wants to play the move e3, e4. So an intriguing scale of advantages. Who did better in that trade? It's not so easy to...
I feel like Fabiano, I mean, in a way, because white has more space in this situation. So by trading off a pair of pieces, that might favor him. Although in the tournament situation, he really wants to go for the win and have a dynamic position. And this is more about easier equalization. Yeah.
I know what you mean about the space disadvantage, but I tell you, those light squared bishops in the King's Indian is usually favorable for black. We'll have to keep a close eye on this. Maurice,
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, it's the exact same question I had about those light square bishops in the King's Indian. The light square bishop for black is a ferocious piece, and you'll often see black retreat the bishop when trade is offered because it doesn't want to trade itself for the opposing bishop because it's such an essential piece of the long-term attack. White's plan is very clear in this opening. If he can achieve a setup like e4, and I'm going to play the move e5, which is classical, and d5, White's plan is to somehow play c5, open up this side of the board, and get pressure on the c7 square. He's eventually going to look for this with b4, c5 as fast as he can, or even as slow as he wants. But black will go for f5. That's traditional in this setup. He'll go for f5, he'll go for f4, g5, and get his attack going. White will set up some defenses with f3 and h3 after he moves his knight, and that will make it harder for black to break through. But that dark square bishop helps, light square bishop, excuse me, helps in the breaking through of white's eventual setup. I'm saying a lot of moves. I could throw a couple of moves on the board. Something like knight back, and I'll play knight d2. Knight could also go to e1. The point being that this kind of setup is what black will be aiming for, or white will be aiming for some play on this other side. And eventually white will play h3. It's very tricky when you don't have the light square bishop to break through on this side.
I think I have to switch to like maybe the c5 plan.
That's now you said that is a good point. So in this position, instead of going for that plan because that's your main attack, you'll probably want to switch to this direction, and this might justify the trade of the light square bishops because now that he doesn't have the problem of lacking space, that bishop can sometimes be a problem in this pawn structure, the light square bishop, that is black's light square bishop. Maybe now if white is forced to play something like d5, black can go for some play on this side of the board, Benko style, gambits, and see whether or not he can apply any pressure to this side. Definitely more space. White will have it in this game. It's going to be intriguing to see which structure Fabi chooses when the time arises. He has to push a pawn in the middle. It's going to be c5, d5, and it's his fine positional understanding that's going to dictate which one he plays.
All right, Maurice. And we've got a intriguing game between Ray Robson and Yarrow. It's an open Sicilian, but it looks like it's one of those Najdorf that quickly turns into an English attack. The English attack made famous by Nigel Short, Mickey Adams, and other UK players.
And it's basically like close your eyes, play F3, Queen D2, Queenside Castles, G4.
And G4.
And then open them again.
Yes.
And hope it all went okay and your opponent didn't get D5 in.
Exactly. So there we have it, this move G4. So the idea is White's expanding on the king side, looks to play the move G4, G5 to boot the knight from F6 to a lesser square, H6, and now what Black we see has expanded on the queen side. He looks to boot the knight on C3 with his move B5, B4, followed by D6, D5. Ray has just played A2, A3, Bishop B7. The theory on this line is extremely sharp. Fortune will favor the better prepared player here, and I know the line goes very, very deep.
It's a shame, you know, Yarrow playing like such mainstream lines in this game and against Caruana, and you wish he'd played something more combative yesterday against VAR.
Yeah, it seemed like a very tepid game where he never really got anything going, quite frankly, and Black just simply took over the game. I mean, that was a beautiful game by VAR. We spoke about how well the veteran Varusian has played in this tournament, and that was, you know, 3 gold stars for that game.
And he could have almost won against Wesley, too, and he would be, like, running away with the tournament. So
and as he mentioned in his interview, yes.
Nothing to take away from VAR. I just am thinking, like, when I see this position, like this, like, absolutely most principled line against E4, it almost seems like, wow, he wishes he'd been Black yesterday because he got like a slightly worse position kind of soon after the opening.
Exactly.
And we do have a phone call. Keep them coming, and also your tweets to our hashtag US Chess Champs. But welcome to our first caller of the day.
Thank you very much. This is my friend calling again from Trinidad. I've been trying to make this a regular thing. I do enjoy the commentary and stuff that you all do.
We're having some problems with the connection.
Yeah, I couldn't catch any of that. I'm sorry.
I know that you're from Trinidad and you have another question. Maybe make it really quick because we're having some. Okay, great. We're going to get that question offline because there was a little bit of static.
Yeah, that was too harsh, actually.
Well, we can just make up the question we want to answer. What's your favorite type of cookie, Yasser? What a great, insightful question.
Chocolate chip, yeah, all the way. I'll turn to Jeffrey Zhang and, oh no, pardon me. I wanted to go to the game of Alex Onishuk. No, where am I? Where is Hikaru Nakamura? There he is. Yes, I had it on the board. Sorry, I'm having a little problem with my mouse responding here. Come on. Okay. And as expected, a very, very classical Queen's Gambit decline setup by Alex Onishuk. We'll just go through the opening moves quickly. All of these moves have been seen well trodden paths. With this move, Bishop D3, what White is trying to do is embarrass this bishop on C8. Keep that bishop on C8 out of the game by playing Queen C2, Knight G1 to E2, and F2, F3, followed by E3, E4. Classical opening for White. From Onishuk's point of view, he wants a safe king and just put his rook on E8 to oppose White's plan. So very classical opening there. We'll have to watch how the theory develops. Maurice, over to you.
Well, something very intriguing is going on the board in the game with Anna Zatonsky and Maggie Fang. An opening that has not been seen at the top level for quite some time. Take a look at this. A Queen's Gambit accepted. Well, that's not the problem. The problem is this particular line with C5, and after D5, the move Knight F6, Knight C3, and then the ultra-combative B5. Of course, this knight is guarding this pawn, so if you capture, then this pawn is simply hanging. Well, this line with Bishop F4, in this position, this move, Queen A5, is the move, and this game was played in 2009 by Morozevich, beating one Magnus Carlsen when he was a mere 28.01 back in the old days. Now, of course, he's in rarefied heights. But Magnus lost this game. Since then, no player over 2,500 that I've seen in the database has played this line. Not a single one. 2,500 is actually the dividing line. Players of lesser rating have played this line, but no one else. And so it's surprising to see Maggie in this line, and she's gone for it after A4. She said, give me the pawn. And she's blitzing out her moves. I mean, she's not hesitating. It's not like she doesn't know that this is where she's going. So it's interesting to see that she has willingly stepped into this line, and now she's finally slowed down after this move. Knight GE2. She's still in book. This has all been seen before. So it's a bit of a surprise that Maggie has chosen this particular line, which the top players have fled from. And I'm not sure if her stopping to think right now is a bad sign on her part, because if you're going to go into some line that may be somewhat dubious, you should have something well prepared against the main moves. And Maggie might be in trouble already.
Wow. Thank you very much for that, Maurice. And we had lost the gentleman caller from Trinidad. Let's see if we can pick that up, Jennifer. Hello and welcome back to the show.
Hi. Can you hear me really well now?
Yes.
All right. I don't know if you have noticed whenever Maurice is doing interviews, there is a picture in the background with his St. Louis arch. It looks like there's a hair popping up of his head. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yes, we have.
It's a clown.
That was not the purpose of the call, though. I was doing some research yesterday because I heard somebody mention different streaks, and I went to the database and I found those 64 games that Wesley So has, where he has been undefeated. And I found the overall average rating for those people that he has faced, and it's up to 27.08 with 24 wins. So that I thought that might be a statistic that might be of interest.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Question for Maurice, though. How tense is it to conduct interviews with people of the caliber of Vladimir Kramnik, Vishwanath Anand, or Magnus Carlsen, whenever they have lost the game and they're not really in a good mood? The last thing that they want to face, I think, is somebody asking them questions about moves. You could have done this, you could have done that. How difficult is it to conduct an interview like that? That was my question. Thank you very much.
Great question. It very much depends on the player. You can feel it when they come down. They're certainly disgusted in themselves and their play, but I have to give them kudos. They're so professional about it these days that it just very much depends on the type of loss. I know sometimes Anand loses a game a certain kind of way that he just feels like he shouldn't have lost. It's very difficult to get any kind of answers out of him. He just wants to say the minimum and then go. But otherwise, if he just feels like, yeah, I'm not really sure how I lost, it was a good game, then he's a lot more willing to reveal his thoughts on the game. And I'd say Kramnik is fantastic. Kramnik is never a problem. And Magnus, it's rare, obviously, when that happens. But Magnus is very good about being a professional. He feels like that's his responsibility to come down and answer those questions. So I don't really see many issues at the top level when the players lose. They tend to realize that now it's just the way it is. You should come down and be professional about it. And the ones that are problems, usually you don't see them because they're out of there. I mean, they're just gone. Could we get it? No, he's left the building. So the ones you see doing the interviews, they're usually already of the mindset that they should be interviewed and they're going to try to answer to the best of their abilities.
Thank you, Maurice. I still laugh about the time that we were together during the Deep Blue match versus Garry Kasparov. And Gary won the first match in Philadelphia. He was all effusive. Maurice, he'd answer any question that you could possibly throw at him. In the second match in New York, however, he had that setback in Game 6. and steam was coming out of his head. How did you handle Gary that day?
Yeah, Gary Kasparov now, he's got energy whichever way it goes, win or lose. He's got such an amazing, dynamic presence, and man, that is a man that hates to lose a chess game. I think he hates to lose anything. But when he's in that mood, I mean, it's in his hands. It's not even in your hands, the interview. It's all up to him how it's going to go. And he's going to either be complaining a lot because he's angry and he's trying to figure out what happened, or he's going to be more morose. And we saw that happen to him in that match. A very unfortunate match for him. But as far as I'm concerned, he's a great interview no matter what, because he's so emotional. It's fantastic to have him in front of you to be able to talk to him.
That's right. And we've got some update in Varushina versus Fabiano Caruana.
Yes.
And instead of the move that we were expecting with e4,
right,
Varushina has played b3, but this allows Fabiano to play e5 in a fashion that doesn't let Varushina close the deal with d5, getting those kind of favorable King's Indian-like structures that Maurice was showing, because d5 would be an awful blunder due to e4. And you'll see that b3 move has opened up the diagonal and left the rook hanging on a1. Therefore, after e5, after b3, e5, it looks like with no opportunity to play d5, Varushina decided to just capture on e5. But how much is this now for white if we, well, do you want to take with the pawn or with the knight? Yes, what do you think?
Hard to say. I can imagine that after trades, again, this bishop on g7 looks really good. It's protecting the king and it's an ambush. Unfortunately, I don't know. It's kind of limited, I want to say, on g7. I think black is comfortably equalized, don't get me wrong. But if white could string together the moves bishop a3, followed by rook d1, a smidge of an edge to white, nothing special at all. A very quiet game.
Do we have time to play e4 and rook e8, or do you think that that's
E4?
too weakening?
e4... rook followed by rook e8. Well,
yeah.
I'll force you to play rook e8.
Yeah.
I won't even ask. I'll just force it. And rook d1, the black's queen gets a little bit cramped. Say queen c8. Let me double up. You know, the only open position the only open file in the position, of course, is the d file, and white's the first to stake claim to the file. Again, I'll prefer white, but it's a very tame position overall. By the way, shout out to Al Lawrence, who sent me an email to say that the Mengarini Sicilian that we discussed yesterday on air. What's the Mengarini Sicilian? e4, c5, second move a2, a3 by white.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the Mengarini.
I never could have guessed that. I mean,
No.
we could have been like, so thanks, Al.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes.
Very.
Well, our one caller was clearing up some issues of those streaks and who had the numbers, but also what was the strength of the opposition. 2701, did he say about Wesley streak?
I think
something
so, 2708, yeah,
08.
something like that. And that's just incredible. 2,700 plus, 64 game streak.
And are we talking about game 64 today in the streak for Wesley?
Yesterday was 64.
Yes.
So he already has one for every square on the chessboard. A lovely record by Wesley So. But now he's looking for another title. He's looking for the U.S. Championship title.
And let's just jump into that game of Wesley So. So we're back here after this move. Bishop d7, rook d1, bishop c6. Now this is where we are expecting queen takes c4, recapturing the gambited pawn and a5. And as mentioned earlier, black seeks to put the knight on b4. However, Jeffrey, after bishop c6, went for the gambit with knight c3, saying, I'm not interested in recapturing this pawn. I want to play e4, followed by knight e5, and capture the bishop. Wesley captured on f3 and played the move knight c6, attacking the pawn on d4. Also, ideas of knight b4, so you cannot play the move d5 e5, thanks to knight b4 attacking queen as well as pawn on d5. Jeffrey said, okay, I'm going to take that knight. Remember those triplet pawns that we saw in the ladies' game yesterday of Naji? Bishop g5, rook b8, and the players have reached this position, black a pawn to the good, and at the moment he's also got this active b file, rook on the half-open b file. I'm not convinced that Jeffrey's made a wise opening decision here. I think that Wesley's going to be feeling very comfortable. He's solid. He's a pawn up, and white has everything still to prove with his sacrifice.
So white pieces against the let's check in with Nakamura's game, because we jokingly referred to c4 as the most combative move on move one, except Yasser was dead serious.
Of course, if you're going to play for a win, you got to play c4 with white. I mean, when we left, we had just seen this position, I believe, in queen c2, knight h5. This is a move I've tried very, very often. The idea is that white is forced to trade dark square bishops. White doesn't have the option of bishop f4, obviously, because the knight will capture the bishop. So white is forced to capture the bishop. And now, unfortunately for white, he's got this, if white plays knight f3, there's this annoying tempo move, knight f4, attacking the bishop on d3 as well as the pawn on g2, taking advantage of the pin. And that was why we saw Hikaru get his king out. Castles, I think, is like the second most popular move. The most popular move by far in this position is knight ge2, in my experience. I should add as an asterisk. Castles, knight b6, h2, h3. White is seeking to expand on the king side. g6, these are all standard ideas for both players. And now that white has committed his king, black often does the same. Black often plays bishop d7, castles long, and I've had numerous games as black, not so much as white, but as black in this position. I remember playing Grandmaster Jeroen Paquet, who from Holland, a very nice game that we played at the VSB tournament in Amsterdam. Gary Kasparov, aficionado, also played in that tournament. So balanced position at this moment.
But of the three guys who are playing in the critical games, I like Nakamura's position the best. You like Vars?
I'm thinking. I'm still on the fence. Hikaru's position has lots of possibilities, but the paths are so well trodden. It's, I don't know if he's really going to get anything out of that imbalanced game. Maurice.
Well, certainly an intriguing opening going on in the game between Ray Robson and Yaroslav Zherbuk. These two college students, Ray Robson from Webster and Yarrow from St. Louis University, are now key rivals. And they literally last month just played each other in the Pro Chess League in the knockout stage, where Ray Robson was able to defeat Yaroslav for his team, the Webster Windmills. Yaroslav plays for the St. Louis Archbishops, who eventually won the tournament clear. But Ray, in their individual matchup, won that game with the white pieces, Yarrow with black, as they have today, and in this exact same line. So they just played, and Yarrow said, I want to go back into that same line you beat me to play today, now in the U.S. Championships. In this game, in this Najdorf Sicilian with Bishop E3 line, Ray castled against Yarrow in that game. But today, we're going to switch back to this board where we see in this game, instead of castling, G4, H6 was included. Ray decided to opt out. He said, I don't want to see what you got prepared. Clearly, I beat you, and you're back here, so I'm going to play something different. And another line, A3, not as popular. But, of course, it will be very sharp as queenside castling and H4 now, as you see, white is intent on playing G5. D5 break, rook Ge1, D takes E4, and now G5 anyway, takes, and knight to D5, and already white has feeling pressure on his king, but white is attacking, threatening the move G6 to break up the black pawn structure. This game is wild right now. The Indians are saying play knight takes E4, and black will have to play G6 to stop the G6 demonstration by white. Look to put the bishop on this long diagonal. According to the Indians, white's slightly better here, and black may not face the same sustained pressure. Clearly, Yaroslav is well prepared and had revenge on his mind. So Ray being very thoughtful in this moment, but it's interesting to see a rivalry that's definitely one we will look towards in future years, as these young players will no doubt be facing each other many times in future U.S. championships. And if this is the kind of position they're ready to play, we're going to be in for a lot of treats.
Wow, thank you, Maurice. And another wild open Sicilian. Who would have thunk it? But it's between Naroditsky and Shabalov. Very, very imbalanced position. Black has a huge pawn center. At the moment, he's a pawn up. But Danya surprising us constantly with his choice of openings. We'll have to keep an eye on that. As Jennifer, we have another phone caller.
Welcome to the show. Let us know where you're calling from and your question.
Hi, my name is Rob, and I'm from Dahlonega, Georgia. And I'm the coach of the Bughouse Nuggets Chess Club here.
Well, I love the name of your club, Rob.
And last Friday when we were at Chess Club, we were playing Bughouse and watching your broadcast. Love your show.
Thank you.
My question is for Jen. First, congratulations. And second, you've played, I was going to ask which of the top female chess players you played and which of the top female poker players you had played against. Wondering if you'd played against maybe the Polgar sisters or ever had that opportunity. But my question is, are there some similarities and differences in the type of traits that make these women successful in poker and in chess? And I'll hang up and listen to your answer.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you so much. Well, yeah, I've played against Ho Yifan in the Mind Sports Olympiad in Beijing, and she was already an absolute superstar.
At that time, yeah.
Yeah, about 2,500, I think. And I lost the game, but at the time, I got a really good position out of the opening. I think at that time her openings were weaker than like her middle game and end games. And so that was a great experience. She was very friendly, and we were so joyed to have her at the club. Susan, I worked with back in the Calvi Olympiad, so we had some training programs along with Gary Kasparov.
Right, you were on that Olympiad squad that she was the first board on, right?
That's right, yeah. And we had a bunch of training camps for that, which was obviously a great thrill. And finally, to answer your question about poker, I'm actually I'm an ambassador for Poker Stars, and we have the strongest woman player in poker history, Vanessa Selpst, on our team as well. So I've played with her before, as well as Liv Barry, who's also won millions playing poker. So I played with them both as well. And what I'll say about the similarities is generally women who get to the top of either poker or chess end up being very aggressive in the game. I think when they start out, people kind of like make fun of them if they don't play aggressively enough because there's so many eyes on them. And that sometimes results in an even more aggressive style than a player of a similar strength of the same level. So for instance, a 2,500 female in chess is often more aggressive than a 2,500 male in chess. And I think the same kind of thing is true in poker, that a very strong female poker player is even more aggro than her male counterparts.
Hyper-aggression. And the discipline of the two games, do you see the crossover there? Like in chess, you've learned to be patient, you've learned to nurse the attack, build up attack, rather than going all in right away. Some similarities with the patience, training.
Yeah, absolutely. The discipline is a little bit different. In poker, you need to have like a moderate focus for a really, really long time, like 12 hours sometimes in a row. Chess, you have to have a really deep focus for like 2 or 3 hours, especially when it's your move. And then you need to like kind of zoom in and out a little bit. Whereas poker, if you tried to have a deep focus for 12 hours, you just burn out. So the type of focus it requires is a little bit different. That's why, for instance, somebody like Gary Kasparov, who was like super focused during a game, I feel like he'd get kind of bored by poker.
Right.
Because sitting there for 12 hours, and some of the times you need to just relax.
Exactly. And I've heard that expression in poker when you go on tilt. And have you ever gone on tilt at the chessboard, and what does that mean?
Well, we see that a lot, players going on tilt. Unfortunately, in this tournament, there's an example on the ladies' side with Emily Nguyen, who's just as strong as some of her other young counterparts. But unfortunately, after losing a game, it is tough, I think. After losing too many games in a row, it's tough to keep your regular standard. Some of the best can do it, but it's very difficult. And in poker, you have a very similar thing where a lot of players, once they start losing too much money, they just lose more and more. So the best poker players are good at recognizing that in themselves and then stop playing, knowing when to quit.
Right.
In chess, it's a little bit difficult because when you sign up for a tournament like the U.S. Championship or U.S. Women's, there's no getting out of it. You play all the games.
No reprieve, yes.
So thanks for your question. There indeed are a lot of similarities. And meanwhile, Maurice has an update for us in Zatansky Fed.
Well, I don't know if Maggie is playing poker right now. Is she bluffing? Because she is going into a line that seems to be very dangerous for her. We mentioned this game between Murzevich and Magnus Carlsen. It was a blitz game that they played, but as I said, no one has repeated this line. And you may say, well, why is that? Well, because of the move that was just played by Zatansky. Bishop takes on d6, and this position now for black is really troublesome. The point is, you'd like to keep your pawn structure together with this move, but after knight to e4, queen to e5, queen to e2, or even bishop to e2, this queen is on a very funny square, and there's threats of d6. How do you develop this bishop? The position just looks thorny, and white is going to castle really fast, while this pawn structure looks like it's just better for white. In the game, after bishop takes on d6, Magnus took with the pawn. But that allowed this move, queen to e2 check. When you have a problem, the move bishop to e7 suddenly runs into knight to f5, and you're losing at least the g-pawn. Your bishop is hanging. You got to play moves like queen d8, and you lose the d-pawn, actually more critically. So this position is terrible. Queen e2 check. Magnus played king d8 and continued in this line, but not as though it's a compelling move, because Murzevich played queen takes c4, and although the black king didn't come under immediate attack, Magnus had to dance and prance to try to figure out how to coordinate his pieces. He eventually lost that game. Now, Maggie is in the line. She is in the exact position, but looking at her clock, it doesn't look as though she is blitzing out, as Magnus had to in his game, like she's blitzing out the moves. And now she's played queen takes, which is known to be dangerous for her. I think I got to guess that she is in a line she does not know, that she has suddenly walked into this variation, unless she's pulling one of those tricks where you prepare something and you play real slowly, pretend you don't know it, so your opponent walks into something. But it's hard to see after queen takes d6, knight to e4, what attracted Maggie to this particular variation. We'll see in a few moves whether or not she knows her stuff, or was she just bluffing.
Wow. Thank you, Maurice, for that insight. These days, this is the problem that I face when I play against some of the younger players on the tour, is they play a lot of openings that have been discarded, like we saw Danya yesterday with the French defense, that they've rehabilitated thanks to the engines. Now, I'm with Maurice all the way on this one. Anna Zatansky is probably thinking, like, look, I know these positions are really, really good for white. What have you prepared with your engine to rehabilitate this line? And I'm not sure that I can see it myself. What's attractive about this position for Maggie? But I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and say that since this is such a crucial game, and she prepared the Queen's Gambit accepted and could have expected knight c3 and knight f3, that she has seen this position at home. We'll see if that's true.
Yeah, we'll find out. Meanwhile, a position that we know the players have seen at home is the Gata-Kamsky versus Shanklin game, which has headed to the Berlin, which we see even more of these days than we have in this tournament. U.S. Chess, which Greg Shahade is running today, Twitter account, says that Shanklin is playing the Berlin versus Kamsky, and that U.S. chess legend Arthur Bisquire, who sadly passed just a couple days ago, played the Berlin for decades before it was cool.
Exactly.
Wait, is playing the Berlin cool, though?
Yeah, I think it is. The top players in the world. I mean, every single one of the top 10, and now you see Gadakamsky and Sam Shanklin have it in their repertoire. But I recall that in 1975, I played in my first Grandmaster, Arthur Bisguier, at the U.S. Open in Lincoln, Nebraska. And Arthur was a diehard fan of the Berlin, and he was giving me some chess lessons to try to encourage me to play it. And I said, no, Arthur, no way. How was I to know that 25 years later it would become the single most topical defense in the world? And it toppled no less than Garry Kasparov, in my opinion, the greatest chess legend ever.
Wow. Yeah, great stories we have about Art Bisguier, which I'm sure we'll continue hearing over the next few days.
Oh, absolutely.
And another update in what looks like to be like the most exciting game in the round, Robson-Jarabuk.
Yeah, you could keep your Berlins, guys. I'll take these Sicilians any day. Take a look at this wild game these two young men are playing in this variation. Ray Robson and Yaroslav Jarabuk. Revenge on his mind is in Jarabuk's pocket right now. He's thinking, I got to get him. But White's attack looked like it was coming down the board. He still has decent pieces. You could grab his bishop, but why bother when you have a knight just firmly ensconced on the d5 square, entrenched on that space? He could play the move b4 right now that a3 has been played. Look to tickle that white structure. And if you decide a move like a4 is what you want to do, well, suddenly you're also going to create some weaknesses on this side yourself, because b3 will naturally follow and c3 will be a problem. So b4 looks like the move right now after this quiet move, king b1. Will Yaroslav play? Remember, his bishop, he would like to have a home on this diagonal, play a move like this one. Unfortunately, you just drop to check, and that's all she wrote. That's not a great idea. So you're going to have to stay along this diagonal if you have to, and the bishop is the only piece that's ready to develop now because the other minors are in play. Then it makes sense to play a move like b4 immediately. You could also play a move like knight to c5 to challenge White's presence of this knight on this square. That's not a bad positional move either. Couple of moves we're going to see. We're going to see if he gets really sharp in this position, or will he go for solidity in what is absolutely a revenge game. Yaroslav was a story for about a round after he defeated Fabiano Caruana. He was playing extremely well, still has a good result, no question about it, in his first U.S. championship, but he lost a miserable game. I mean, miserable game with the white pieces yesterday against Fabiano Jacobian. So he's got something to prove in this game, playing a very sharp opening. That means he'd love to win and get back in the leader's circle.
Thank you, Maurice. And Jennifer, I think we're going to go on a commercial break for just a few minutes, but we'll be back shortly.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I'm gonna do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. g5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously, because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Hello and welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships in a beautiful day in the chess capital here in St. Louis. We see Alexander Onishuk pacing. Do you think that means he's pleased with his position here against Hikaru Nakamura, or still in theory he's just had castle queenside himself in this position?
Yeah, I think he's pleased. I mean, it's a position that he'll be very familiar with, and a lot of times when I know my opponents are nervous, oftentimes their nervousness, that nervousness means that they're sitting at the board and they're looking for a solution to their problems. When they get up, confidently start kind of stroll around, you know, it's usually a sign that they're pleased with the outcome of the opening. I don't think that Wesley So is going to be pleased with the outcome of his opening today. He got this bit unusual, a little bit offbeat line of the Catalan is black, and he broke out with this move 14 c5, and my knee-jerk reaction was that, well, this was actually mistimed. From my point of view, I really like this rook on the open file, and I would sit there and say, okay, how can I strengthen my play down the open file? Well, I'm not too happy that my queen is kept my rooks disconnected. If I were black, I would be very intrigued by the move queen on d8 to d6, with a very simple idea of posting up my queen on b4, putting more pressure on the b2 pawn while simultaneously covering or protecting, if you will, my pawn on c4. I preferred that by far to what Wesley's approach was, which was to play c5, liquidating off his pawn, and after the move rook d4, he's played this move knight d7, and I'm thinking that after bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, I tell you, it may not be much, and it probably isn't, but after moves like rook takes c4 or even knight e4, white has the sunny side of the draw. Let's put it that way.
Because of those double pawns.
Yeah.
But we should point out that Jeffrey Xiang is the only one who's thinking in this game. So Wesley, clearly in his preparation,
still.
He's used 0 times. He started the game with 90 minutes, and he has 90 minutes, so only the 30-second increment he's been using.
Good point.
And
Maurice.
Jeffrey had to suffer from that earlier against Shabalov, someone extremely well prepared as well. So he has that to think about, another esteemed opponent who knows a lot of preparation. When you're young, there's a lot to learn. And he will get there in time. This player is the future of American chess for sure, at least one of the talents, maybe the best of the young players. Another game of extreme importance, to be sure, is the game between Nazi Paikidze, the reigning champion, and Sabina Feuser. And we have a rich one. Only a pair of pawns have been traded in this position. Sabina played the move rook a to d8. You see all the pieces ready, and she wants to play the move e5, get the classical break in the position. Now, it's up to Nazi to find some kind of nuanced move here. The move e4 is very attractive. You would think you could play this move. The problem with any move is that it always has some kind of drawback. The drawback in this case is the d4 pawn. After e5, the pawn is under attack, and not just the pawn, more critically, the square itself. If you now play the move d5, suddenly knight d4 shows up on the board, and you don't dare take this piece because of pawn takes. Your knight has to go somewhere. Anywhere it goes is bad. And now the move bishop to b5, and look at that skewer on your rook. So that is something to be careful for. The Indians, after rook fd8, give this as the best move. Now that's deep, seeing through all the tactics to realize that potentially there might be something on this diagonal, but also preparing if now e5, d5, there's no knight d4 anymore, the pawn is on the square. This knight would have to find some other space to go to. So this is slightly uncomfortable for black, although the Indians are saying after this knight move on the rim that this is actually okay for black. This pawn is threatening to push. And now if you play e4, this is the kind of position I would hate to play. But the Indians are saying after b5, there's some chances for black. You can nip away with c6 as well. The knight will find c4 and possibly b6. Very challenging position to be sure. One position, though, that I'm really still puzzled by is this one. Why did Maggie Fang play this position? I mean, you look at White's game. This is too easy to play. You're just going to castle. You're going to put a knight on e4. You're going to play something like d6 when you're ready. I mean, the weakness on a7, the weakness on c5. There's going to be issues on e7 as well. Why did she forcibly enter this line? I don't know, but she is already in serious practical trouble against her veteran opponent, and it's clear she did not prepare it because she's just taking way too long trying to figure out exactly what to do. Usually it's Anna we've seen on the side of time pressure, but poor Maggie, she's looking at this position and just shaking her head saying,
what have I got myself? What have I got myself into?
And what do I do now?
Yeah. Thank you, Maurice. Maurice, by no means, trust me when I say this, I am no expert in open Sicilians, but in that game of Ray Robson, I really have the impression that Ray misplayed it. In terms of the position that they have on their board, one of the things I really dislike about Ray's current position is his light square bishop. His bishop on f1 really isn't in the game. If you could just pull up on your monitor the position after move 12, d5. Ray played the move 13, rook g1, which is very attractive. But to my mind, I don't like that move at all. Like, I really don't like that move, rook g1. What I really would like to play, and it just clear my cobwebs, if you would be so kind, is the move bishop h3.
And this move is I remember Anand playing this move, I think against Belyavsky.
Many games.
Beal, 1993
and
maybe.
I thought it was bishop h3 and g5.
No, maybe it was Fatachnik he played.
It's the most incisive.
One of those players. Yeah, bishop h3 though. I think this is the proper line, or the main line.
Okay.
But I'm not sure about a3 being on the board. All right, I'll take a look. I'll take a look and just confirm that variation. But I remember, we both remember this idea is the main idea, bishop h3. But clearly Ray is a Sicilian specialist as well. So it's not like he doesn't know bishop h3.
I have to
There's
defer,
no question he knows this move.
Of course.
The Indians also prefer bishop h3, but they're giving knight e5, g5 as a line to be responded to by b4 of all things. I know. Yeah, what is right? Takes, and they're going 000 as usual.
No.
She takes f6, bishop takes, pawn takes, and now knight c4. Now that your bishop is gone, and you see the queen about to appear, and potential mating ideas you have to worry about. We could go down this line, fg7, rook g8, and now black is down a piece, but there's some danger on this side of the board. So maybe there's some computer lines that these youngsters know that weren't around back in the 90s when Anand was playing bishop h3. I'll certainly investigate to make sure that we get all the details of this specific position, but we should note that he did play b4, and it's on the board. B4 was played as we suspected, and this game is going to get wild.
That's
right. It is a Donnybrook indeed. Wow.
I love it. And this is the way Yarrow's got to play if he wants to get back into the hunt for the title. We've got a question coming about a much less exciting game, but one that might actually fizzle out soon, so we can take a look at. From Phenom Monkey, cool Twitter handle. I don't understand why Varuzhin Akobian would want to take on e5 and open up the position in his game against Fabiano Caruana after e5. So his question being, after e5, why do we take?
Well, in fact, we have to go back one move. White on move 9 played the move b2, b3. If he wanted to develop this bishop on an effective diagonal, then by all means e3, e4 was the move that we had considered as the main move, and then we would say e5. And I'm with the Twitter questionnaire. D5, keep the position closed, you've got space.
And I think Fabi might have chosen C5 here, indeed, to avoid those ugly positions.
Right. But when we see the move B2, B3, we understand that the bishop wants to go either to the B2 diagonal or the A3 diagonal. And in those cases, White is interested in opening up the position, as we saw. Now we see this bishop on this open diagonal attacking the rook, and this bishop on a3 is more effective than the bishop on g7 for the moment. And after the move rook e8, knight e4 was essayed by VAR with a very simple idea. It's all about the d file, Jen. That's the open file. Everybody wants to claim that d file for their rooks, and you can see that Black, for the moment, his queen is on the d file. It's a little bit more difficult for him to challenge the d file. White has the tempo, if you will. I mean, he has the initiative in this all-important fight over who's going to get the advantage out of the opening, fighting for the d file. Very, very nice question by the writer. Thank you for that.
That's right. These types of positions, you've got to think about the strategic breaks, and it's all about whether you play e5 or c5, and for White, whether you play d5 or you get a slightly more open position. Varuzhin's chosen a line where he gets a very slight edge. You were looking at the ideas of playing like queen c2 instead of playing knight e4.
Right. I thought that I like bishop a3, don't get me wrong there. I thought VAR was going to step back from the threat of e5, e4 by moving his queen to c2. Again, Black's queen is a little bit uncomfortable on the d file. I don't claim any major edge or anything like that. It's style, and I think for VAR, he's one of those players who likes to keep a very logical, precise, simplified position where he's not vulnerable to
losing
a senior moment or a tactic.
Well, I was looking at just some forcing variations here for Black with with e4 and c6, trying to kind of get rid of my strategic problems tactically just by hitting that bishop on a3 with queen a5.
Queen a5,
because you keep mentioning how I don't have a good square for the queen, but actually f5 is kind of a cool square. If I can stick my queen on f5, and then it's
immediately. You want to?
Well, I want to defend e4 at some point, I guess.
Well, right. So, agreed. You've improved the position of your queen. You're no longer on the d file. At the moment, knight e4 is something you probably want to address. The bishop landed on a pretty sweet spot there on d6. Be a little bit afraid of c5 and knight c4. Again, I don't claim that White's, going gangbusters and marvelous things are happening, but from VAR's perspective, he's playing a very, very dangerous opponent in Fabiano Caruana. He greatly respects his opponent. He doesn't want to give Fabi the type of position that has made him the #2 player in the world and currently #3 player in the world, and he wants to keep the position within his comfort zone.
But let's talk about it from Varuzhin Akobian's point of view in terms of the tournament. This might be one of his last chances to win the championship. It's only getting harder. There's 3 elite players. Who knows? There might be another elite player joining us and one of the youngsters.
And the rise of the millennials, yeah.
And I mean, he's a great player himself, but he also spends a lot of time training, making videos. He's got all that other stuff going on. So it might be one of his best shots in the championship ever. He's got 3 games left. He's tied for the lead. He's +2. He's playing against Caruana with White, Robson with White, and Nakamura with Black.
Right.
Do you think the strategy is draw versus Caruana and Nakamura, try to beat Robson, see if +3 is enough to win this championship? Is that what's going through his head today?
First of all, absolutely yes, yes, and yes. I mean, he would agree to what you just said right away. But there's something else that's going through his mind, and that is, I'm playing well. Fabi really, really needs to beat me. And Fabi is going to take some risks with Black, as we saw in his game with Yaroslav. chose a defense that didn't suit his style, and VAR is saying, okay, I'll tell you what, I'm going to get a very simplified position, and I want to see you try to beat me from this position. I want you to take a lot of risk. And if you do that, Fabi, I'm going to be in with a shout to beat you. And, hey, winning with white against Fabiano Caruana, I mean, thrills and spills every moment. You know, you'll be doing card flips. So I like his strategy. It may not be, you know, a crowd pleaser, but in tournaments of this caliber, it's very practical and very smart.
But one concern I have is that,
Yes.
is this his best chance? Because if he makes it into a playoff against Wesley or Nakamura...
It's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, I feel like his best chance to try to win the title is try to win it clear.
Yeah.
It feels that the playoff might almost be a big problem.
If he makes it to the playoff, it'd be amazing. I'm sorry. For him, come on, you tie for first.
Yeah.
Don't lose the championship. That is exactly what he wants to be thinking about. Don't lose the championship. Now, he should be playing to win, but he doesn't want to take inordinate risks. He doesn't know what's going to happen next. And, you know, you're playing against Fabiano Caruana.
Hello.
That is not a joke. You are playing against a really tough player, and Fabi is going to probably try to beat him as well. There is the idea that you want to win. You're desperate to win. What are you going to do? I don't have to take so much risk when you're the one who needs it. So I think that's a valid way to act at the moment, given his stylistic preferences. He's the kind of player who loves solid positions anyway. And we see Fabi, we saw what happened to him when he played with the Black Pieces the last time.
Yeah.
Right? So Fabi's going to be a bit more sedate in this game for sure, and make sure he doesn't get into any big trouble. But will Fabi take a chance? He'll be ready to grab that chance. And I'll tell you, that's what VAR will say. I mean, just getting inside VAR's head, he's going to say, well, I think he was going to, my feeling, he's going to try to beat me. Let me be solid and see what he does and screws up.
But I like Fabi's remaining schedule. I got to tell you, I don't know if he needs to take an unnecessary risk in this game. Varuzhin Akobian today, but his final two games, white versus Alexander Shabalov, black versus Ray Robson, he's going to get his chances in both those games with such aggressive players who aren't in the hunt for the championship.
Yes.
Those are the games he can go all out on.
True. And when we started at the start of the show, when we compared the road ahead for Wesley versus the road ahead for VAR, I got to tell you something. VAR's road is a lot more bumpier than Wesley's. I mean, he's playing, you know, two of the Trinity in the tournament, including today's game. We just saw this trade, by the way, on the game between VAR and Wesley. Knight takes e4, queen takes e4, queen c8. Fabi understands well enough that that d file is critical for the outcome of who has an advantage. He's prepared to move his knight, bring his queen to f5, the square that you wanted.
Quick
Maurice.
point, Yasser. That line, definitely bishop h3, because of the a3 move, bishop h3 is too slow. And that's the critical difference. The bishop h3 move, knight e5 is just too powerful. c4 is coming, knight c4 is coming with tempo, cannot be snapped off. Looks aggressive to be doing this, but knight c4 and the potential attack that's going to happen on this side is what deters white from playing into this line.
Thank you, Maurice, so much, because that, you know, that question lingers in your mind, like, you know, did Ray misplay it? But that line that you showed with knight c4, the counterpunch is really too strong. And thank you very much for that. And Jennifer, I think we're going to take our first break of this round 9.
That's right. As these games heat up, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Lots of excitement here in the ninth round of the tournament. And we've got some comments coming in from our hashtag U.S. Chess Champs, including one from Grandmaster Robert Hess, who says that the commentators are tough on Fang, but her plan of knight b6, g6, and bishop g7 and using the dark squares seems decent in practice.
All right.
And we also have another Fang fan in Rev FM who says, am I foolhardy because I want to see National Master Maggie Fang pull out a victory in this line somehow? So a couple of Fang fans in our chat. What do you say to them, Yaz?
Well, she's winning us over as well, fans. Maggie has really played a sterling debut here at the Women's Championships, our nation's best tournament. She's really acquitted herself excellently. While we have been dubious, no less an authority than Robert Hess, who was a chess coach for our U.S. Women's Olympiad team and did fantastic for our team. Oh boy, he was wonderful. He has, I agree, Robert, just a second, that bishop on g7, 2 thumbs up for that great bishop. Big stuff happening here. We got rook e1 probably in the position, and there's an issue. The issue is I got this discovery against the queen. If the queen were to drop back, well, then you're going to get, black's going to be in trouble after d6. If the queen steps up into the position, queen d4, well, Maurice pointed out that this move, knight d6 check, what Magnus Carlsen stepped into in his game with Alexander Morozevich, is a big issue. So right now, black hasn't solved all of her problems. A move rook e1 still puts Anna Zatansky, I believe, in the driver's seat for this move. We'll keep a close eye on that game. I wanted to turn to the Open Championship because Jeffrey Zhang, in his game with Wesley So, essayed a really double-edged idea. He played this move c5, c6, trying to keep his pawn, his c5 pawn, knight e5 with all kinds of threats. First of all, knight takes c6, winning the pawn. But the really big threat is, of course, knight e5, f3, forking king and rook. And now, after the move queen e4, attacking the knight, defending the pawn, he's asking Wesley So, Wesley, are you going to go in for this rather intriguing forcing variation with queen f6, f4, knight d3, rook takes c4, and asking a very big question of our #1 seed, what's your knight doing on b2?
Well, it looks, maybe there are some other ways for,
sure,
for Wesley in these lines. Well, first of all, my question is, if we just move the knight back, we can check looking at knight d3 right away, and also, what if we just move the knight back to g6, attacking b2 with the rook?
Yeah.
And then we're also trying to play like f5 and e5.
That's you got to keep an eye that well, we control the open file, the open D file for a reason. Rook d7, kind of, well, like I said, it's definitely got my eye as this is a double-edged game that's going on here. Let's take also another look at the game between Var and Fabi. When we left it, we had just seen this move, queen c8. Rook came over to d1, knight to f6. The queen dropped back, e5, e4, expanding in the center, knight d4, and we're up to date with the players as the black has space with this pawn on e4, but he also has responsibilities to keep that pawn guarded. Maurice, what's attracted your attention?
Oh, well, check out what's happening on the board with Ray Robson and Yaroslav Jerebuk. We've been talking about this game, and it has simply, well, it's about to explode. There are a couple of exchanges that have happened that will potentially lead to some amazing chess going on the board. I don't know for who, though. After knight takes on e3, queen takes on e3, Yaroslav played bishop takes e4. You would not suspect that in this position he'd be trading off his core pieces. The knight is beautiful on d5, the bishop on the long diagonal, but he's got a point after queen takes e4. It looks as though his plan is to play bishop takes c3. I would say it looks as though his plan is to play bishop takes c3 because it's actually his only move, according to the engines. If he walks into this line, it's a question of if you say B, you must say C, A, B, and C, the two exchanges he made. Bishop back to c5, let's put it on this square, will be met instantly by knight takes on e6. And his king is suddenly caught in the middle of the board in an attack. So this line, he's actually forcing his opponent to sacrifice. He's forcing the attack. Bishop to e7, for example, is still met by knight takes e6. And on this move, queen takes g6 check. The king will be flushed out, and then queen takes, the knight under attack. He's already gotten 3 pawns for the piece. He's threatening g6, mating ideas, bishop c4, coming from all angles. And by the way, this pawn also could die. This is way too critical. He's forcing this line after queen e4, bishop c3, looking for his own counterplay. His queen could end up on b6. His rook could end up on this rank. But white doesn't have to accept any of that. You got the sacrifice. What if I go ahead again? The move knight e6 is coming. He has forced a line that is basically going to invite Ray Robson to sacrifice on him. So right now, if Ray just finds queen takes e4, he's got all the cards in his hands. What is Yaroslav doing?
Wow, very thematic sacrifice, I want to say, for white. You see this all the time in the Sicilians. Knight takes e6, bishop takes e6, sacrificial ideas. Ray has got to be licking his chops at a beautiful opportunity. And look at him. He's not thinking too long. And we know Ray loves to go in the deep tank. He's not going into the deep tank here because he recognizes, and bishop takes c3 was played very quickly. Ultra sharp position. If the computer says 0-0-0, I'm going to get angry. I mean, this is a position where the human players are just saying whites for choice, big time. Because
as we calculate the ramifications of knight takes d6.
There's black's kings in the center.
Yikes.
I mean, Jennifer, come on. I mean, you know what's going on with that.
And meanwhile, that other game, which is so crucial to the standings, Wesley So's been thinking for the first time in the whole game after this move,
Queen
c6, which
C6,
clearly
95,
took him by
Queen
surprise.
E4,
And
yeah.
now he's got some choices. He's got the possibility of knight d3, queen f6, or maybe just knight back to g6, assessing that the queen on e7's best staying there and trying to take on b2 with the rook. So big moment in this crucial game for the championship. But right now we have a special guest, Frank Viverito from the St. Louis Sports Commission with Maurice.
Well, he's the big dog, the president of the St. Louis Sports Commission. Frank, welcome to the show.
It's great to be here.
I know you get referred to as the big dog. Big cheese, big kahuna.
Maybe the first time.
I doubt it. Tell us about the St. Louis Sports Commission and the kind of work that you do.
Well, the St. Louis Sports Commission is the organization that works to make St. Louis a better place to live, visit, work, and play through sports. We're a nonprofit civic organization in St. Louis. We do major events, bring them to the city for the benefit of our fans, as well as for the benefit of the economy. We also have a affiliated youth foundation that focuses on promoting good sportsmanship and helping kids lead happier, healthier lives through sports.
Great mission. I know you're doing all sorts of new initiatives here in St. Louis. I heard about D1 wrestling coming to St. Louis.
Yes, we had the NCAA, the Collegiate Wrestling Championships, in St. Louis a couple weeks ago, and it's the 8th time the championships were in St. Louis. 20,000 fans come from out of town. It's a wonderful sport. We talk about the parallels between some of the sports that we do in chess. The chess is a very new sport compared.
It's intellectual wrestling as well.
It's intellectual wrestling, but chess is only about 2,000 years old, and wrestling goes back 15,000 years. They call it the world's oldest and greatest sport.
Absolutely fabulous. What is the economic impact of having something like the chess championships and the Singfield Cup and all the great chess events that are happening here in St. Louis?
I love to answer that question, because the question is usually asked narrowly, but I like to answer the question broadly. So if we were to say the economic impact is $1 million, I think that really undersells the actual impact of the event, because you have to figure in not just how much do visitors spend, but how much value is there for the publicity, how much value is there for the intangibles that come along with the prestige of hosting an event like the chess championships or like the wrestling championships, or for example, we're hosting the NCAA Collegiate Gymnastics Championships next weekend here in St. Louis. So we'll have 12 universities competing for that championship. We should call St. Louis Championship City.
That's what Rex always says, and he tells me I need to move to St. Louis because of that. Any other new initiatives we should be looking for? I know baseball has started. I know this is cards country.
Exactly.
What else is going to be happening other than what you mentioned?
Well, we're bringing, we like to bring a variety of sports to the region, and so later this summer, IndyCar racing comes back to St. Louis. Next spring, we will bring the Southeastern Conference men's basketball tournament to St. Louis, University of Missouri, University of Kentucky, and so on. Next summer, we'll be hosting the 100th anniversary of the PGA Golf Championship. And, that fits in around hockey and the Stanley Cup playoffs, and baseball. We always hope for the playoffs in October. So it's a bustling sports scene in our region, and we're happy to promote sports at every turn.
So how much more are you going to support some chess? I want to hear about your big chess initiatives.
We love chess, and we actually did 2 spots on chess at our wrestling championships. We have a host who goes around town and films these spots to show off St. Louis to our visiting fans. And we did 2 of them here at the Chess Museum. So that was a lot of fun and gives us an opportunity to connect the initiatives that we're working on.
Fantastic. Great work you're doing with the Sports Commission. And thanks very much for supporting chess in St. Louis.
We love it. Thank you.
Frank Favorito, the big dog. Make sure you put that at home, like right at the front door when they walk in.
Great. That'll go over well.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you very much, Frank, for coming out and sharing with us what's going on in St. Louis. It is a bustling, happening place. And I also want to say, just yesterday, friend Lou Hayes came to St. Louis, and I hadn't seen Sweet Lou in quite some time. One of the joys of the U.S. Championship is it brings so many fans to St. Louis, and I just feel like I'm running into friends and colleagues that I haven't seen in ages. It's really a great pleasure when they come out.
Oh, especially in this final weekend.
Yes.
And we've got 2 games that are just blowing up, Yasser. Well, there's there's the Robson Yarrow game. So let's take a look at the ramifications of Bishop C3, Knight E6.
Well, exactly. Bishop C3, Knight takes E6 is a move that is absolutely begging to be played. Do not touch this knight. This knight, grabbing the knight would expose the king after queen takes G6 check, queen takes E6. I've been looking at a very confounding idea for black. The idea is after the move queen B6, there's a double attack in the position. Black is basically taking a challenge and say, go ahead, check my king with a discover check. I've got my threats of queen takes B2 mate, followed by
what about Bishop B5 here?
Bishop B5, throwing more firewood into the...
I just tried to stop both attacks.
Yeah, because where I was at, Jen, was this check, as compelling as it is, blocking the threat to the G1, attacking can't allow king F8, is met with knight E5, and suddenly it's black for choice after that. So I went with another check, a different check, knight F4 check, with the idea of knight E5, playing rook G2, very human-like idea, blocking both threats, protecting the B2 mate, and following it up with knight D5, forking queen and rook. This is a wild position. You wanted to throw more wood in the fire. Bishop B5. Oh my goodness, Bishop B5 check really mixes things up. Obviously I can't take because of the double check, forking king and queen. This is wild.
That was my main idea. And then after A takes B5, I thought, like, that gives us a lot of extra time.
Because I'm no longer threatening the mate on B2.
Or the rook on G1, so we can play, like, knight C5 now.
Ooh, knight C5, knight E5.
Have knight E5.
That's the saving grace. Without knight E5, there'd be a hearty handshake.
But now I still have knight D7, and I just came to the same square you came to.
That's weird. That's a wild game. Maurice, we're having too much fun over here. What are you doing?
Yeah, a little too much fun. No, that line's not going to work.
Okay.
It's just too flashy. This variation is fascinating. Bishop C3 by Yarrow. Going into this line, it looks like on the optics say, you're busted. Knight takes C6 and your king is being ripped apart in the middle of the board. But the cool, calm queen B6, hitting the B2 pawn, hitting the G1 rook. I don't think he cares about the G1 rook, actually. I think it's more about this issue on this side. And you don't have to worry too much yourself. It's all about B2 in this position. White has no good discoveries. That's the beauty in this position. It's so great to see positions like this one. Best for White, according to the engines, is just to calmly go back, play knight F4, and go positional. Aim for the D5 square. The king will go to F8, and now the move rook to G2, stopping the mate threat and also getting his rook from take. Now for Black, the move is knight to C5, attacking the queen. And Black is trying to keep the initiative going, except after queen C4, White pins this knight to the rook and now threatens this bishop. This bishop will drop back, and now White can play the move knight to D5. And for the moment, White is a bit more coordinated, but this king is aiming for this G7 square. Once it gets there, it'll be fine for Black in this position. The only thing is where to put the queen. Something like queen B7, for example, is possible. Black will have to face F4, and White is trying to use some initiative in this position. Black will fight back, though. White has this slight edge. Engine's giving moves like knight to B3 now, so it's still sharp, it's still rich, it's fascinating. It looked as though Yaroslav was dead, but he's not. He, according to the engines, he is perfectly okay in that positional line. Ray is looking around. Should he take the bishop? Engine saying slight edge for him, but I doubt he's going to pick off that piece when he has something more solid, or even, actually 96 is hard not to play. But Yarrow, he's got 14 minutes that he's used on his clock, it looks like, and Ray almost an hour. We know that's typical for Ray in this sharp position. Just fascinating to see these young men playing this kind of sharp chess.
Thank you, Maurice. It's crazy to think that in this tactical melee that's going on, it's the positional lines that are the best play for both sides. Remarkable game going on there.
And how meanwhile in our double-edged battle between, you wanted to look at
Anna, and I was going to say
Maggie.
that in the game of Maggie, again, a shout out to Robert Hess saying, wait a minute, Maggie is fighting back. After this move, rook E1, threatening a discovery against Black's queen, Maggie just castled and said, do your worst. The madness makes sense suddenly. Check this one out, Jennifer. Knight takes C5. Again, we've allotted the bishop, the dark square bishop that Black possesses. Queen C7. I'm a pawn down, but who cares? I've got all kinds of nice targets along the C file. Knight takes, queen takes, as well as bishop takes. I'm a pawn down, but this bishop on G7, you've got double pawns. Maggie fighting her way to approximate equality. Some players could argue that White's much better. Others might argue Black's just fine. Remarkable game going on there. You were mentioning Wesley So's game. Let me go up to that.
We have the move queen C5.
Wow.
So just going after the pawn on C6 with the queen and knight. And I was thinking that White might have to play something like F4 here with the idea.
I thought F4 it was the idea. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, just with the idea that knight C6 is off limits because of rook takes C4.
Indeed.
Skewering.
Thank you very much for the piece. I'll pocket that knight as you were. So after F4, the knight would have to go to G6 or D3.
Or G4, perhaps.
Or oh, yes, much stronger. Oh, thank you. That clears the cobwebs. Knight G4. And now we can understand why Jeffrey would hesitate in playing F4, as it does weaken the E3 pawn, and Wesley would be perfectly happy with the outcome of that.
Well, you could play f4, knight g4, h3. We still have to look at that, right?
Yes.
But then there's knight f6, and.
But Jeffrey had a different idea. Jeffrey said, "Well, let me cut the communication between queen and knight. I'll play the move knight d5." Now, does this work tactically?
Well, it looks like there's so many pawns hanging for white. Am I going to end up ahead of pawn in the end of the day? Let's take a look.
What would you like? Knight takes c6? Queen? If you take on d5, I think white's perfectly happy in this case. Queen takes e5. He's ready to play rook takes d5. Queen takes c7. He's not any material down, so don't capture the knight. If you capture the pawn, knight takes c6. Well, we've already looked at that kind of a skewer that would occur, for example, after rook takes c4, queen takes d5, queen, oops, that was a mouselet, I apologize, queen takes d5, pawn takes, what's the body count?
Everything's removed from the board, and it's gonna be totally dead even after.
One of the rooks takes a6 or c7 or b2.
It looks like just everything's coming off the board here.
Yeah, that was a vacuum variation, wasn't it? Well, does Wesley have a choice?
Can we take on the pawn with the pawn on d5 instead?
At what moment? Right now?
After knight c6, rook c4, or pawn d5. I mean, that's going to be very similar, except maybe a little bit better for black than the lines we were just looking at.
Okay, knight takes, rook takes, pawn takes, rook takes.
It's not making a huge difference. It's just that my pawn on e4 might be harder to capture. Because I was worried that it might be slightly worse with the pawn on d5. But yeah, it's similar variations with the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, looks like everything's getting hosed off. Another approach by Wesley may be the move knight d3. Now this gets much more intriguing because after knight d3, the sharp line would go knight takes c7, hello. It's kind of ironic that we might see an echo of a knight takes e6 style sacrifice.
Well, we saw queen e4 in both games.
Yes, exactly. So knight takes c7. Both players' knights are doing a lot of damage to the other. I've got this fork on a6. So rook takes b2, rook takes c4. You've got to calculate very, very accurately in such positions. My first instinct would be that black is happy in a line that might go knight takes, rook takes, knight takes, e4, thanks to this very handsome rook on the second rank. Double-edged game going on here.
Yeah, that's true. I see that line looks very promising indeed. I was, but we're have to. This kind of game, it's either going to fizzle out very quickly, or Wesley's going to find some variation like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a really crucial point for this game. If everything vacuums off the board,
the other big game that we haven't paid much attention to, by the way, and we really, really should,
yes,
as Nazi and Sabina, big things going on there. But Maurice, you've been looking at the action going on, and you're just licking your chops. I could just see you over there getting yourself all excited. What's going on, Maurice?
I'm just looking at the ladies' games. There's games in the women's section. You mentioned Nazi's game, of course, how rich it is. But all the games are rich. All of them have these interesting battles. You're looking and saying, what the heck is happening? You want to settle on one, maybe two, much less try to follow all six. This one is between Carissa Yip and seven-time champion Irina Krush. Irina definitely wants to win this game and put herself right there in terms of winning the championship. After the move knight to e4, this move gave away this pawn on a3, but this is not a pawn she wanted to take. The move bishop takes e4, and takes on a3 is what the engines give. And then say b3, but d7 becomes weak. Rook a4 would be possible. You would think this would be a line she'd study with a move like a4 being possible, but now rook to c4 shuts everything down on this side. a2 never quite works. a2 will quickly be answered by king to b2, and there's no real danger on this side. It looks dangerous, but it turns out that there's no real danger on this side of the board. So she did not take in this moment. Let's go back even one move further. She played very solidly. Engine recommended queen to B6, and we're expecting rook D3 in order to hold up what's happening on this side, but it looks like black is perfectly fine here, very solid in this position. Another game, we saw this game, Maggie played queen to D6 of all moves, and Robert is right, there's dark square pressure, but it's still a pawn, and this E7 pawn is weak forever. I don't know about the square D6. It does suggest this move knight back to E4, and she has to be careful for tactics here, but she could play queen back to D6, end up with D6 on the back to C7, end up with D6 on the board. Tricky stuff there for Maggie. She's down a pawn, though. I mean, I would love to see her do well here, but she is going to have to make something happen as she is down a pawn in this position. The other games, I want to show an interesting position here. Anna Sharovich, she's not getting a lot of airtime, but she's playing extremely well. And certainly in the hunt for the championship still against a perfect Rakud. Her pawn is under attack. So normal thing to do is to defend it. It looks reasonable to play bishop c8 and bishop to b7 to chase the rook. She said, forget about defending it. I'll push it. Yeah, I'll let that one be defended, but you can have this one if you want. And this is shock the pervert. Like, what are you doing? It looks like a pawn. Just give it to me. And no, I'm just going to play rook b8. I'm going to play a pawn down with initiative. Amazing decision by her. All the other ladies' games, I mean, just look at the position. I just want you to glance at how rich this pawn formation is. All 8 pawns still on the board. This one even richer between Jennifer Yu and Katerina Nemtsova. I mean, the same deal. All 8 pawns on both sides. Lots of pieces. Very rich battle. And in this one, with Sabina Feuser, our main game, Nazi Paikidze versus Sabina Feuser, another rich battle. All these interesting, Yaz. We could sit down and really pay attention to one or two to follow all 6 in round 9 as well. Just incredible chess going on here at the championships.
Thank you, Maurice. And I'm finding myself absolutely fascinated by the game of Daniel Naroditsky, who's white against Alexander Shabalov in a game that is totally... I mean, the imbalances are crazy all over the board.
Well, this must have come from a Sicilian with the Richter Rouser type variation.
The very familiar Rouser, those 4 pawns, a great pawn shield. The last few moves, by the way, have also been very difficult for both players. Daniel had sacrificed his E4 pawn, by the way, very big decision for white to do that. He got this pawn on b4, and oftentimes in an open Sicilian, black is very happy to lose his b-pawn as the half-open b-file. But it's also about black's king. Black's king is not a very happy camper at the moment, and in this position, I think we're up to date now with the players. Bishop b5 check could force black to give up his castling rights, put his king on f8. But then when you look deeper into the position, you go, how are you going to get over there and menace black's king? That pawn shield, although it's a very unusual looking one, it really does a great job at covering black's king.
We could play f5 and queen e3. Looks like a good tactic because we'd be double attacking the bishop on e4 and queen h6. I mean, no, I want to play f5 as white.
Oh, pardon me. You want to play f5? Yeah, exactly.
Sacrifice. But of course, when you take on f5, then that removes the problem immediately.
But you may want to continue with this checkmating idea that you've put. Well,
you got
I mean,
h6
I got this move h6. I'm still in the game. And by the way, those are some really, really big black center pawns. Early initiative for Danya, but all results are possible. Jennifer, we have a caller.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Caller, let us know your question and where you're calling from. While I'm waiting, I'll take a few tweets. We've got a lot of fans of Varuzhina Kobian here. Julian Prolienko says, "Let's go VAR. I'm very happy that a resident GM of the St. Louis Chess Club is doing so exceptionally well in this event." Kostya Kavutsky is also rooting for Varuzhina Kobian, who used to be his coach. It seems like we really do have a lot of VAR fans.
Well, indeed. VAR has been the GM in residence here in St. Louis for quite a number of weeks and months. And definitely a big shout out to Julian, who, a young man, was into fencing. It was one of his great loves, as well as chess. And he and his family actually moved to China which was very interesting. Wonder what his chess is like there in China. But definitely VAR dearly loved here in the nation's capital.
We also heard from Grandmaster Robert Hess, who said, moment of truth, will So capture on d5 and make a draw, or whip out the tactics with knight d3 and knight f2 threats in the air? Well, So's going for his first championship. He chose to go for it.
With knight d3.
And we'll get back to that in a minute, but I think we might have our caller now.
Yay. Hello and welcome to our show.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm a huge fan, Yasser and Jennifer and Maurice. I actually saw some of you guys back in August last year at the Sinkfield Cup, and I look forward to seeing you again. Yasser, a quick question. Bobby Ferguson, who was, I think, Washington State's champion for a couple of times, was in the news recently. He's, I think, now the Attorney General of Washington State. I wonder if you've got any stories about him. Did you play him in your days in Seattle, and anything you could share?
Sure.
And count me in for the VAR fan. My name is Lev Bagramian, and rooting for all the good Armenian American players you guys have there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lev. Indeed, Bobby Ferguson and I are actually quite close friends. Growing up in Seattle and Washington State, Bobby Ferguson did become the Attorney General of Washington State, and it was recently in the news because he had filed an injunction to stop President Trump's executive order and the Six Nation ban, and a federal judge in Seattle overturned the presidential order. So Bob Ferguson was very big on that. Well, very transformative judicial decision. As Lev mentioned, Bob was Washington State champion, and he worked very closely with a dear friend, Dr. Nikolai Minev, who helped him. Bob credited Minev in helping him win the Washington State championship, which was a dream for Bob. He became a chess master, a big lover of chess. Helps chess in an enormous number of ways with the King County Council, and a shout out to him for his leadership in all of his efforts. So thank you to the caller, and yes, VAR, a big fan club, but guess what? Ray Robson made a decision that we didn't like. He, in this very explosive tactical moment, he chose a discover check, which, as Maurice was mentioning, there's not really a lot of great discover checks because of the threat of checkmate on b2. He has played this move knight on e6 to c5 check, and knight on with the discover check on black's king. I had dismissed this line perhaps unfairly to knight e5, but now I'm realizing that what Ray is doing is he's setting a very nice-looking trap with the move knight a4, saying, please take my rook. I've got a discover check. I'm going to end up taking your queen, and that's great for white. Maurice, I'm doubtful about this move knight c5 check. Is it the right way to continue?
Less of an edge for white in this line, again, positional edge, than the line that he could have played with knight to f4. So it turns out tactically this is just fine for white, excuse me, but not winning. You might see this move, and if you're black, start to panic because of, as you pointed out rightly, the knight a4 move. But black has a cool, calm move here. Just drop the bishop back to e5, and there is no threat to his knight because it's mate on the b2 square, and your knight is the one actually that's hanging. So in this position, the only real move for white now is to pull the knight back to d3. Instead of the rook g2 move when the knight was on f4, he now has to play knight back to d3. Now, of course, it stops mate. It also is hanging this bishop on the square. This rook is not the tastiest morsel you want to take. After knight takes e5, your knight is under attack now. Really, bishop b5, check is coming with your queen hanging. So this rook is safe for the moment. So knight d3, black is not going to take that. Black is going to get out the middle with castles. And after the move, knight takes e5, Now the rook is actually hanging in this position, and best given is rook to h1. But the Indians are saying this position is good for white. Now they're saying that, kind of changing their minds, it turns out, in this position here. No, actually, no, I'm sorry. I forgot the analysis that I had done earlier. In this position, if you castle, that's what happens. Queen c6 is the only move. This is the key move. If you castle, you get into trouble. Queen c6, you're going to be slightly worse, but this is the best way to play. After takes, knight takes e5, bishop takes on a6 is playable. Indians giving rook to d8. White is actually up a pawn here, but this knight is a very difficult knight to fight, especially with the g5 pawn on the board. This is an ending he might go into, however, as white, maybe saying his b-pawn has some say. Still a contentious position and some tactics that they have to work out. Yaroslav, though, right now, has to find bishop to e5.
And we've got another key moment.
Yes.
Key moment in Zhang So, as I was mentioning, that comment from Grandmaster Hess. Knight d3, and Jeffrey Chang is in a terrible time position. He only has 22 minutes. Robert was mentioning that knight c7, there's knight f2 things in the air.
Right.
We were looking at rook b2, rook c4, knight f2, but what about knight f2 right away? That also has to be examined.
I didn't consider it, Jen. Let's take a look at what you're mentioning. Knight takes f2, attacking the queen. It seems reasonable to ask the question, king takes f2. I assume rook takes b2 check is where you're thinking, and
queen h5, just trying to
I got
queen
the wrong.
h5 and trying to go queen e2 or queen h2, and if you prevent that with like something like h4, bam, queen e2, and we see why those rooks leaving make things very fun here for the party in the second rank for black.
Absolutely.
And that looks winning, right? I mean,
absolutely, no question about it. Knight takes f2 is a wonderful sacrifice.
Queen f3, queen h2 check anyway. And
I think white is going to have to pull back his horns a bit here. Jeffrey's going to have to sit there and say, whoa, 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 I can't essay that move, knight c7, and he'll have to probably withdraw his knight. But then after knight takes b2, although I questioned the validity of what black's knight on b2 is doing, I'll answer my own question, which is it's winning a pawn, and it can be defended with a move c4, c3. Has Wesley outplayed his world junior champion opponent?
And we do have knight c7 on the board.
The kid took on c7. So
whoa! Jeffrey playing with fire. Maybe about to get
and there it goes. Knight takes f2.
Instantly by Wesley So. Knight takes f2.
And do you want to go over those variations again after
right.
king f2, rook b2? Why is that the end for those of us watching? Well, first let's look at king e1 doesn't do much help because we've got to check on a5.
In this particular case, you're absolutely right. You're checking on a5, and you're about to deliver a slam bang mate along the second rank, so we can definitely rule out that move. The other two choices, king f1, king g1, as mentioned, it seems that in either case, this queen is going to slide across the fifth rank with these terrible threats of crashing through on the second rank. Jeffrey doubtlessly considered the move knight f2, king takes f2. He played it rather quickly and confidently, but what does he have in mind? I'm flummoxed myself. Maurice, white in big trouble.
Yeah, the Indians giving triple zeros, of course.
No!
Position. But look at those players. Did you see that camera angle? The players who are now staring at the board, they're fascinated. Var and Shaba, they're like, hey, what's going on this board? This looks like fun.
Yep.
Glad to not be playing it myself. Clearly fascinating position for these top players as the war is on. And, of course, VAR is looking on with special interest as he is tied for first right now with Wesley. And he's checking it out saying, wait a minute, if Wesley's winning, then he's going to take a lead against me. And then I'd have to beat Fabi, not what I want to do. And now finally, he's cleared out a little bit, but he's sort of still hanging around this table. He's decided or hoping that it's not over. Well, it's not over, according to the Indians. And again, I let the Indians stay analyzing all this time I've been speaking, and still triple zeros in this position. Let's go down the line. Rook takes on b2 check. The key move, king to f1. Don't fall for this queen h5 stuff where you're just going to get killed if you go to other squares. Now, believe it or not, the engines are giving triple zeros in all the lines, including the move it considers the best, c3. Push the pawn. You have this threat of c2 and rook b1 coming shortly. Well, c2, c1, of course. But it's all about deflection. By the way, queen c6 will trap this knight. That's another thing just to remember in the position, because that might crop up in variations. So c3. Now, let's go back, because, of course, all of us want to play queen h5.
Right.
Probably Wesley as well. And now you've got to play like a genius. Queen g4, according to the engines. Queen h2. And how can this not be made? I mean, it just looks so bad. But now queen to f3. And now you stare down the position, and there's no real mate. But the engines, C3. Now that we're in this position, the engine's coming up with c3 and saying this position might be too tough for white to defend in the long run. White's not getting mated after rook to h4. Look at this. The queen has to find a square. It's almost trapped. Well, not quite, of course. It can go over. It's giving queen c2 as best, and the game is suddenly about the c-pawn, not about mate. So very interesting play. I think this is the route that Wesley's going to go down. It's too natural. King f1 has been played. So although the engines give c3 right now as the optimal move, when you see this line, you think this is the way the human will play it. Queen h5 looks like such a natural attacking move, and the kid's going to have to find all kinds of accurate defensive moves, and I'm not sure he's still coming out of it alive. It looks like he might still be in trouble as the more we analyze this position, getting closer and closer to the actual threats that black will have. It looks as though white might be busted.
Maurice, you and I both know there's no way in heck we would have analyzed this any further than knight f2, king f2, rook b2, king f1 or g1, queen h5. We would have stopped. We would have stopped.
That's a money attack.
Exactly. We would say, you're busted. And
are you sure Jeffrey saw it? With the speed that he played king f1?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm still kind of I'm kind of shocked, actually.
Look at Danny. There it is. Everybody who passes this board has to stop.
Has to stop. Knight takes c7 is just got trouble written all over it. There's no way. I would have played knight f4 and said, okay, do your worst. But
he did think 12 minutes on knight takes c7, so he probably was analyzing the ramifications of knight f2.
This attack just looks overwhelming.
But with only 22 minutes left on his clock also, I mean, that's the other problem. Wesley's got 3 times as much time as Jeffrey.
As well as the initiative. This is not a position that the world junior champion wanted to find himself in.
By the way, the engines that said don't take on f2 play knight a6 in that position. Seems weird, I know. If you pull up your board, in this moment after knight c7, knight f2, queen is hanging, knight a6. Was
really
hitting black's queen in that position is considered maybe your best route out of it. Certainly a significant line as well. Not necessarily
knight takes e4, knight takes c5, knight takes c5,
and rook takes on c4.
Sacrificing a piece for some very dangerous looking pawns, I must admit.
Looking though, right? I mean, knight b3 looks problematic, but I guess.
Wow, what a line this would have ended up being as well.
Interesting.
Maybe knight takes a6 was a much better bailout variation, because, Maurice, the line that you took us down, I'm sitting there shaking my head saying, no, don't play like this, Jeffrey. You're in trouble. Your king is just too vulnerable. Sorry.
King f1.
King f1 is a key move.
And then he was doing queen g4 and queen f3.
I just hate these computers. Sorry, guys. But 0, 0, 0 in a position like this, and only later coming up with the idea that, well, in fact, black is for choice after queen c2.
The thing is that the computer saw perpetual check.
Right. Queen d2.
There's rook d1 here.
No, queen c2. Queen c2 is the key move.
Exactly.
Not queen d2.
Okay.
Oh, but yeah, the problem with queen d2 is that rook d1 seems to gain a tempo. You don't have c2 there, do you?
No, because he can take and then play rook back to c1.
Just for our viewership,
Yeah.
if you do play C2,
So we just traded
optically
queens.
but you lost your big,
Yeah.
you lost your big pawn at the end of that. So
Exactly.
so that was why Queen C2.
Which is a little bit counterintuitive if you're looking at it from far away, because you don't want to put your queen in front of your pawn.
Right, of course you don't want to step. But having said this, just a second, I mean, again, White's king, definitely in trouble. There are ideas, pardon me, I wanted to bring up, there's ideas like Rook B8 and Rook B1 check. What the heck is your rook doing on H4? What the heck is your knight doing on C7? Black's got all the threats, including Rook B1 check, trading rooks, so you can play C3, C2. I don't like Jeffrey's position. I don't care what the computer says.
So 11 minutes, do you think, 11 minutes on this move, do you think he really analyzed all of this, or he just kind of had a blind spot for knight f2 and rook b2 check? Because I would think that like he would burn more time calculating these forcing variations.
Right. Well, I'm sitting there. I think to the book by Edmar Mednes, How to Beat Bobby Fischer, and Grandmaster Mednes analyzed all of Bobby Fischer's losses, and the verdict: Bobby got too involved in his own plans. He was seeing more about what he was doing and overlooking the effect of his opponent's moves. When I see this move, knight takes c7 by Jeffrey, Jeffrey was probably thinking about how wonderful his position is and really underestimated the threats to his own king.
Well, knight f2 and queen h5 is a bit weird. It's not like a completely standard tactic. It's kind of strange that your rook can't coordinate to defend f2. So I can imagine a strong player missing it. But after an 11-minute think, it seems like Jeffrey, number 4 in this tournament, it would have at least flashed by his eyes, right?
Yeah, but this is, Jennifer, this is a difficult pattern or not. This is, it's like your eyes are drawn geometrically. When you see that you're going to play rook takes b2, and you know that crashing through on the 7th or the 2nd rank can be so decisive, I think you're going to find this combination of moves right away. And for a player of Wesley's caliber, I mean...
Jeffrey's caliber.
Both Wesley and... Wesley's going to have no problem capturing and sacrificing a piece because he just knows his compensation.
So you think he misassessed the variation after queen g4, queen h2, queen f3,
misjudged it completely,
and perhaps even missed the queen c2 idea or something like that, or even the c3 idea.
Yeah, I would have stopped right here. I wouldn't even have gone through the progression of queen g4, queen f3. I'm not signing up for this. I don't like my king being attacked, Maurice.
Yeah, yes.
No way.
I can hear it. No, and I agree. Getting your king attacked like this is crazy. But instead of playing the move rook h4, there is also the move rook c1. It doesn't help, but black has to play precisely. Rook c1 has its intent. This pawn is a pawn that he wants to take eventually off the board. But black has a great attacking move here, the move e5, testing this rook. The position of that rook is crucial. If the rook were to go back to d3 to stop this move, queen d2, all of a sudden e4 shows up on the board and you're being forked. Your queen can't leave because of queen f2 mate on a stick. So your rook is in trouble, misplaced on that square. So after the move e5, rook to c4, trying to coordinate, trying to rip this pawn off the board, and still some ideal attacking moves. The engine gives rook to b8, allowing this move rook takes on c3, again because of e4. Your rook can't leave because the queen has to stay exactly where it is in order to stop the mating attack. Very beautiful move. The flick of the wrist with e4 all the time, protecting this pawn. So after rook takes on rook fb8, if rook takes, again the move e4, same deal. This rook now is guarding this rook on c1, so you can't leave. You're overworked here because of rook b1, and you're getting mated. And you can't, of course, as we mentioned, move the queen. If we go back a move to here, you can't move the queen away because the queen simply has to sit precisely on the f3 square to guard against f2, g2, e2, h1. That move e4 keeps resonating, finding itself repeating in the attack. So back to business. After rook fb8, what do you do? Well, the engine's saying this is just simply bad for white, but this is the only hero you can count on, this knight. Could you plug a hole with something like knight to b5? No, it doesn't quite last, but you could see this is not easy to calculate. After all, this c-pawn could go down the board now trying to change things. Guess what black should do? Take on c4, and after it takes, ask for a queen. You wouldn't have suspected that quickly. Rook takes on b8, and now white still can't do anything. He can't take on c3 because of rook b1. There's 6 black pawns on the board. The moment black plays h6 or g6, you just resign. So another great line for black. There are other lines, obviously, we can go into. It all started all the way back here. I got so many variations, I can't even keep up with what I've got. Okay, here we go. And this move right here. So very rich line in this position. Wesley, though, as much as we said, hey, obviously the attack is crashing through, Wesley hasn't moved. I mean, queen h5 looks so obvious. Wesley, after sacking on f2, hacking on b2, is he slacking in this moment by not playing queen h5?
No, I don't think so. I think, Maurice, that he's calculated many, if not simply all of the variations that you've shown. Queen h5, of course, is his primary move, but he's getting to those positions where Jennifer saw as well, where the queen steps in front of the pass c-pawn, and he's probably looking at this position with fresh eyes saying, maybe I should just be playing c4, c3, and going into those lines only after first advancing his pawn. He's probably imagining what is the most precise move. One of the things that Wesley has done throughout this entire streak, many of the greatest players of the world have been remarking on it, is his extreme efficiency. When opportunities for victory to arise, Wesley has played with, well, what to say, a machine-like precision. Just think of his game against Onishuk earlier in the tournament. It was the 2 pieces versus the rook, and how beautifully he played that. Every single one of his moves, right through to the end, were precise. So here I really think that he's giving the move c4, c3 a lot of attention. I wanted to draw...
Naroditsky.
No, not that.
We got to. He just played this move at f5.
Okay, just before I get to it, there's so many important positions for the tournament lead in both sections. I want to just draw your attention to the game of Hikaru Nakamura, Alexander Onishuk. Perhaps not the most exciting game, but look at this opportunity that I think is being presented for Alexander Onishuk. Hikaru has just played the move rook g1, and your first thought is that white has more space, a little bit better in the center, blah blah blah. Black's king's very solid, nothing much is happening until you see this move rook on h3, rook on h8, pardon me, to h3. Give me the pawn. If you play a move like e4, I wanted to go queen here, and I had this really juicy idea in mind. If we trade queens, you go here, I'll take on f5, you'll take on f5. You think you got a great position? Uh-oh. Rook takes d. Ooh.
Those pins and win.
And the whole game turns on instantly with one move. Now, pardon me, you said Danya Naroditsky's
that game, we just saw a very creative move. We were actually looking at it in a move with one extra move. We were looking at this move f5, trying to stop black from ever playing f5 himself, getting that bishop back into the game, and also cutting off our access to the c1 h6 diagonal, which could be very important. But remember, we looked at it with the move bishop to b5 interpolated.
Right.
So Danya's passing on that move and saying that this is more important to keep the knight g7 check up for grabs.
Exactly. He liked your move f5. He just didn't need the bishop b5 check.
Because that we always have that later.
Exactly.
Right? But there's another move that needs to be looked at. Not just bishop takes f5. What about rook c8?
Right.
It's also on the menu after f5.
Well, this set of triplets, unlike in the game with Wesley Slow, really do stink. After bishop c4, white's for great choice.
Another reason why we don't want to stick the bishop on b5, because if there's a variation where it ends up on c4, we've saved a move.
Exactly.
But rook c8 immediately.
But you mentioned, oops, excuse me, I did something wrong. After f5, you mentioned rook c8 immediately, hitting white's queen.
Amazing.
And the pawn on c2.
What a
and
creative idea.
No, it's a very good idea. Let's see how is your question's right on point. How is Danya going to meet this attack.
Maybe just play queen to e3 and then I'll let you take my rook on d1 or queen g.
I want to go queen g7. With or without, no, I think without bishop b5. I'm going to sacrifice a rook. If you go bishop takes c2 check, I'm going to move my king. You're going to take my rook. Be kind, check, and you're going to walk into a sweet checkmate. Otherwise, you're going to have to sacrifice your queen, and I'm going to end up taking your queen as well as your bishop. So I think rook c8, queen g3.
So queen e3 doesn't work as well because you have bishop c2, and then after king a1, maybe you could play h6 and stop the damage.
Well, that's not even that clear, right? That's exciting. But I thought queen g3 might be more accurate. This is a wild Donnybrook as well. Maurice, all across the, what's going on today? This is one of our most eventful rounds in any U.S. championship that I can remember.
It's amazing. It's rich positions. And in that position, we should point out there are some lines worth considering. Queen d2 is actually more accurate than queen to g3. Looks far scarier, though. Like, what is your queen doing on d2? Immediately you see, you're like, that's garbage. What are you thinking? But it's the best move. Why? Because rook takes, which looks like there's going to be some kind of wild discoveries happening somewhere. Bishop to b5 check, and you don't want this to be your discovery. That's not the discovery you were thinking of. After the king moves to a1, your rook is just going to go from the board. So bishop to b5 check, and it's the same point, Yaz, after king f8, now queen a6 will happen. So rook c2 optically looks like it's not something you allow, but then suddenly it's possible on the board. So we go back to queen d2 here. Bishop c2 check, king moves, and it's the same trick as before. So the point, though, why is this move better, is because queen b6 in this position is playable in the other line as well when your queen's on g3, and you're not getting the bishop b5 check. So by having your queen on d2 instead of over here on g3, suddenly you can play this move rook c1. And your queen and rook are attacking that bishop. And that's the main point. That's the precision of playing queen d2 as opposed to running away with queen to g3. Queen b6 is no longer a defense. Very deep tactics by the engine. So that line is good for white. White has to find that move. Yaroslav Zherabuk did not find the move. Queen knight c5 check. Bishop e5, knight d3. He had one test to find it. Now he had to play queen c6. He has to go down a pawn in that ending. He did not see the value of going down a pawn, and he opted instead to castle in this moment. The engines give knight takes on e5, knight takes on e5, rook h1. And you see the mating threats developing. Queen h4, queen h8 is mate. So he had to think about that. There's really very few moves to play here. Queen b3 is his best one. Instead, he opted for queen f2 instead. And the engines are going crazy, as you just saw that go up. Bishop e2 now, shutting the queen off from this rank, threatening the knight on the square. And now he's starting to get into some serious trouble. Rook to e8 would be his only move after bishop e2. And now this great move, rook to d6, freeze your knight. Keep your knight right where it is because you see the sacrifice coming. And this knight cannot move in this position anymore. Now, how is white going to win exactly is unclear. It's not easy to play queen h4. And in fact, to show you how funky the line is, rook to b8, you want to know the best move? Rook back to d2 of all moves.
What?
Rook, I know, you're not just not going to find that move.
What?
You're just not going to find that move. It's just not going to happen. But anyway, rook to b8, the move f4 doesn't work in this position because of queen c5 hitting your rook and confusion. So rook to d2 first, but rook d6, rook d2, those are just not going to, those are just crazy moves, which might mean that if Ray has to find these kind of moves to keep his edge, maybe he doesn't have an edge.
That's
practically speaking.
impossible.
And he has only 14 minutes to find that kind of precision. So Yarrow is in there with a fight, an hour on the clock, trying to keep it complex. Ray trying to get the game under control and prove some sort of advantage. He's not up any material yet, and he's not going to win any material at any moment, anytime soon. Note that he can't take that knight on e5, by the way, I didn't point out, trying to threaten mate because of queen c2 check. And nothing bad happens to black in that position. So going back here, where are we? We're on queen f2. Queen f2, queen e5 threatening mate, then check, king over, and we get triple zeros here. The mate threat is so strong that he simply has to repeat the position, and we would have a draw. we might see it anyway, because to find those moves, like we say all the time, you could have a winning position. Congratulations. Now find the moves that win.
Yeah.
That's not good enough to have a promising position. Chess is complicated.
Well, we've got beautiful ideas today at the U.S. Chess Championship. I mean, these players are artists. We have the Hall of Fame across the street, which shows the similarities between art and chess. But today we're seeing it on the board. I mean, knight takes f2, f5 by Daniel Naroditsky, queen b6, allowing all the discoveries. Just gorgeous ideas by the players today. And we'll be right back for more on how they all pan out in just a few minutes.
I just wanted to talk about that.
everyone. Welcome back to the 2017 U.S. Chess Championships here in St. Louis. For those of you who are just joining us, let's see who's leading these tournaments in a day where we have absolutely exciting chess. Wesley So and Varuzhan Akobian leading the tournament. Yaroslav Jarabuk, Nakamura, Caruana, and Onishuk half a point behind. And meanwhile, in the Women's Championship, two players who are facing off today, Nazi Paikidze and Sabina Foiger, are leading. And we've got some real fireworks today.
Across the board, Jennifer. Across the board.
That's right. And it looks like Jeffrey Zhang has decided to play one of the lines that we were looking at, this idea of Queen G4 back to F3, trying to stave off the mating threats. But unfortunately for him, there's another idea for Wesley, which is to use that C-pawn to create threats.
Exactly.
With C2 and Rook B1 check. So this is going to be really tough for Jeffrey, especially with his minutes ticking down.
Well, indeed. The time pressure, how it afflicts players. Jeffrey, we saw in his game, I think it was against Shabalov, really watching his clock go all the way down. Here, I think he's just simply facing too many threats. Wesley So, he's got the domination along the second rank with all kinds of checkmating threats, as well as what you just mentioned, this powerful C-pawn. The real problem, I think, that White is facing is that when this rook comes over, you've got ideas like, I don't care, Queen C2, pardon me, Rook C2 with the idea of mates, Rook B1 with mates, combined with the power of the passed pawn on C3, this looks really, really promising
for instance,
for
Rook
Wesley.
H4 here, you've got, the only square we have is D2.
Yeah, well,
But
again,
also have
you've
to
got ideas like
But
Rook B1.
You must be precise, guys. In this line, Knight A6, you cannot play Rook B8 too quickly. It looks obvious, but this move, Knight A6, you put your Rook on B8 too soon. Knight A6, what's your next move?
Rook B1?
The engines are giving already, well, Rook B1 is losing.
No.
Rook B1 is now losing to Rook D1. This Rook cannot be allowed to harmonize with the rest of the pieces. Once this happens, suddenly you don't have an attack anymore. You're just down material and everything is hanging and the C-pawn is real. This is not the right way to play. You must, and Wesley will, I know he will, back in this moment, find the key move of this whole thing is E5. This rook is not allowed to stay in the game, and this is what's going to cost the youngster the game after E5. Now if the rook decides to go all the way back home, now E4 comes back again. Remember, that E4 move, disrupting the queen, is the core point. The queen now cannot hang its mate. The queen just can't do anything because of the mate threats, so the queen is frozen. By playing E5, you disrupt this rook to go to C4. Now that the rook is out of the way, now it's time to bring this. There's no more mate. There's no Rook D1. There's no Rook C3 because of E4. E5 is the money move that will make this a beautiful, beautiful attacking game, and we'll see whether or not Wesley finds it on the next move. I have no doubt he's going to play E5. This guy is too good. He will find it right now, and this will just take the game up to the level of brilliancy.
Thank you very much. Indeed, I stand corrected. E5, once you see the impact of that move, because the rook drops back, as Maurice is saying, E4 is a killer shot. Guys, I think that in a crucial game, Alexander Onishuk has taken over from Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru was white. He came into today's play. He absolutely needed a win to get some sales, win in his sales for the U.S. Championship. He's trailing by half a point, as is his opponent. Optically, it looks really fine for Hikaru until you really take a deeper look at this move, Rook H3, a move I had alluded to. E4, Rook came over, E5, and after Rook H2 and Knight C4, Black's pieces are just posted up really, really nicely. And I think Hikaru, to my eyes, in real big trouble here, Jennifer. We see another player dominating the second rank, as is Jeffrey in his game. Black it's the day of the second rank.
Indeed, and we
horror show for white players.
It's that game with Jeffrey and Wesley So is just incredible. The creative tactics there, that move E5 with the idea of E4. It's basically bringing another piece into the attack. It's just a pawn, but that's what it is.
But the power of that pawn to disrupt White's defenses, especially the rook, and then it bumps the queen out of the way. Very, very beautiful attacking game if found. We have a special guest in our studio, Jennifer.
That's right. We've got Gary Walters, the president of the United States Chess Federation, president of the board. He's with Maurice Ashley.
I guess another person I should call the big dog. Gary Walters, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Maurice.
Gary, you're presiding over a golden age in U.S. chess. I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic with all these great tournaments, all these great players. Since Bobby Fischer, we've never had a chance this close to winning a world championship title, at least this many players. It must be an amazing time. Tell us your thoughts about this year's championships.
I'm excited. I mean, I looked a few minutes ago at live ratings. We have 3 of the top 6 players in the world right now. We have the world junior champion here. We have the veterans on the women's side with Irina and Anna. We've got the new guard with Nazi and a host of youngsters on the women's side. And you add in the St. Louis club and a very professional broadcast, and it is a golden age for presiding, and I have nothing to do with it, but I'm enjoying it immensely. I really am.
Well, tell us more about what's going on with U.S. chess. I know the Super Nationals are coming up. I'll be there presiding over those, doing some MC duties.
And thank you for coming out for that. I appreciate it. And Gary's going to be there. The other Gary, the real Gary, is going to be there also. Along with a couple of stars from here. I know Nazi and Sam, and and I apologize if I leave anybody out. I'm sure there's others. Irina, that's right. Irina will be there also. You're right.
Shanklin, you meant.
So yeah, I did, and I'm looking forward to that very much. I'm actually going to show up this year too. Not that anybody's looking forward to that, but I'm just going to come and kind of bask in the glow a little bit.
It's just absolutely incredible what's happening, certainly on the national level. But on the international level, there has been some controversy. I say a little controversy. That, of course, we heard that Ilumzhinov had resigned before he unresigned, or said he didn't resign. What's your thoughts about the world chess situation?
Well, as you know, in November of 2015, the OFAC, that's the Office of Foreign Assets Control. Some people refer to that office as the most powerful agency in the United States that no one's ever heard of. They put Ilumzhinov on their list for sanctions. His assets in the United States were frozen. Whether or not there were any actually frozen, I'm not aware of. But if there were any, they were. And U.S. citizens and entities are forbidden to deal with him. A month later, as you probably know, in December 2015, he withdrew many of his powers, financial, legal, and economic, business, and he turned those over to Deputy President Makropoulos. And since then, it's been very controversial. He has had limited dealings with FIDE. As you may know, the United States has not supported Ilumzhinov in a long time. And just yesterday, Ilumzhinov clawed back his powers and said, I'm no longer on the sidelines with respect to finances, business dealings, or legal dealings. And we have a special board scheduled right now for April 10th, in which we're going to see if that resignation of a few weeks ago is going to hold or not. Here in the United States, we think it's time for Ilumzhinov to step aside. And
how does this all impact U.S. chess? I mean, it's pretty crazy to hear all this going on in world chess. It's been going on for years, of course, but this one seems to just be really at the peak of confusion.
It impacts us on a grand scale for sure. Part of chess's reputation is certainly impacted by a president who's been abducted by aliens, who's literally...
Or at least claims to have been abducted.
Well, yeah, I don't doubt him for a second. And who literally played chess with Gaddafi while Tripoli was burning, just to name a couple of instances, and there are many others. We're affected by chess's ability to be taken seriously at the international level. We do very well. Despite that, we could do better. How are U.S. players affected by that? How's the U.S. affected by that? Minimally, I'm happy to say. We're always very sensitive to our top players, and we have many of them right now to be concerned about. As of yet, there's no evidence that any of them have been affected by the controversy, and we hope that it remains the same. I should say, in the midst of all this, that there are many, many good people at FIDE, many people who love the game, and most of them are doing very well for chess all over the world. It's time, though, for a change at the top.
It's unfortunate the politics can affect our great game so much, but still, chess is booming in the U.S. Final note, chess on a scholastic level. Talk to us about the initiatives that are happening around the country. You more than anyone know just what is going on, this wonderful, grand expansion of the game.
We right now, almost, I'm going to shoot from the hip a little bit here. I'm going to say 60% of our membership is a scholastic membership that's in an ongoing flux. But that's both a good and a bad thing. We lose a lot of players as they grow older and move off to the things that teenagers do, but a new group comes in, and what we see is not only this huge influx of young players into our game, but a lot of comebacks. 10 years, 20 years down the road, we get those folks coming back in, and it's fueling our growth right now, and we are growing, I'm happy to say, under Gene Hoffman, and it's a good thing. We've got chess is expanding in schools everywhere across the country. It's not even, it's a little sporadic at times, but chess is booming, and I see better things for it ahead, for sure.
Glad to hear those news. Gary Walters, President of the U.S. Chess Federation, thanks very much for joining our show.
Thank you, Maurice. I appreciate it.
Guys?
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks.
Thank you, Maurice. And just that Super National Scholastics tournament that's coming up, it's certainly the biggest tournament in the United States, 5,000 to 6,000 competitors with an equal number of anxious coaches and parents in tow. But it may also be the most well-attended tournament in the entire world. That Super National is just extraordinary.
Yes, it's the 6th edition, and it's going to be held in May 11th to 14th in Nashville. And if you wanted to hear more about Gary's thoughts on the behalf of U.S. Chess about politics, he wrote an open letter that was published on the USCF website a few weeks ago.
Yeah, very, very nice open letter, and I applaud him and for his leadership in, well, just telling the world that it's time for reform at the FIDE.
Now, we do have a crucial moment here in the U.S. Chess Championships with Wesley So going into the tank about this move E5, and you do see the best players in the world going into the tank at appropriate moments, right? This is a really key moment. I bet he's analyzing the ramifications of E5, Queen H4,
E5, Rook H4, yes.
E5, Rook H4, and then Queen D2, Rook D1. This is probably the type of variations that are
got his attention.
Yeah,
as he
exactly.
realizes this is really the critical moment. And Maurice saying it's the money move, but it's an awkward move. Just because what you're mentioning, Jen, you don't really want to force your opponent to gain a tempo against your queen until you look a little deeper and say E5 is such a disruptive move. But it's a tough one. It's the money move. Maurice.
Yes, and money games everywhere. This one absolutely huge, the one between the leading player in the tournament, Nazi Paikidze, against a co-leader, Sabina Francesca Feuser. This position, knight d5. Yasser, you and I love this move. Bishop takes d5. We talk about the Grandmaster exchange, bishop for knight. Why is this exchange so important? Here, after this imbalance, you see that white has gotten... Black actually has gotten rid of this knight on d5. Now you can just see the picture of the dark square control that black has by giving away a light square bishop and removing a knight that can control dark squares. White is left with this one piece that can never control dark squares, and these two that can, but they're competing against these pieces. White will always be weak on the dark squares. The key move here, h6, really cementing the control on the dark squares. Because of that bishop takes knight exchange, light square bishop exchange means dark square control. This is the best move, and you can see the picture of black's pieces all hanging out on dark squares. This knight on d6 certainly leading the charge. So that would have been a nice position for her. Instead, she played another move, different kind of idea. Knight takes and bishop d7, and now her opponent challenges bishop, and after this trade, suddenly after knight c4, queen e2, rook c8, Black saying, this position is decent for me too. The sequence that white did was not accurate, and now suddenly Nazi looking at the board said, wait a minute, this position is not going the way I wanted to. This queen could show up on b4. This bishop is the core problem here. You've got the pawn that looks strong, but black is looking for counterplay as well. So what did Nazi do here? She could have played knight e4 according to the engines. She made this huge decision. d6. sacrificing the pride of her position to get this bishop open on this long diagonal. They just say it's not a bad sacrifice. After knight takes d6, knight to d5, queen now to e6, and white has some dynamic pieces. But Yasser, I know you're a pawn grubber, and when I count it up, it looks like black is the one upper pawn, and white needing to prove real compensation here. The engine's saying white does have a good game with the bishop and the knight on d5, but how long is that going to last? She better come up with something really quickly, as black is threatening moves like bishop to c6, cementing the position. And this is an interesting view of a chess game. Just the board itself. Where are the two players? Maybe in the restroom somewhere. This is not what you want to have happening. By the way, if you take a look at their clocks, as Frank Guadalupe
is wondering what's going on.
He's the arbiter in the open. I don't know where Cal Jarecki is, but he's wondering, what Cal Jarecki being the arbiter in the women's section, what's happening at this board with no players and black's clock ticking down? We'll investigate to see what is happening here.
Well, as Nikolai would say,
actually, it's white's clock that's ticking down. No, white has played rook to e1. So white has played rook to e1, so it is black's clock. Rook fe1, black's clock that's ticking down.
Well, as Nikolai would say, gift me the pawn. I'll take Sabina in that position. Compensation, you bet that it's a pawn.
We've got a Sabina watch, though.
Yeah, okay.
This is crazy. Her clock is ticking down. She has 14 moves to make, and she's not at the board. I mean, that's pretty.
It may just be as simple as a bathroom
actually, it's 15 moves.
And we've got an update from our analyst, Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, guys. I want to talk about what I believe is the best move of the round. We have this game between Dania Naroditsky and Alexander Shabalov, a wild affair. But black seems to be doing quite well. He has the bishop pair. His king seems to be fairly safe. He's threatening to play rook c8, and then the queen is going to be in trouble. But Dania had something prepared for it, and he played this move, brilliant move, f5. Now, if you take on f5 with the bishop, I'm going to go knight g7, then I'm going to take the bishop, completely shatter your structure, and white is going to be almost winning. If you take with the pawn, the same thing applies. Your structure is very, very bad. The critical continuation is obviously rook to c8. In this position, Dania had to choose between this move, queen e3 or queen d2. He should have chosen this move, queen d2. Now, if black plays rook takes c2, which seems deadly, the problem is this pawn here is not on a6, it's on a5, and I have this move, bishop b5. And now we see the idea between of f5 to open up the diagonal for the queen. After king f8, queen h6, king g8, queen g7, checkmate. So rook takes c2 is obviously a very, very bad move. Instead of that, black would have played bishop takes c2, king a1, rook c5, and now we see the difference between the queen on e3 and the queen on d2. The queen on d2 keeps contact with the bishop on c2, so I can play rook c1, and now this bishop is in trouble. You defended with queen c8, but now I have this powerful move, bishop to b5 check. Rook takes b5, rook takes c2, rook c5, rook takes c5, queen takes c5, rook to c1, and now we see the difference between the pieces. My queen is very active, my rook is playing a very, very important role into the attack. Your king is very, very unsafe. My knight, pretty good piece, I'm threatening to go to g7. So the queen on d2 is much better placed than the queen on e3 because it keeps contact with the bishop on c2. Dania didn't understand that. He still has a pretty decent position. He has a large advantage on the clock, and I think he's going to win. But the nuances in the position are very, very important. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. And Cristian, that move, queen d2, is so against the human instinct. You don't want to walk into those kind of discoveries, but it was the best move for very concrete tactical reasons.
And we have e5, played by Wesley So.
Maurice.
What happens after rook h4, queen d2, rook d1?
Well, the money bet, I knew he was going to find this move, e5. He had to find it, a scintillating move, and it's going to get even more beautiful in this game. Take a look at your main line after e5, rook to h4, queen d2, rook d1. Looks like you gain a tempo, disrupt the attack. The money move, rook to d8, protecting the queen, threatening to capture on d1 and say, what do you got to do? Rook takes. Here, simply rook d2, and there are mate threats abounding on the board. White is simply helpless. The only move that doesn't stop instant mate, well, mate in 8 is what the computers are saying will happen, is this move, and then simply the move c2, or first start with a check. This move, queen f1. Now you can play c2 in this position. The game's over. The game's over. It's black for choice. What to do? Rook to c4 would be the only move. Wait a minute. We're going to just collect your queen in this position. You have to take on c2. Give us this guy, king up, and then simply any move, this one being the simplest. We're going to go down, take everybody. The rook is just dominant. The game is over. The key move, once you play it, rook d8, and that's it. You cement the whole game. And right now we have it right here, still e5. Sorry, I'll go back to this moment. e5, the disruptive move. The rook simply cannot do everything it needs to do. It was great on d4. Just like this queen is fixed to the f3 point, the rook is fixed to the d4 point, and e5 just wins in all lines.
Wow, beautiful stuff, Maurice. A huge, impactful game as Wesley So tied for the lead.
And his clock is also ticking down here, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Let's get a close-up on his clock.
15 minutes to 21.
And maybe he's going to try rook h4. I mean, that's really beautiful, the line with rook to d8. But, you know, he also has to puzzle out what happens after rook g4. Maybe he feels that in some variation he could get some kind of perp with rook takes g7 in the position.
A desperado kind of sacrifice. It's not the move rook h4, but the move rook g4, Jen. That's right. Yeah, you're saying kind of aiming for, I don't know, some hope for perpetual check.
Or knight coming to maybe there's some line with knight coming to e8.
Right.
But it's the same line. It's the
I think
same
it just
line. Everything works with queen d2 and rook d8. As long as he finds that, it's over.
Queen d2.
So just play queen d2 instead, which kind of and so after rook d1 here,
rook d8.
You also have rook d8, and it doesn't matter that we can take on g7 anywhere. There's just
the tactics aren't working. Not even with knight e8. No, the black's pawn
Let's just
on
go to
c3.
f8, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah. Ouch.
After taking the rook, if rook g7, king takes, knight e8, king f8.
Yeah, that's a winner. You know, it was funny, Maurice, because in this game that you were mentioning, rook d8, I was actually thinking you were going to play some. Hold on, in this position there was. What was the continuation? It was rook takes, yeah. Rook takes. It was king f1, right? Yes, this was the line that you were showing, and it was this c2. Yeah, this was just the win. Yes, and you showed the win.
And it's crazy that we don't. Yeah, and even there, rook g7 and knight e8. Just we don't have it. We run out of checks at some point.
You run out of checks immediately. I mean, king f8.
Crazy.
Just king f8. There's no
on.
like, let's do something else. There's just nothing to do.
This is what Jennifer was trying to.
Or knight e8 check for same thing. There's no more checks with the queen. You know, it's so funny because that pawn on c6 is the problem. If we could remove that from the board, then we'd have like nasty ideas with queen a8 check.
Look at this. It's
on the board. Rook h4, no rook g4.
We're going to see something beautiful happen now. This is just fabulous stuff. It didn't have to happen, but after queen d2, when he plays rook d8, bam, he'll be very proud to finally get a win. You know how frustrated he was? We said, oh, you've got the 64 game streak going, Wesley, unbeaten streak. And he said, yeah, I've also gotten a 4-game drawing streak. I can't seem to win a game. And he was frustrated by that. This one, he'll be all smiles. To finally break through in a way like this, I mean, this is beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. And none of this would work, funnily enough, if White's pawn on c6 wouldn't be there, because you couldn't leave the back rank vulnerable by recapturing with the rook. Oops.
That's why it looks like a study. Yeah, that's why I was saying rook d2, queen e8 would be mated.
Right, exactly. Put that pawn on c6 to make this recapture with the rook possible, and then it's all of those back rank mates.
Rook d8. Have you seen a queen sacrifice like this before, Yasser? This is very unusual. There was something kind of similar, not as beautiful, in the game with Tatev playing White against Maggie Feng in a variation.
Yeah.
where she actually won that game, which is hard to remember because Maggie has such a great result. But that was one game that she actually lost to Tatev Abrahamian, where there was this nice line with Queen takes d6.
I recall my friend Larry Christensen showing me a study that he had made. He was inspired by a middle game position where everybody loves sacrificing their queens for mating attacks. And Larry was very, very artistically gifted and tactically minded when it comes to chess attacking positions, had shown me very similar ideas to what we're seeing here. And so just my experience, I am familiar with these kinds of attacks. They're beautiful. Maurice.
There is wild, we're like transfixed by this, but there's just wild chess happening everywhere. The Nakamura game after e4, not the most precise moves by Onishchuk, but Black went for it with this move, and now Rook h2. The Indians wanted Knight c4, Queen e1, and now gf5 is the Indians' first move, saying that Black was just winning in that position, winning a pawn at least in this line. It doesn't look obvious after Queen h5, though it is Black for choice here, although White can still make some defensive possibilities. This did not look appetizing, though, to Onishchuk. So he played Knight c4, Bishop c4, d4, and now Knight d2. And here, again, he could sack an exchange with taking on f5 after Knight here, Queen back, Knight takes, Rook takes, discovered check when the King moves. Grab this guy. Felt like he didn't have to risk it with that move, so he decided instead to play Queen f4, sidestepping that possibility. But this allowed Nakamura, the resourceful Nakamura, to play e6, now a supercharged position. And after e6, he took on f5, and now Naka's taken on f7, his pawn sitting on f7, passed all the way into position. Doesn't look that dangerous after the move Bishop to e6. We would anticipate the Indians now saying that it is White who might be better after Rook f1. Queen takes, Knight here, looking to put the Knight on e5. Crazy position. I'm sure the engine will flip back and forth in terms of its analysis unless we have it settled down. That one's wild. Another one that's just beautiful, but will Ray be able to make it happen, is this position with Ray Robson. He's found, wait a minute, something happened. He found Queen f4 in this. He found Bishop e2. Give him credit. He spent some time, found this move. Rook e8. Now Queen f4. We said Rook d6 was most accurate, but he didn't find it. Instead, he played Queen f4, Rook e6, and then he found the great move, Rook h2, Queen c5. Now he had to find the super brilliant Bishop to f1, but he's in so much time pressure, he decided instead to double rooks. Now the King has run. This is not a bad plan on his part. He's played check, gained some time on the clock. King up to e7. He's ripped off this rook, so no more counterplay. Queen takes on c8, and we have this position on the board. Ray now has an exposed king. He can play queen to b4 with check, and certainly he's going to have some easy moves to play. This king is the thing right now. That's what the Indians are loving about White's position. And Ray, though, 56 seconds right now. Expect queen b4 check any second. He's not going to find a direct, easy win, but there it is, Queen b4 on the board. Big attack, crazy game. It's rich stuff happening all over the tournament hall.
And meanwhile, we have Rook d1 played in the Zhang Wesley So game, and we're going to take a look at Wesley's clock here. He's got less than 2 minutes, but we know that he's seen this beautiful sacrifice, and this could be the moment of the tournament.
Wesley has a lot of time.
It's Jeffrey who has 10 minutes, in fact. And we've got Rook d8. I mean, that could be the move of the tournament for Wesley. And
I've got to say, we have been treated, we've been spoiled to some remarkably beautiful games in this year's U.S. Championship. I mean, just think about how many beautiful games. I mean, that Gadakamsky game against Daniel Naroditsky, the Yaroslav versus Fabiano game, this game that's going on. I mean, we could make a tournament book about these U.S. championships, and it would be a bestseller because we're seeing such great chess being played here this year.
Conceptually, what I love about this move, Rook d8, is that after Rook takes d2, Rook on 8 takes d2. In addition to the c6 pawn blocking the activity, which is just a kind of weird aberration, the nice logical thing about this position is that you often see in positions where you lift the rook, that you get punished later on the back rank. And that's exactly what's happening here.
With White's rook up the board on h4, you're not covering the back rank. Yes.
Exactly, and not only that, but you actually need like 4 moves to get the rook back to civilization, right?
Right.
It's completely blocked.
Yeah, and King G1, the only way to continue the game, but as Maurice pointed out, it's a win for Wesley. Maurice.
Wesley's dominating that game. There's so many important games going on. We're not paying attention to excitement in the women's side as well. Look at this position. A5 by Anna Sharovich. Bishop takes B5. Bishop D7 was her point. She thought that she was winning material in style. Take a look at what she thought. She thought after rook to C5, trade off here, and then, trading off here, and then the move Queen E8. Tactics, winning material. Beautiful little line. Whoops, though, when you think about all the variations, you might miss one of them. Our prover said, what about this move? I sacrifice first. And suddenly, wait a second, what happened here? You're not winning anymore. There are no tactics. All you can do, if you take here, and then take her rook, she takes your bishop, and I've got the extra piece. You look at it, bishop for bishop, bishop and knight versus rook. That's how this position continued, and it's Apurva, although she's gotten her piece on this square. We go to the game position. White is the one who's up a pawn with a very strong bishop and looking to see whether or not she can make hay in this position. That's an important game. The other important game is this one over here. This game between Nazi and Sabina, and Nazi sacrificed with knight d5, queen e6, rook fe1, and e4 was the response. A well-timed return of the pawn, saying, you want to have this pawn, give me this bishop. I'm going to make sure you suffer in this game because I'll have the superior minor piece. She didn't want any of it. She played the move knight to b6 instead. The engine saying, okay, well, what if we just keep the pawn? Now you really better prove you have compensation. So the reigning U.S. champion, women's champion, might be in trouble, and there are going to be other players looking to snap at her heels. Right here, we see Anna Zatonsky in this position. She was up a pawn. She got her pawn now to d6, rook to c6. Dare you to touch that piece and give me these connected pass pawns, and now the move rook to b6. Fighting for her life is Maggie Feng, and hoping it's Anna's weakness this tournament. She has 5 minutes left to play the rest of this game, 15 moves to go. Just wild, entertaining chess. She played rook to c7, as you see there, 5 minutes and 25 seconds. She's got to really buckle down. She has an edge. She's got the opportunity. You know, Anna, in this situation, usually delivers. Can Maggie fight her off while the other position is big trouble indeed for the U.S. women's champion? Incredible games. Tense round happening in round 9.
That's right, and we do have the move on the board. Wesley So has played rook d8, and he's going to win one of the most stunning victories in the U.S. Championship so far. And it looks like Jeffrey's in pain, grimacing now.
The agony of chess.
Yeah, as he's covering his face with his hand. This could be the whole championship. You know, Jeffrey's not having a great tournament, but every loss really stings for this young world junior champion who came into the tournament as one of the highest rated players.
Number 4 rated player in the world.
And there we have him playing knight to d5.
That has no meaning.
Doesn't help,
Zero
unfortunately.
meaning. Rook takes d5, just doesn't change anything.
Yeah, rook takes d5, as Maurice has been mentioning throughout. You can't. Your queen, the white queen on f3 is actually fixed to the square because of the checkmate's threats. You can't take that queen, and after rook takes, you've just transposed right back into Maurice's main line.
Without a knight.
Without a knight.
If only we could also move the pawn forward with a tempo.
Exactly.
Then we'd be talking.
Well, you do that in blitz, right? You play knight d5 while simultaneously nudging your pawn up to the c7 square.
That's a good hustle move, yeah.
Hey, I'm learning it from the Brooklynite.
And there it is. Rook takes
d5 on the board.
It is resignable now. Scintillating victory.
And this will bring Wesley So most likely into a clear lead in the championship, and his rivals will really be chasing him.
But guess who's being outplayed? Var Akobian is outplaying Fabiano Caruana in their setup.
Right.
And Var, remember we said the strategy in that game, while this game is continuing wildly, of course, but in the other one, The strategy for VAR was to make sure that he didn't get in any trouble against Fabi and let Fabi reach for something. Fabi did reach, and now he's slightly worse. And Varuzhin looking to see how he can build on the pressure he has in that game. Big time possibility to beat Fabiano Caruana, but they're both having some issues with the clock.
Right.
VAR at 9 minutes now and counting. And he needs to play very slowly, it turns out, in this position. Expand with the move. B4 is what the engines are saying right now. Just, Shay, I got the space. I got the D-file dominated. You have zero attack. You got nothing. Look at your bishop on H8. That was the last move, reminiscent of Fabi playing Queen H8, the game against Yaroslav. This is good for white. Look, optically, positionally, just good, but not good on the clock. Can he keep some? Can he accentuate the pressure so he can maybe win the game and catch Wesley So, who's about to win his?
That's right, and we've got a lot of strong reactions coming from Wesley fans. Chess Analyst says, impressive Wesley. Somebody is calling for gold coins to be thrown on Wesley's board.
The throwback to the old Marshall days when Frank Marshall played a move, and that was the Queen G3 moves where he put his queen on pre to 3 separate white pieces, and the spectators in Monaco had thrown, it was actually the gold chips that they had thrown to applaud Frank Marshall.
Well, if you're looking for that game, just Google Queen G3 and it'll pop right up.
100%.
And
one for the ages.
Greg Shahade for U.S. Chess says that we're witnessing one of the greatest games in U.S. Chess Championship history between Wesley and Jeffrey. So big claim there.
And we've got another knight F2, by the way, by one Bobby Fischer.
Robert Byrne.
Against Robert Byrne, knight F2, scintillating victory. That one was not as spectacular in its visuals as this one, but certainly one of the deepest sacrifices you've ever seen. But now reminiscent, another knight F2, fantastic shot. And Paikidze and Foyser have somehow drawn in the pressure cooker of that position. We'll have to look to see why that came about, but they have drawn, both of them ducking each other now. That one in the books, and so a lot of tension at the top.
It looks like Sabina missed her best chance. Just the moment you left it, Maurice, instead of playing the move that you had recommended, keep your extra unit. Play the move Rook E8, defending the pawn on E4, and when she played this move Rook D8, immediately all the pieces got vacuumed and they were in a drawn position. Maurice.
Another position of very important moment. Shabalov blundered against Naroditsky right here. He played queen takes E6. F takes E6 is the right move. Keep your structure together. Queen takes E6. Naroditsky said, no problem. I'll back out. I didn't even think I would get this great, juicy pawn structure of yours. I mean, look at this. I say juicy in air quotes. What is that? And then an immediate mistake following up with the move bishop to A4, and the Indians are now giving a straight cold win. Rook C5, DC5, rook to E1. Wow. And you look at this board, and you just got to cry for the black position. He's caught out there with bishops going to be some kind of discovery in the position. King caught in the middle, bad pawn structure, horrible position for Shabalov.
Wow,
so funny.
Big turnaround in two moves there. Sorry, Jennifer.
Oh, I was just going to say that Cristian earlier called F5 the move of the round. Of course, that was before Rook D8 was played, so Cristian can be excused. But wow, do we have some creative chess today.
And Danya looks to be in agony, even though he was actually winning. He had his head down over his arms there, but he has played... what an enterprising event he's played. He's brought opening surprises and novelties to many of his games, and I've really enjoyed his play. Did you know, by the way, he was a straight A student at Stanford?
Well, I can tell that you're a fan of Daniel Naroditsky.
I'm just in awe of this young man, and he keeps growing taller and taller than me as well. I mean, now it's amazing. He's a great player.
Yeah, we're all proud of him. I mean, he's such a smart kid. In addition to being a grandmaster playing in the championship against some of the best players in the world, he's also a Stanford student and an author of some highly acclaimed books. So you can check those out. Just find them on U.S. Chess Sales, or you also can get them at the St. Louis Chess Club bookstore, I believe. And we've got a...
Since we had a draw in the crucial matchup between Sabina and Naji, I'm just looking at the game of Maggie Fang. She's been on the back foot in her game against Anna Zatansky. Anna's pieces look really good, and she has a material advantage. Looks like Maggie is going to have a really, really hard time saving the position, but it could be an illusion. No, I really like Anna's position.
I agree, and that would put Anna within striking distance, but she was a full point behind going into the round.
But
so it's
Irina.
Draw, it's Irina who could catch up, so we'll have to check in on her game. But right now, we've got a leader of the U.S. Women's Championship with us, Sabina Foyger.
Yes, indeed. A rich game today Sabina had with the reigning champion, Nazi Paikidze. Sabina, this was a tough one. There were so many complications. What were your thoughts when you were playing?
I thought I was a little bit worse at some point, but I tried to just defend, and I think towards the end I got a slight advantage, but I played fast because I kept thinking that I was worse, and then I think I could have been slightly better if instead of at the end rook d8, maybe I would have played rook c to e8
right,
and try to keep the pawn on the board, and I think it's better for me. I don't think it's winning, but definitely would have kept some more pressure.
Yeah, you'd have still been sitting down there playing the game for sure. All right, well, you got a draw against her with the black pieces. That's not a bad result in this round.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good result. I was hoping, to play well, and I think I played a good game. Of course, I have to analyze it and see if I made any mistakes, but I think draw is a good result.
2 games to go. What are your thoughts going into the last 2 rounds?
Still, same as before, take 1 game at a time, and yeah, it's good that there are 2 more games only.
It's been a long tournament.
Yes, it's been a long tournament.
We'll give you a chance to rest. Thanks very much for joining us. Good luck
you.
in the rest of the games.
Thanks.
Sabina, I got a quick question for you. First
Sure.
of all, I think you played a very good game. I really, really I was admiring many of your moves. And specifically, I'm going to draw your attention to move 19, because doubtlessly this was going through your mind as well. You ended up taking with a knight and keeping your 2 bishops, which I think is a very practical decision. But Maurice and I were very eager for you to play the move bishop takes d5. In case she would recapture with a knight, then we liked these 2 pieces very much. In a move like f5, we thought you would be for choice. If Naji had recaptured with the pawn, then we simply liked the move h6. And we just, in practical terms, maybe it's not a big advantage or anything like that, our preference is for white. Probably you had this, for black, pardon me. Probably you had the same idea that already things were going your way, but you didn't capture with the bishop. Could you tell us why?
Yes, I was considering this. I spent quite some time. I actually considered queen e6 as well, but I think the tactics ideas after bishop g5 don't really work, if my calculations were correct.
Right.
Because my rook in d8 will always be hanging.
Exactly.
So I was, my first initial thought that I calculated this variation some time ago, and I was planning to take with the bishop, but after pawn takes in h6, pawn takes, I thought.
Yep.
h6, I thought that I'm having trouble finding a good spot for my knight in f6. That was the reason why I have decided to keep my bishop, because I thought with the bishop it would do a little bit more than the knight, but I might be wrong. That was my...
You were anxious to take with the bishop in order... anxious to take with the knight in order to get rid of it and maybe play f7, f5.
To be able to play f5 faster, but maybe there is a way to place the knight on a better square. Just, it felt to me that, the pawn takes h6. I considered it, but I'm not sure
then
how
you were worried that maybe if your knight's not on a great square.
Oh, the knight can go to f5, and the d6 knight can go to d4, it looks like.
Yeah.
And that other knight might end up on d6 itself, although it's not going to be that quick because of the pressure on the e-pawn.
Right, so maybe bishop e3 now, and for white, and if I capture, maybe even pawn takes. I wonder if it works.
I like, this note, the pawn on e5. No.
Okay.
No. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Okay, very interesting game. Seriously, I think you're playing great chess. In this game especially, I just liked your maneuvers tremendously. Bravo. Just great stuff. Really neutralized the reigning champion who had the white pieces.
Thank you.
Right, and we've got 2 rounds to go, and she's tied for the lead. We have an interesting desperado sacrifice in Jeffrey Zhang's game against Wesley, so it's not going to change the result, but
at least there's one beautiful variation that goes in Jeffrey Zhang's. He's played rook takes d5, and then after rook d4, I was saying, wouldn't it be cool if we could, in some variation, get c7 in? Where here it is, Yasser. We finally get one variation where we get to play c7. So if pawn takes d4.
All right, pawn takes d4.
I still can't play queen takes d5 because there's checkmate in two different ways, queen f2 and queen d1. But if I play c7 now, now you can't play rook c5 because I finally have that queen a8 check I've been begging for the last 10 moves, right?
Yeah.
Finally, we find a winning line for Jeffrey Zhang, right?
Right.
But unfortunately, there are two pieces that could take on d4. So instead of e takes d4, but that's pretty cool, right? We finally find a variation where c7 actually does something, right?
Yeah, if there was a most beautiful game prize or the brilliancy, I mean, Jeffrey is doing his best to contribute, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. So takes on d4, c7. You can't push back with a rook because of rook d8, but you can play rook takes d4, and this, of course, is the problem because now there's a checkmate on d1.
Rats.
No, but e4. ED4 here.
Sorry, E5 takes D4, yes?
No, rook D4
sorry.
is the best one.
Oh,
Did you guys look at this variation? Rook takes D4, pawn takes.
He's saying pawn takes d4.
Pawn takes D4, sorry.
No,
we haven't looked at this variation
now we
yet.
have e4 or...
Well, C7.
That'll get you a chance to play C7.
I
C2,
think I might just trade and is this completely winning? It's not that clear, is it? I mean, at least this pawn's still on the board. Sharp stuff. Black is better, but
queen takes d1 though is
So queen takes d1 in this position after rook takes d4, and
it's over.
And we do.
He played it. He played it. Look at that. It happened.
We have rook takes d4, e takes d4, and queen takes d1. That is how the game finished.
Wow. Take a look at that scintillating line.
So rook takes d4, and now after e takes d4, queen takes d1.
And Jeffrey threw in the towel at these parts because he saw C2.
A new pawn being annoying. That stupid D pawn now. If only we could get rid of that D pawn.
It's the
play
D
queen
pawn.
d8 mate. First it was the C pawn, now it's the D pawn.
This has study-like qualities. This is a beautiful.
So now with queen c1, there's just rook to b1, and after c7, you can just
I get
play.
To queen for. I get to queen.
You can just
first.
queen first after rook c1 check, king f2, king g1. You can just play rook g1 checker.
Yep, and queen.
And that's the end of a very
Beautiful
spectacular game in the championship, which could determine the winner.
Yes.
And another game that could have determined the winner, but it didn't because there's a standstill now. Nazi Paikidze, the reigning champion and now tied for first.
Yes, she has been leading for a while, but she has a co-leader that she couldn't put down today. Nazi was a difficult game, very complex game. There was a lot of stuff on the board for quite a long time. What were your thoughts at different points during this game? Did you think you were worse at any point?
Yes, so I think she was better prepared today than I was. I did not remember this line she played, and it felt like I was worse, although not much. So it's close to equal, but it's a little bit unpleasant to play for me. So there's not much you can do when your opponent is better prepared and doesn't make any mistakes.
You played this move D6 at some point. That would seem like a moment where you said, I've got to do something right now because I may be much worse soon.
Yes, if I didn't play d6, my position is just really unpleasant. She's going to play queen b4, and because of my pawn structure on the queen side, pawns b2 and a4, I am worse. So I had to complicate position a little bit and force a draw.
Now, when you play d6, there is a line after knight takes, knight d5, queen e6, rook e1, e4, and this moment here, she could put a rook on e8 instead to really test the position. What did you have planned for this?
Honestly, I didn't see rook e8 either. I don't know why I wouldn't see it. It's such a simple move. Yeah, she defends the pawn, and I guess knight d7, queen d7, rook d1. She can play f5, and I'm down a pawn, but it's probably not that bad yet for white. I still have chances to draw.
It is a pawn sitting there. Yasser, you know, would be licking his chops at such a pawn.
Yeah, she's not risking anything here.
She wouldn't risk. All right, so certainly a close call. but you're still tied for first. You got a couple more rounds to go. What are your thoughts about the final 2 rounds as you're still tied going into it?
Anything can happen in these last 2 rounds, so I'm going to just try to concentrate on the games and not think about the results.
You have Tatev next round. Big game. How are you going into that one?
Yes, tomorrow is a tough game. I'm black with Tatev, and it could be a decisive game.
And your thoughts going in?
As always, I'll try my best. I don't think Tatev has any chances for the first anymore, but she's an aggressive player. She'll try to push, and we'll see what happens.
All right, a big rivalry game there because she could have won the championship last year if she hadn't fallen apart near the end. So this will be a big matchup for the ladies. Thanks very much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice. Big developments in the game of Anna Zatansky versus Maggie. Anna has pushed her deep on through and won a piece. It looks like Anna Zatansky is going to wrap things up here in Game 9 against Maggie Fang.
And then she'll only be half a point behind the leaders. So Irina Krush also needs to win today to stay at pace, not to stay at pace, but actually to catch up with the leaders. So that's a hugely important game for our standings, and it seems like that's Irina with some exciting prospects. But first we have interview with Grandmaster Wesley So, number 2 in the world, and playing an absolutely stunning game today.
A sparkling game. Wesley, we're not worthy.
Well, we know that Bobby Fischer famously played Knight F2 in his brilliant game against Robert Byrne many years ago. This today, Knight F2, will go down as one of the greatest games in U.S. Championship history. Wesley So playing a fantastic idea, crashing through, sacrificing your queen. Wesley, you must have been very amused and excited when you saw these lines are suddenly being generated involving this queen sacrifice with rook to d8.
Yeah, unfortunately it worked. It worked well for me. I mean, black. It seems to work perfectly after Knight F2 is best try, probably Knight A6 on the 22nd move. But anyway, it's all very difficult to calculate. And he saw this line where his queen is on F3 and seems like white has everything protected and black has nothing better than to go for a draw. But fortunately, I have some tricks with C3 and then ideas even like E5 and then even strange ideas like G5, H5, G4 just to remove his queen away from the F3. So overall, I think it's a good game. And first of all,
good game.
What?
I was saying it's like one of your better games.
Oh, my better games.
I mean, just E5, beautiful.
Oh, E5.
It just to be down a piece, but to show that your attack works so well.
Yeah, this battery on the 7th rank is really hard to fight against. I mean, even if I'm on the white side, I prefer to be black because queen and rook, his queen cannot move. I mean, if his queen cannot even move one square because then it's checkmate. That's why all these interesting ideas, G5, H5, G4, but unfortunately it doesn't work, but E5 is sufficient enough. And, and yeah, I'd like to thank the Lord for a win because before this game I really didn't have much expectations, how hard it is to win with black, especially against my pet line, the Catalan. So, but Jeffrey is a good kid and he's really talented and he's improved a lot. If you notice, he only started playing chess like 7 years ago, and he's improved by leaps and bounds. He's gained he gained around 300 points in a bit more than 3 years. So it's really, really impressive, and I'm sure these losses will he's got 3 losses in the tournament, but will help him learn and get better for the future and also the upcoming Olympiad next year.
Absolutely, but for yourself, this was a big win. You hadn't lost a game in 64 tries, but you were saying you hadn't won a game for a little while either. So to win the game,
I broke my drawing streak.
Your 4-game drawing streak in this tournament. This game will go down definitely in history, but you still have a tournament left to play. You got 2 more rounds to go.
Nothing is done until the last game is over, but it's obviously a much needed win.
You get the ultra solid Gadakomsky tomorrow. He's won 5 of these titles. What are your thoughts going into that game?
Well, again, every game is really hard, and of course, Gata is a legendary player. He's been around for forever. As I saw online a few years back, when he was 16 years old, he was already in the top 10. And here he is, he's still playing, and you know, he seems to have a resurgence the last few games. I'm not sure how he's doing right now, but every game is tough. So I mean, today was.
He drew his game today, by the way.
Oh, he finished already?
Yes.
I didn't think. I thought they'd play for a bit more, but maybe the Berlin is just a draw.
You noticed that. Berlin as well.
Yeah, that's
all right, well,
said.
I can only say congratulations. Yasser was saying we're not worthy of seeing games like this. We did see you do something spectacular against Gary Kasparov in Blitz. This reminds me of that today.
I'm really saddened that we don't have that Blitz thing this year. Where's Gary when you need him?
Well, you're enjoying yourself, it seems, right now after such a fantastic victory. Congratulations, sir, on a great game, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Wesley, our congratulations as well. It's fantastic. Let's take a look at the standings that we currently have after this result. Jennifer.
Well, Wesley So currently a point ahead, but Varuzhinakovian's game is still in play. So, of course, if he draws or wins that game, he will be closer to Wesley. But, man, Wesley could run away with it now. I mean, this was a huge victory for him with black pieces. And we're getting huge reaction from the online audience and spectators who say that this is absolute brilliancy, spectacular win, spectacular being thrown around a lot here with this game. Just very impressive, and it'll be tough for anyone to catch Wesley now, not just because of how many points he has, but because of how he's playing.
Well, and how he's playing, holy cow. 65 games in a row without a loss, including some beautiful wins like today, coupled with that effortless style that has just made his streak so impressive. I just wanted to say, I'm looking at the game of Hikaru versus Onishuk. Hikaru's just spitting out pawn after pawn and pawn. I think he sacrificed 4 pawns back to back. Maurice.
And it looks like he just sacrificed a piece. Is that what I'm seeing? Knight takes d5. Knight takes d5, a enterprising sacrifice. And the Indians are saying that you cannot take this piece because of rook takes d5, and he gets in queen e8. So just coming back to orient myself after knight takes d5, but the Indians are saying that this move, knight takes d5, is not the best move because of queen to g7. And now we see more energy. Again, are we seeing these attacks on the 7th rank? I haven't seen so many rooks end up on the 7th rank. Remember yesterday, Akobian could have doubled his rook on the 7th rank. Now we're seeing it happening over and over on these boards. Queen g7 threatening mate on this square, and after knight to c3, best move. Give me this pawn, and you look at the board. Nakamura is just down 2 pawns, hoping for compensation in this position. He does have some, according to the Indians, queen e5, rook to e8. And this is what's going on right now. Queen has gone to g7. Let me go back. The queen is on g7. The knight is on c3. And we're waiting for queen takes f7 by Onishuk. The most critical thing about this situation right now, Nakamura has 2 minutes and 53 seconds left on his clock. He has about 7 moves. Make that 6 moves left to make. And he is in heavy time pressure with no chance to win this game. There's no advantage for him. The rock-solid Onishuk, the Iron Man, we know he's an athlete. Onishuk, he is bearing down right now, and Nakamura feverishly looking for some possibility. He cannot lose this game. He loses this game, his tournament is done. It's simply over. He's not catching Wesley or the other potential leaders. So he cannot afford that. He must get a draw to have any chance. But this game looks bad for him. He has to come up with some kind of witchcraft that he's famous for.
And meanwhile, in the women's championship, we have big news. Maggie Feng has lost her game to Anna Zatansky. So Anna now in the hunt for the championship. But even more crucially, Irina Krush. She's
also
got
lurking.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a great position against Carissa Yip, and not just lurking. If she wins that game, she catches up, and it's a 3-way tie for first with 2 rounds to go.
Wow, wow, wow. It's been an eventful round and great games. I'm just kind of thrown back by the game of Hikaru and Onishuk. I'll just bring up this position after move 27. You kind of look at optically how many pawns are in the position. Well, watch this. After the move E6, there goes one pawn. There goes another pawn. There goes another pawn. And this pawn, I think they have some moves already played. How did that line go? Knight takes d5, I believe, was what Maurice was saying. Queen here.
Knight c3 and then queen f7.
And that's the 4th pawn. So 4 pawn sacrifices.
And now queen e5 played with just, I think, just a couple minutes on the clock.
Have we seen Hikaru in this type of time trouble? I can't remember seeing him. I mean, he's a great blitz player, don't get me wrong. But in classical chess, he's usually so far ahead on the time clock, I don't really remember. I mean, of course, he gets into time
sometimes
trouble.
Gets into time pressure, yeah.
But it's rare for
especially
me.
against a low-rated player.
Yeah. And in this particular case, his back is to the wall. Both of these men came into this round at +1, chasing the leaders who were on +2. They were looking for a victory. If Alex were to win, he'd get to +2. He'd be right behind Wesley. Maurice, crazy things happening.
Crazy indeed. Time pressure there. Even more time pressure in the game between Varuzha Jacobian and Fabiano Caruana. Both of them now 1 minute 46 for Fabi, 3 minutes 54 for Var, and they have to make 10 more moves from this position. Look at that time situation after the move. Bishop f6 by Fabi. It's blitz time. They have to make 10 moves and not drop any pieces, not blunder any random checks. This is a horrible situation for both players. Var with the advantage on the D file, but anything could happen. Absolutely anything.
It can't be horrible for both players. That's a zero-sum game.
Look, it's a bad deal. Either one of you could blunder, so you got to both be sweating it out. It's not like you're happy right now. One of you is going to mess up. There's a guillotine waiting, and it's called the ticking clock. And you're going to make some mistake, and whoosh, there's going to go. And you can't afford to lose now. If Fabi loses now, it's over.
Right.
I mean, he's got no chance of catching Wesley if he loses this game. Just none. Var will be a point behind Wesley.
Half a point.
If
he's at +2.
No, if Var loses.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
If he wins, he's tied still.
Right.
So he wants to win. If he loses, he's a point behind. He has some chance maybe to catch Wesley, or doesn't look likely. But if Fabi loses, Fabi's not catching Wesley. That's not going to happen. Unless a miracle would have to happen.
So this last move in this position is far from dull either. After bishop to f6. What moves can White consider here? I mean, what happens if we play? So we can't really play rook d4. I was trying to just see if there's any ways we could, like, rook d4. You have
knight d3.
Yeah, I thought you had knight d3.
This is the problem. You don't get the chance to play knight takes d3 because the exchange is actually happening in this case. It's this move knight d3 that stops an otherwise winning move. For White.
And then instead White's just played queen to d2, assessing that there's no good way for Black to take advantage of that rook, the bishop being lined up against the rook, because the Black rook doesn't really have any good squares to go to.
Well, I think from Black's point of view, what Black really wants to do is play the move g5, try to get this knight off the square f4. If you were to go back, well, then I've got what I wanted, which was to bring my knight to d3.
Knight h5.
Exactly. Knight h5 is, and what the move queen d2 is designed to do is to combat this line of play for White.
Var just made a mistake, guys.
Queen d2?
Queen d2, it looks attractive, but look what it does. And Fabi found the reason why. It looked attractive attacking the pawn on a4. The pawn couldn't be defended, but who wants to defend it when you can play a4 in this position? a4 is ideal, and Var is going to feel the heat of this move. He forced the move on himself. Like I said, bad situation for both players. It's time for mistakes to creep in. Now he can't take the pawn on a4 because of knight to c4. So he was not actually attacking the pawn at all. He's just allowed this possibility. He's put his queen actually into the fork. So now he's going to have to stop and look at what he's done with queen d2, a4 on the board, and his time is now ticked to under 2 minutes. He has to accept the fact that he's going to give this pawn the square up, maybe play queen
C3?
to c2, or even c3 allows a check and you lose your queen, maybe.
Or king's on f1.
Oh, the king's on f1. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Yes, you're right. You're right. But still, by the way, in Nakamura's game, Nakamura is played badly in time pressure. He is in trouble as well after queen f8. He played queen d6, queen f8, offering a trade, and now all Onishchuk has to do is get rid of these queens and count them, guys. After the rook moves, that's 2 extra buttons, and white not showing any compensation. Nakamura's in trouble. Looks busted, as a matter of fact. Nakamura could go down in this game. And look at him. He's looking up, and he can feel it. He knows it. Queen takes on d6, trade off queens, and go right into the endgame. Onishchuk does not have to be invited twice to do that. 32 seconds left for Nakamura. I'm sorry, 2 minutes left for Nakamura now. 2 minutes and 1 second. The rook leaves, and how do you justify being down 2 pawns? You've got to pray you got some kind of trickery here. This looks horrible for Naka.
And we've seen Onishchuk being great in this tournament with defense in games where he's worse. How about converting in an endgame where he's winning? We're going to find out today.
He'll be happy to have such a test. But really, I got to stay with this game between VAR and Fabi because it's so critical to our overall championship.
I agree. And they both have a minute left on the clock.
Wow.
And queen c2 was played, trying to cover that c4 square up, not allowing those tactics with a...
But it was a big blunder, this move, queen d2. And again, the stresses of the time trouble, the ticking clock, queen d2, retracing his steps, and now a better pawn structure after ab3. Not forced, by the way. ab3, queen b3. Does Fabi have a follow-up to that error that was just made by VAR?
And we have a couple more moves on the board. They have taken on b3 twice, and now it's Fabi to move, and he's got 39 seconds left.
Look at him ticking down.
7 moves left to make, trying to come up with a...
And he desperately, he wants to play g5,
Whoa.
but it just doesn't work.
What was that?
He played knight to d7, dropping back with his knight, looking forward to grubbing that pawn on c5.
So
is that a blunder?
No, it's not a blunder.
Well, wait a minute. Why? Queen takes b7?
Oh, because
Knight
after
takes
you have
e5?
queen takes e7 here.
Correct,
right?
Jennifer.
No.
You're looking at the same ideas that I'm looking at.
He's not going to fall for that.
No,
he's going to play. He has the choice now. But wait a minute. Why is that right? Queen takes b7. Queen takes c5. Rook takes d7.
Whoa.
And
it's getting crazy, guys.
And because of mate threats to you, bishop takes b2 is playable. There's not quite mate. But it's perpetual.
Because of queen c1 check.
Because
that
queen
king on
c1
f1.
check.
If you dare say 0-0-0, Maurice,
it's 0-0.
It could be 0-0-0 on someone's clock.
It's perpet.
No.
It's perpet. Knight d7, queen b7 is a draw. It's just a draw after queen c5 if you take. And look at the clocks, though. Forget about the clock. 25 seconds and counting down for VAR. He must be in shock right now. What's happening?
Trying to figure out if he can take that pawn on b7.
By the way, the threat's knight c5 as well. Oh, his bishop is hanging too. So he's going to make a decision.
And he's reaching for the b pawn, but knight
10
c5.
seconds left on his clock. 9, 8, 7, and
queen c2. Oh no!
Just back to c2.
I don't think that was a very good move. I'm taking black's position now. I think Fabi has bluffed him.
Come on, that's 6 moves to make with 46 seconds left.
Wow!
How do we know who's going to win this? This is crazy right now.
At the moment, we can't take on c5 because f6 there's an overextension of the queen on f5, right? So it's not hanging yet.
But the simple move, king
g7, that has been played.
Just defending the bishop and, eyeballing the c5 pawn, saying, look, I'm waiting for an opportunity to play queen takes c5. I'll be a pawn up. And look at that, 23 seconds.
Again.
That pressure of the
Slightly better for
ticking
black
clock.
according to the engines. That's
Only
all.
slightly.
Only slightly.
I wouldn't have guessed. I would have said a lot.
No, only slightly.
And,
he has
and
moves
VAR
like
fans are
A4.
having heart attacks. 9.
But he's backing up. The way he's doing this is weird. He's backing all his pieces up. The last few moves have not been impressive by VAR. And right now, the pawn on C5 is completely in take. Knight takes on C5.
Absolutely.
Actually, his last move just hung mate on the back rank.
So,
and after
fact,
bishop takes f6, we can play queen f6 instead of king f6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's that. No, he can't.
There's queen a1,
He can't. Actually,
queen
no,
c1.
So the pawn is just hanging straight, so he can play king takes, it looks like.
King
Knight
takes,
takes c5, bishop f6, king takes f6, and there is no danger to him. Whoa, queen c5 was not included on the list that I can remember. Queen c5, yeah, he's still okay. Fabi is calculating this quite sharply, and now bishop f6, king f6, and he's stolen a pawn as Caruana. After king f6, it is advantage black here, although his king looks a bit dangerous, but this 2800 player is going for it, saying, I'm okay. I've calculated it all. You've got nothing.
I've calculated it all. What about queen b2 check now, trying to go after the b7 pawn again?
Remember, you can't, but you can't, because the back rank is going to be a problem. Queen e5 will happen.
Now, you just
now I genuinely do have this nasty queen a1 check.
Black is owning the game right now.
Queen takes c5.
VAR is going to kick himself. What to do?
Time trouble, Maurice. Time trouble.
Time pressure, of course.
Well, it worked out for the better player in time pressure here.
It worked out for the higher rated player, not the better player.
Hey, you don't want to time ticking down. It needs a move.
Well, Caruana has.
Then 5.
Knight c3.
Ooh. By the way, result in the ladies' Tatev won her game.
Right, important result. King f2, queen e5, and now knight c3 on the board. I think you have the wrong position.
I do.
No queen b2 check.
Yeah, well, we got the right position here, and after king to
c3.
g7, the position, he's just simply down a pawn. He's pinned on the c file. His a pawn is hanging.
It's gone.
He played terribly in time pressure, and the pressure just keeps building on him. He doesn't know what to do.
No, VAR was rattled badly by his intended move, queen d2. He thought he was just picking up a pawn. He was doing really well. And when Fabi tossed out a4, it just, he got rattled.
And he's played the move king g1, removing himself from some of those checkmate threats.
Now,
he's going to try to play queen.
They're going to make time control, but it's just a juicy extra pawn. By the
Queen
way,
a5 is a cruncher, apparently, before taking a second pawn.
Yeah.
The a pawn is about to hang as well. The engines also give queen takes a3 as a possibility, but queen a5 gains a move, then you get queen takes, and you're close to the time control. But it's all over.
It's going to be 2 pawns or just a simple winning rook and pawn.
Let's look at the knocker game. He's just made move 40, and he's down 2 pawns.
Oh, he hasn't yet won one of them back. Oh, dear.
One of nothing back. He's not winning anybody back.
Oh, dear.
Ever.
Oh, dear.
Ever. He's just down. He's made time control. He's just down 2 pawns right now. Looks like a lost position for Nakamura. Looks like his chances for winning this championship are about to go up in smoke.
That's not a club you want to join. Varuja Nakobian and Nakamura in the down 2 pawns club right now, as Caruana has just snapped off a3.
Exactly, and it's a real pity for VAR's fans because he was playing a really fine game. As you saw earlier in the middle game before this whole time trouble crept up, I mean, basically Fabi was playing bishop h8 to g7 and back and forth, just trying to hold on for dear life. The time trouble came, and all the tactics worked very, very well for Fabi, and he's going to win the game.
And I'm not shocked by that because Caruana has been in time pressure in so many events in the past, and he has so much more experience at these elite level rapid events where he knows how to play with a 30-second increment. And
that experience of playing under time trouble, under the ticking clock, and how vital that is. After the move, queen takes a3, we did see a move by VAR. It was queen to d2, and the simple very solid, very deadly. And now Fabi's accuracy comes into play with this move, knight f6. No threats to black's king whatsoever. Queen d4 posting up, but the queen can easily be dislodged here. I'm sorry to say that although the players will make time control, the end result, Fabi is winning.
Well, how do you dislodge the queen? So we're threatening rook d6.
Let's say we'll start with rook e. Well, we'll start with rook e6. Maybe we'll go back to with queen, and then we're just going to go c5.
And at least try to extend the game by playing like rook c8 and queen d8.
Well, that's why I'm saying whether you go rook c8 or queen b or rook b8, I'm going to go queen e7, Jen. I'm as solid as a rock.
Two connected.
And now the time control will be reached, and you know we could even see VAR throwing in the towel. In fact, time control has been reached, and he's played after the moves queen a1 check and king h2 thrown in by Fabi to make sure that he can analyze the game with plenty of time. And now we have another player who is catching up in the women's championship, Anna Zatonski.
Yeah, she won a few minutes ago. We had to keep her waiting because it was just such a tense game. Sorry about that. We apologize, Anna. But you did win a powerful game today. Were you surprised by Maggie Fang's choice of opening? She just seemed to gift you a pawn right at the beginning.
If I would be surprised, I would be in time pressure after move 10. Yeah. No,
I mean, when I say surprised, I don't mean that you were shocked by her, how good her preparation was, but that you were surprised that she just gives you a pawn essentially right out of the opening.
I think she had compensation. Yeah, that's my feeling, that she didn't play well after giving up pawn, but I think she could play something better than she did. Yeah.
Do you think she prepared to get to this position? It seems like she took quite some time in the opening.
This is a good question. Yeah, because okay, the position is kind of known, and like I was looking many lines, and this line I just very quickly, and I don't know.
It's supposed to be good for white, though. This variation.
Yeah, it should be. But I think after queen c7, the move I expected, maybe there is some compensation for her.
Okay, so you weren't confident yet, but then pretty soon you had a dominant position. I mean, very soon after that, it took about 4 or 5 moves, and suddenly you were crashing in with d6.
On dominant position, I would say after rook c6.
Right.
Yeah, before rook c6, it was not so obvious, I think.
Right, you got this great position after d6, rook c6. Well, d6 looked pretty good also, by the way.
What is pretty, besides rook c6 good?
No, I was just saying...
Here I spent a lot of time because I was thinking about knight takes d7, the other, no, not here.
No, you were saying, Anna, that you expected
I think here, queen c7, I was thinking, yes. What do you think about this move?
I agree with you. There's compensation.
The Indians give this as the best move, although they say white is still up a pawn. But certainly there's compensation in the dark square bishop.
Mm-hmm.
It's after queen d6 that you got your advantage. Yeah. Here, it's nice for white.
What about move? I was thinking maybe here rook, queen d1, rook d1, and rook c8. Then I have b6. Sorry, yes, b6 I can exchange at least. But still, even here, I think maybe something like rook. But maybe b6 I have, or some like f3 and then b6.
This just looks so good. Like there's just a line, empty bishop, empty dark square bishop.
Extra.
It's just a question is whether or not you win, not if she has any chances here. Well, the leaders did not. Neither one of the leaders won their game.
Mm-hmm.
It was a draw, so that pulls you within half a point with 2 rounds to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a long tournament, I know. I can see it on your face. But I've got to ask the question, Anna. What are your thoughts going into the next 2 games?
Actually, I didn't even check standings because, like Mike Wallet, I must play my best chess, which so far I'm not playing. I think it was impact of the first game when I was blundering checkmate and won, and then I played cautious. Just I'm afraid to blunder something. Yes.
Well, you can't be afraid in the next 2 games. You have Sabina Foiser. And Tateb Abrahamian in the next 2 games. What's your thought about going up against these 2 great players?
I don't know. We'll try to calm down, enjoy your chess, and play best what I can. And still, it's maybe more important to enjoy a game, to enjoy a wonderful time in St. Louis, which I really... It's a very, very nice place. And what else I can do? Enjoy chess. I won already 4 years championship, and now it's time to relax, enjoy me. I will try my best, but if I will not win, I think I will survive.
The ever smiling Anna Zatonsky, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for waiting as well in that crazy time control. Good luck in your other 2 games.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Anna. Thank you, Maurice. And how do these results in the women's section affect our current standings? Because Arena Crush is on the better side of a night ending. Jennifer.
That's right. Irina Crush is now probably going to win, and she's going to be in a tie for first with Nazi Paikidze and Sabina Voiger. Meanwhile, Anna Zatonsky will be only half a point behind. And so big changes there at the women's championship. Tatev actually just won her game against Emily Nguyen, bringing her back up to a plus score of 5 out of 9.
A real sprint to the finish, isn't it? It seems like the entire U.S. Olympic team is actually, should Arena win, be leading the competition.
That's right, but Irina in her final 2 games plays against Katerina Nemtsova and Anna Sharovich. And if you look at Nazi's pairings, she's playing against Tatev and Jennifer Yu. So it'll be really interesting to see who can get 2 wins, because that might be what it takes.
Tatev playing role of a spoiler, perhaps. She's in our studio with Maurice.
We are with one of the finest women players in the country, Tatev Abrahamyan, who's had a rocky tournament so far. Tatev, you must not have been pleased with your play, but at least you picked up a win and still somewhere near the top in this tournament.
No, I don't think it's realistic at this point.
Realistic of winning the tournament?
No, not winning, even finishing, I don't know, top 3 maybe even.
Well, let's just start by talking about today's game. What were your thoughts on the game throughout?
I just got a nice attack and didn't really get anything going. I think maybe I messed up at some point when I took on G3. Maybe I could just double on the F file. My position just felt so powerful.
We have the diagram here as you had a solid position to start, but then you slowly started building your attack on that side, F4.
Yeah, I mean, E3 is, I don't know.
E3.
But I mean, since the rook is not on F1, F4 is just going to be so strong, and then queen goes to H5, knight F6. I thought she should play C5 instead of knight D2, because I thought I can't take. No, before. Yeah, I thought she has C5. No, yeah, C5. Because if takes, knight takes, I think she has knight E5. Yeah, take queen A3. This doesn't look pleasant. Yeah, so I thought she should do that and get some counter play, some play on the queen side right away. Obviously, I'm going to ignore it, but I thought that literally is the C file.
Right, thematic break on the queen side.
Right.
But instead, she allowed you a thematic break on the other side. Did you feel that this was a winning attack already?
I mean, it just felt very strong. I didn't know how to finish her off. I played rook 8, and I thought she just doesn't have moves, and then she played queen d2. I didn't see that one. Yeah, actually here, rook e1 takes. Here, actually, if she takes on h6, I can take on e1.
Nice. Oh, that'll be very nice.
Yeah, and then if queen h5, g6, and the queen gets trapped.
Oh, ouch. That's pretty.
I thought maybe she can just go rook c1, and then instead of rook e1, like, I don't know what to do. And the next move, like, knight d4 is coming. So I already feel like something went wrong here. Or maybe not yet. I mean, I do have the e-file and, like, can get... I mean, my position still feels good. I just feel like I could have finished her off maybe better.
Can't you take on g2 in this position?
And queen.
You worried about queen takes? I mean, not this queen takes. Pawn takes, and then your rook lands.
Yeah.
King takes on g2,
I mean,
rook check is...
Yeah, this looks good. But maybe the queen could take on g2 instead.
Right, but then it seems like your bishop is...
I know. I mean, it feels very strong. I just
Bishop
like didn't see
H3
something. Yeah, queen d2. I can take rook e2 again, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean the end games are just so good.
That
for
looks
me.
juicy.
Yeah.
Trade, yeah, and then rook in.
Yeah, that's both rooks I think get in. No, I mean.
Yeah, you had a good position for sure by now. All right, well, you're on 5. You play one Nazi Paikidze tomorrow. She was a big rival last year. She just beat you out at the end of the tournament. will you be going all out for the win?
I mean, I have white, so why not? I mean, I don't think I should go all out, but I have the white pieces, so.
So you'll be looking.
I mean, the
for
pressure
big,
is on her. Like, I'm not playing for anything at this point anymore.
I don't know. A win against her ties you with her.
Oh, really?
And you'd only be a half a point behind Sabina if she doesn't win. So some things that didn't fall right for you last year may suddenly fall right for you this year. But it starts with this game.
Right.
So you're going all out.
I'm not going to go all out. I mean, I don't feel like I've been playing like really well here, so I think going all out is just going to backfire. So I'll try to. I just want to play a good game. Like one good game in this tournament that I can say, okay, I played a good game. Because so far, I don't think I've had that.
Okay. Well, good luck tomorrow, and we look forward to seeing that clash.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Shall we take a look at the tournament standings? Because I don't think Tatev realizes she's still in the hunt. I mean, there's 2 games to go, and should things break her way, she's going to need some help, of course, but she will be playing Naji tomorrow, and a win would
knock down at least one of her competitors.
Equalize the scores. And who is Sabina playing tomorrow? Because whoever Sabina plays, the tournament field will be really...
Zatansky.
Whoa.
So she's got Zatansky
is huge.
And Apurva Verkud in the final round.
Right.
And Nazi's playing against Tatev and Jennifer Yu. So yeah, just a pretty dramatic final 2 rounds we're going to have in the women's championship with several players who can win it by stringing together victories, and if they don't, even more who could catch up. So wild stuff going on in the women's championship. And we should check in on Irina's game. Is that totally winning for her? We mentioned she was up a clear pawn against Carissa Yeh.
Well, normally in those night-ending positions where you do have the extra pawn and all other things being equal, it's usually a win. Let us just see. Carissa holding on. Whoa. That is an extraordinary move by Irina. Why would you make such a committal pawn move on move 39? You can always play the move f5. You are giving up the outpost e5. I'm sure Irina must have felt that this is an easy win? Is this an easy win? It must be, right? I mean, come on, it's another ending.
with pawns on both sides of the board.
Exactly. However, there is a very big weakness sitting out over here. And if I were in white, if I was in Carissa's shoes, I would, even though I perhaps am losing thanks to the connected pass pawns, A and H pawns, in particular in night endings, are really the bane of knights. And these types of situations, don't underestimate the counterplay. Not that easy to win. I'm still kind of reeling. Irina is such an experienced player to play the move f5 in that particular situation.
You're not happy with the positional choice.
I am very, very unhappy with that decision. By the way, f5 actually drives the knight to a nicer square at the same time. It's not like this knight on g4 is any great shakes. Why would you have to push it to a better square? Still, no question, it's still better for Irina. I mean, and Irina's likely to win this position. Still, we'll have to show technique. Let's put it that way. Technique needed.
Meanwhile, the dust has cleared in the Varuzhina Fabiano Caruana game, and it's just a clear 2 pawns for Fabiano, and I think that game is actually going to end soon with the pawns being connected. A slightly more fighting chances, it seems like, will be Nakamura against Onishuk. Yes, it's 2 pawns, but at least Nakamura can speak of some activity with his knights.
Oh, absolutely. That's not nearly as clear as Fabiano's material advantage, because in fact there's actually no activity really for white to show this rook on d8. You can always stop that. It's interesting that Fabiano ended up with his queen on e5. I had actually wanted the rook in front of the queen with the queen on e7. Still, this looks like the deal is about to be closed on this one. The game that was super sharp was this crazy game between Danya and Shabalov. Things really seem to have turned. Just a second. when we were looking at it whiles back, Black's king was in the center under all types of duress. Somehow it managed to crawl its way to the corner, and look at Shapa's bishops raking the board. That is wild. I think all three results are possible in this game, whereas somehow internally I had chalked up a victory for Danya in this game. Very prematurely, as it turns out.
And it could actually be easier indeed for Black to play here with those two beautiful bishops and Danya having to check for tactics against them. Of course, he has a superior structure,
right?
But is he going to be able to get the trades that will highlight that structure?
Exactly.
And nobody suffers better than Danya Naroditsky. Yeah, you can tell that young man is thinking.
Oh, the pain. The pain.
But a lot of times when he gives the pained looks, he's actually in a good position. That's the funny thing about Naroditsky's face is.
Right. Well, he sure does wear his emotions on his sleeve, doesn't he? I remember Rafik Vaganyan had these also very, very, very similar expressions. My goodness, that's just pain. Sorry, I find it humorous, but really, that is
thinking is hard, apparently.
Anguish.
Unlike Wesley So, who just played this masterpiece requiring so much calculation, it looks like he just came into the commentary room from like a walk in the park, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He's very chipper.
Right. Isn't life wonderful?
Chess must not be fun, man.
And then we got the Yarrow stare down here.
Yeah.
What is this?
Well, it's like the kibitzers tend to be like vultures. They can sense when there is blood on the board. And I have been in so many tournaments where I've blundered or I'm under a great deal of pressure, and it's suddenly, like the whole tournament seemed to have stood up and come over and look at your game. I mean, it's like, go away, leave me alone.
I have an explanation for that. Usually
Please.
It's because the position is like somewhat easier to calculate.
Yes.
So, if you're doing a walkabout and you've got your own game to play, you want to look at some just like carnage, like blood on the board. Somebody's just down a rook, or there's like a checkmate that you can calculate.
Right.
So that's why I think that when something dramatic is going on, they don't want to like sit there and look at the intricacies of a complicated middle game or rook end game. They want to see somebody who just blundered.
Yeah,
a little schadenfreude on the way back to their own game.
No question about it, Jen. They're just enjoying the somebody else's suffering. But this game has been quite a turnaround. I'll have to look through that carefully. I'm going to send it over to Maurice and get his thoughts on what a round today it's been, Maurice. And there's still a lot of games of great import.
Absolutely. This game in particular, he did back down. You see a knight sitting on f4. You don't expect it to come back to e2. That was his last move, and that's probably why he's upset at himself. The Indians like move like bishop to d5. These bishops are trying to own the board. So kill one of them. Even knight e6 is better than what he did. Bishop d5 is a suggestion. But knight e2, now the bishops have just been left to their own devices. Like, well, you better watch out. It turns out that after queen to a7, whoa, how did that happen? Queen to a7, that he still can play bishop to d5, rook b8, and put the knight on c3. And the bishops have been stopped, but now bishop d4 is playable, and that's a big-time bishop, cutting off the heir from this one. Now if you play bishop e6, f e6, and Black's position improved dramatically with that bishop on d4, and those pawns now much healthier than they were before, and e5 coming in as a threat. White would be under tremendous suffering in this game. So that's probably why he was suffering at the moment he played knight e2. And looking at his position now, he let a king that was in dire straits march all the way into the corner where it's now sitting pretty and protected. That is a problem for him. Another game of big import, Alexander Onischuk has thrown away the better part of his advantage against Hikaru Nakamura. He was up 2 pawns, you remember, back here. It was move 40. We know about the problem of move 40. He was in time pressure. What is the most solid move on the board right now? Bring the rook
G8.
back to g8. Seems like the right thing to do. It turns out that here he should have boldly ignored that move and just played f4 and said, go ahead, if you play rook check, I'll just bring my rook back then anyway and trade off. I'm still up 2 pawns, and you've got to work that position out. The knights are nowhere close to picking off these pawns as yet. Instead of playing that move, he decided to be conservative with rook rook to g8, and Nakamura pounced immediately with this move, knight to d4. And after f4, Nakamura continued aggressively with rook to h6, continuing to apply pressure and trying to catch this pawn from behind. Now he still has to play aggressively with bishop to d5. Instead, he went passive yet again with this move. I mean, just moves that you wouldn't anticipate. If you're going to try to win this tournament, play the aggressive moves. All these moves backing down. Nakamura didn't need a second excuse to play knight takes, knight to d4, knight to d5, and now king to c2 is what Nakamura played. He still has this extra pawn, but it's starting to look like it's just optical, this pawn, as white is trying to surround this one, and Naka in a different situation physically, you can see, and Onischuk looking at the board now and saying, it's not as easy as it was before. How do I make any progress? Nakamura's pieces looking quite beautiful on those squares. Of course, the chessboard itself is a work of art, those pieces that they're playing with. But look at those knights, look at the rook, the active king. It's hard to feel like black is actually ahead of pawn as he's gone passive with his last few moves.
Hikaru's breathing a sigh of relief in this game, Jennifer. I just have to feel that Alex is going to be kicking himself after the game. I mean, he has such great respect for Hikaru, maybe a little bit too much respect. He had that two-pawn advantage. He's given one of them away, and now is recognizing that maybe he's given up his best chances. And what a big result this would have been. I mean, both players looking for a win today.
And Nakamura will be relieved, but he won't be as relieved when he sees what happened in the Wesley So game, because that's really putting so much distance between himself and his nearest rival. Well, not his nearest rival, the hardest rival.
Right.
And we've gotten such a strong reaction from this thrilling round from our audience on Twitter, including Sake, who says that this round should come with a health warning. It's going to give someone a heart attack.
Bravo. Nice tweet.
And we've got a Varusian, a Kobian fan who might not have had a heart attack, but he is reaching for his tissues. He's sad as the fan favorite, Varusian Akobian, loses and perhaps loses his chance of winning his first U.S. championship title. We've got a Tatev fan excited about her getting back into form. And we've also got an NFL player who is tweeting into us, John Urschel of the Baltimore Ravens. And he's saying that his favorites in the championship are Fabiano Caruana and Sabina Foiser. That's who he's rooting for. So not a bad day for him today.
Not bad picks at all to win the tournaments. Way to go, John.
That's right. So Fabiano looks like he's going to please Urschel today. And with that, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll see how this most exciting round of the championship finishes out. we're back at the 2017 U.S. Chess Championship, where poor Varuzhin Akobian, having such a fantastic tournament, looks like his shots of winning the ultimate title here, the U.S. Championship, might be shot in this very game. But hey, that means Fabiano Caruana has a chance of his own. He'll only be a half a point behind his main rival,
should he win,
Wesley
yes.
So. And we also got some news in that wild Sicilian between Robson and Jarabuk. The game ended fittingly in a draw, but there were some really cool variations in that one.
Yeah, there sure has been, Jennifer.
And then we also have a couple of players battling it out for a win, but the result very much in doubt. Fabiano seems like he's raking it in, but Onashuk and Irina Crash, they both have critical games of their own to keep their championship hopes alive. And it's not clear whether Irina is going to be able to convert this extra pawn, because Carissa did what you thought she should do. She went after that A pawn, and now she's creating a lot of counterplay. Is this going to be enough for Irina to win?
And it is such a critical game for Irina, our 7-time U.S. champion. Should she win, she gets into a tie, I believe, right?
For first with Nazi and Sabina.
Yes, with everything to play for in our championship weekend to come. We have this position on the board. And there you see the standings. Take a look. Walk us through it, Janet. Walk us through it.
Well, we got Nazi Paikidze and Sabina Foiser. They're definitely in the lead. Anna Zatansky, half a point behind. Tatev and Maggie have already finished their game, so they have no chance to catch up in this round. But Irina's game is underway. She's either going to win or draw, and then she's going to be in a tie with Nazi and Sabina, or with her traditional rival, Anna Zatansky. But that half point matters a ton, especially if we're talking about the idea of winning clear first and not just playing a playoff for first.
Every half point so critical in this moment, and we see Irina looking at the position. The move after King C5, A4. Let's take a, what is she suffering over? She's looking at this move, King B4. It looks right. You want to keep this A pawn under lock and key. Then after King E3, attacking the knight. Knight comes back with check, and this is what she's agonizing over. White's going to post up her king very nicely on the D4 square, blockading these passers, followed by knight D3 check, knight C5, and playing for knight takes E6.
And this is where you wish you didn't have that pawn on F5, because if you had the pawn on F6, you could play a move like knight B6, scoop up the A pawn, and win the endgame.
Right, or just F6 to stop the white king, and that's where that... and such an experienced player as Irina, that's where I was really taken aback.
Indeed.
But we have a very special guest with Maurice.
In a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna get Yarrow. I want to get Yarrow's view on this ending, because I mean he's been trained in the endings. And looking at this night ending, usually it's supposed to be an easy win. Nothing easy about this position, and again, we're talking about how critical this half point would mean to Irina's chances.
In that case, the half pawn move, indeed, that could have cost half a point.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that championship where there was a glitch and we could move in our analysis a pawn backwards? Remember, we could go from like B4 to B3.
Really? I don't remember. Oh my goodness!
But here he is, Yaroslav Jarabuk is with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, the St. Louis University student who briefly stood atop the tournament for a moment before losing a critical game, but today he played even wilder chess. Very enterprising play. Yarrow, you played against Ray Robson in the St. Louis Archbishops, the Pro Chess League, I should say. You played against him, and the game was this line. Were you surprised that he left the line since you had lost that game to him?
Yeah, actually, it was foolish of me to play that line in the Pro League. Like, why would I, this should just show my preparation. But I thought, after all, I spent a lot of time on that line, so I just wanted to justify that, time expenditure. So I'm like, okay, I'm playing it anyways. And plus, I look at the game that we played the Pro League, found some improvements, and I believe the line should be alive.
And it was wild the way you played it here. You traded on E3, then E4, then you sacrificed on C3, you took on E6. All we just saw is wood coming off the board left and right after Queen B6. How much of this was your preparation?
Yeah, I have to disappoint people. Actually, I believe that Queen B6 was my preparation. I was just spending time trying to recall the lines. I don't think I'm confusing something. Well, maybe I just forgot what to do after knight d3, and maybe short castle was kind of just careless move, really. Because I mean, for some reason I thought even queen f2 is my preparation during the game. But then he plays queen f4, and I'm like, what's my next move?
After that line, but queen c6 was the move that the Indians gave here. Might you have possibly seen this position?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I mean, looks very familiar, actually.
Because when
your coach Alejandro Ramirez told Cristian during our break that queen c6 had been your preparation.
Oh, your coach remembered the preparation.
And castles got you into trouble.
Yeah. I don't know. I played carelessly. I think the short castle, because
this position is very difficult.
And I realized that once he played queen f4, and I'm like, But still, for some reason, you know, in classical time control, we played twice. One game was in 2012, a long time ago, and I won with white. I would say quite easily. And then I also made an easy draw with black, just like less than 2 weeks ago, the Final Four in New York. So I don't know, for some reason, the possibility that I can lose the game never crossed my mind, you know. So like I was just sitting quiet, you know, like happy, no matter what my position was.
Wow, that's interesting. You had a great situation against Fabi, and then you had a tough game, obviously, against VAR. But you still came out in this game pretty sharp. What were your reactions, your emotional feeling after losing against Varuzhin?
Yeah, I was devastated. Obviously, I took a lot of, consolation from close people to me, and 3 whiskey shots as well. and then I got better. But I realized that yesterday I just wasn't present. You know, it's like, okay, VAR came to the game, and I came to the game, and I'm just saying, you know, congratulations. Here is your point. You know, I mean, I just wasn't there.
All right. Well, you were certainly there today, although you're going to have to talk to your coach about missing queen c6. Still, you got a draw. You're still within fighting chance. Not the way Wesley's playing. He's going to have to do something. Tomorrow, I'm not sure exactly who you play. Do you know?
Nakamura.
I played Nakamura. Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about going into that game?
Nothing special. I mean, I'll just try to play and see what happens, you know. I mean, like, I don't like such questions, you know. I mean, like, I'm not really fighting for the championship or something, because, like, when I beat Caruana, lots of people started saying, oh, you know, oh, maybe you should now consider winning the tournament. I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, what tournament? I mean, it's just one game, you know. I mean, should be realistic about the, you know, the prospects. So not get hopes too high, you know, because then you lose and then you become really frustrated.
And then you take 3 risky shots.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. The right attitude for sure, level-headed. Good luck in tomorrow's game and the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Right attitude, 3 whiskey shots, huh?
Yeah, a quick question for Yaro. Yaro, we were witnessing a phenomenal game unfold before our eyes, and I refer, of course, to the game of Jeffrey versus Wesley. I know that there are players during the rounds that don't necessarily look at their rivals' games, whereas other players do pay attention. Did you witness this game and see what happened? Wesley unfolded a brilliancy at the board.
Yeah, and actually for some reason I believe that at first I thought he's just going for perpetual, but then once he played c3 I understood that, well, he's not going for perpetual. I mean it seems like he always has that idea queen h3, queen h2 in reserve, so like if something goes like terribly wrong he can just, you know, make a draw anyways. So
you were watching the game?
Yeah, I was watching the game because I wasn't paying too much attention to my game. So yeah, I was watching all the games actually. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, this game, yeah, I was really impressed with the idea of you know, promoting c-pawn, and I actually thought even Jeffrey, like maybe he thought that Wesley just wants to draw or just satisfied with a draw because the the opening choice was kind of misleading. I mean, when you play the Scuttle and stuff, maybe he just wasn't really pushing for a win or something. Although Wesley is always solid, so you can't really tell.
Good point.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, I always, in my tournament experience, when a really something extra special, really a beautiful game is played, it just catches the eyes of the grandmasters, and you know, we just pause for a second to say bravo.
That's why a lot of people play chess, because of games like this.
Absolutely, this is what we live for. This doesn't get any better.
And we've gotten some comments from our followers on Twitter that remarking on Wesley So's class after the game, how he had only kind words to say about Jeffrey, who's having a bad tournament.
He is. Well, we know that Jeffrey is a great talent, world junior champion. He's already experienced a lot of success. But you need this kind of competitive ovens to temper you for future clashes, and the best thing that you can do growing as a chess player is to play the most competitive opponents you can possibly have.
And we have Carissa Yip against Irina Krush. She's
Yes.
already defeated Irina, but today, is she going down or can she hold, Maurice?
Well, she defeated Irina, and probably in this game she's going to deflate Irina, because Irina had a crushing position, but now she's got zip, according to the engines. This game, because as you mentioned, Yaz, that passed A-pawn, knight endings are one of my favorite end games. The knight, my favorite piece for sure, like I'm sure a lot of other people, but knight endings are all about these pawns, and the question of the A-pawn is a critical one, so difficult to corral one of these. Bavinnik himself famously said, knight endings are king and pawn endings. The point being that it's all about, if you take the knights off, what would happen? Well, in this case, of course, there's two connected passed pawns on the board. So black is hoping that this will have some kind of meaning. But after the move knight to d3 check, it's not easy to corral this pawn. And you're always worried about your own pawn. By the way, this pawn will just rush down the board. It's not like a rook that can sit behind it and slow it down. This knight can only stop it, but not attack it and stop it. And that problem will present itself for white momentarily. A move like king to c4, a5, king to b5, a6 suddenly. And after this, just check. And you come back and suddenly you lose this pawn, and it's getting closer and closer to that draw.
Yeah.
She is not happy, is Irina, and she's aware of the challenge ahead of her in this position. Look how intense she is right now looking at the board. Did I see knight b? What move was played here? I thought it was white.
It's white to play.
White to play. Is it white to play? Why is the clock the way it is? Is it up? Okay, it is white ticking down. Yes, the move knight to d3 check right now poses immense technical problems for Irina. And if this youngster can defend, Irina will simply be extremely unhappy, given that a win by her, she would be tied for first. And here it comes, knight d3 on the board. This would simply be a terrible draw for the seven-time champion. I mean, she's just been playing badly up and down throughout the tournament. Very few games she's played. I think she's played one game that we've seen that we say, wow, that was impressive. The one against Tatev. That was round 3.
Yeah.
She was all smiles then. It is now round 9, and she has not played a similar game since. It's been up and down throughout. She's been very frustrated at herself, and it seems to be continuing in this game.
But she's still in the hunt for the championship title, even if she draws this game.
Yes, of course, but that half point being so key. Critical. I wanted to say about Carissa, I mean, she's so young. Where has she been training? What has it been? Only openings? Has it been only tactics? It's very, very hard to study endings, as you can easily get bored or frustrated trying to calculate the lines. But it's in the endings that separate the great champions from the would-be champions. And here, I'm looking at this ending, and I know it's so complicated. The experienced player is going to have a huge advantage in these types of positions. Does Carissa have enough endgame technique to stay with her illustrious opponent?
And I know she's been coached by Grandmaster Larry Christensen.
Who loves his tactics.
Which certainly explains some of her blistering attacks.
Exactly. But in this, it's not about tactics, it's about technique. And does she have what it takes to hold the 7-time champion to a draw in this position?
Looks like Nakamura is going to draw his game. I'm just looking at these lines here. Bishop to G2, the rooks have been exchanged off the board, and the king is very dynamic on this square. And it looks like after knight to F3, there's not much to do about this idea of king to E4, followed by the challenge to these pawns. This knight could somehow go to E6 and take this pawn. Black has not much to write home about here, and it seems as though Onishuk has blown a critical game as well in an endgame where he himself could have drawn that much closer to Wesley. So he's going to be a full point behind, leaving only one Fabiano Caruana with realistic chances of catching and overtaking Wesley, unless Wesley implodes somehow, which we haven't seen in
65 games.
65 games.
That's not a bet you want to take,
No, I'm not
Maurice.
taking that bet at all, especially with him getting the white pieces tomorrow. Wesley is looking to all the world like he could win this tournament. Only if somebody does what they have to do to catch him by winning games. And Caruana, if he wins today, which looks likely, he'll have 5.5 points by himself, as Nakamura and Onishuk look like they'll be stuck on 5, along with Zerabuk and Akobian. Wesley is still not out of the woods. It's not like it's his championship to win so easily, because he's not likely to win both games.
That's right, and he plays Gata and Naroditsky, whereas Caruana plays Shabalov and Robson. So it's who's got the tougher schedule there? I mean, it would seem that clearly Wesley does, right?
Yeah, well, I'll ask our production team to bring up those graphics of the road ahead that the players, as we go into our championship weekend and our championship rounds for Saturday and Sunday, who has the tougher schedule. And there we see that Wesley So going into the round, played Jeffrey today, a brilliancy in the tournament. He's got Kamsky and Naroditsky. Which Gata Kamsky is going to show up for that game? The Gata Kamsky who played 2 just absolutely gorgeous games, or the Gata Kamsky who has been blundering? That's the question. VAR going down, we think, to Caruana. Still has 2 enormously tough opponents in Robson and Nakamura. How about Fabiano?
Well, Fabiano's got he's got Shabalov and Robson.
Wow.
So he's playing. I mean, Shabalov's had some really nice games in the tournament, but he's still the lowest rated player, and he's in last place right now in the tournament. So that really is an open shot, Fabiano playing him with the white pieces, which could make the tournament very interesting if Wesley doesn't continue his winning ways.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely. And he could easily be a draw against Kamsky by Wesley if he doesn't win that game. And then all of a sudden, Fabi wins and a tie at the top. There's no way
into Sunday.
You could just roll the dice on that one.
Right.
If that happens, Fabiano will have clawed himself out after so long chasing Wesley to a tie. It'll be a neck-and-neck finish going into the last round.
And we could find a playoff between these two guys, between Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, and everybody would want to see that.
Well, as Maurice would say, I'd pay money. I mean, when Maurice says, okay, just in case, just to let our viewers know that in case there is a playoff, Jennifer, take us through it.
Well, we're going to start with 2 rapid games, and then we have blitz games, and finally there will be an Armageddon game. And if there is a multi-way tie, we'll go through that later. It doesn't look very likely, though. Usually you see
ties.
A 2-way tie. And ties for all their positions shall be determined just by tie breaks, but the money will be split.
Right.
So
if you tie for 4th and 5th, you get an equal split.
Equal share of the pot, but there are also where you show up in the cross table, which could be determined World Cup spots. So that's important as well. And that would happen in Manic Monday. I'd say there is
a 2-to-1 chance in favor of some kind of tiebreak in either the women's or the championship.
Now, I just want to throw it out there, too, because obviously everybody wants to play for first, the $50,000 and the bragging rights of U.S. champion. But again, this is a zonal tournament. What that means is the top 5 spots, the winners, will go to these the 128-player knockout, what is known as the World Cup. So there's a lot on the line. The nice part about this year's U.S. Championships is so many of the players involved in the tournament have already secured their spots. 3 by rating, our Trinity, of course, and Jeffrey Zhang has also the World Junior Champion. He will be in the 128 players. So you're playing in a 12-player field, 5 spots up for grabs, but 4 already taken. This is a nice way of getting into the World Cup, even though it's a very, very, very strong tournament.
So just don't bomb, right?
Just don't bomb.
Although, you know, it is kind of tight. Because it's tight at the top, it's also tight at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got Naroditsky, Shanklin, Kamsky, Robson. All of those guys came into today's round with 3.5 points exactly, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who ends up getting those World Cup spots. And nobody goes empty-handed in this tournament. There are prizes and prize differentials for each place.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, $200K almost in the total prize fund, 50 for first. In the U.S. Women's Championship, we have $100,000 up for grabs. And every year we get some questions about why there's a discrepancy there. The championship isn't open. So, for instance,
women can qualify.
Yes, if, for instance, if Ho Yifan lived here and she wanted to play in the Open Championship, she could fight for that $50K prize.
All right. Well, very good. And Maurice, over to you.
Speaking of the women, they're still playing in a couple of the games. We see here the youngster, just want to make a note. Anna Shervish has been playing quite well in this tournament, and she better keep it up because she's struggling right now against the youngster, Apurva Verkud, who has put the pressure on her. She has only 4 minutes and 44 seconds left in this game. She's down 2 pawns. Opposite colored bishops, definite exposure for both sides' kings in this position. We'll see whether or not she can save herself in this game. It looked very close to a draw. She missed a move just on the last move, did Apurva in this position. After King F7, she had this witty move, Queen to D8, making sure this queen couldn't leave because of some Queen E7 action, and this would have put a lot of pressure on Anna. Queen E8 being the computer's top suggestion. Kind of hard to imagine you want to trade queens right now, but that would have been the best choice. It turns out, however, after taking on G5, Queen G4, you got to watch out for the perpetual check chances. Queen E5 now centralizing the queen is the best move, and the fight goes on. The youngsters making it hard for everyone in this tournament. We should look at this game that another youngster, Carissa Yip, is playing against Irina Krush. Carissa playing the move knight e5, and the engines are saying this game is virtually a draw right now. Very difficult to win. The reason being this pawn you want to pay attention to, but this one, don't let it just drop off the board, because if you drop this one, it'll be 2 outside passers you're fighting, and that's the worst thing you could do when you're fighting against a knight, or you're fighting with a knight in a knight and pawn ending. So Irina looks like she's not going to gain any ground on the leaders today, despite the draw at the top. She can't win against the 13-year-old.
Oh, boy, but that's not just any 13-year-old.
Yeah.
And I want to bring your
attention.
There
are some pretty strong 13-year-olds out there.
Right. We are talking about night endings, funnily enough. I want to go to this very important match, for the tournament standings, Hikaru versus Alex Onishuk. Onishuk, a pawn to the good. We're thinking it's going to be a draw, but there's still some issues. I think there are still some issues. Maybe I could be wrong. Here's what I have in mind for Onishuk in the position that he had. Very strange move I want to play. Bishop takes c3 check. The knight's in an absolute pin, so you think, well, you can always make that capture, but I want to make it right now for a very specific reason. If you recapture with the king, well, then I'm all happy because I want to go king c5 and king c4 and go after the white pawns on the queen side. So you'll likely have to recapture with the knight. Knight takes. My king is going to post up over here. Now, you can't let the king come in, so let's say you play a move like knight d2. Very good. You're keeping me out. But can I get some kind of a zugzwang by playing a move like b3 and just, I mean, the position's really, really, really reduced. And my chances of winning, I know very well, are very small. But I'm wondering if Hikaru can still hang on. I suppose the answer is yes. Maurice?
The inch is giving that it's a slight edge for black only, not real in this position.
So no chances at all for Onishuk in that game.
Well, there's always chances.
Yeah.
He's trying to keep his bishop on the board. But you know those boring end games.
Right. I know you're not interested.
I want to know what's happening. This crazy game that's still going on. And you're in end games where you're deep into night endings on other boards. But these guys are in a rich middle game still. I mean, it's the late middle game stages, but the queens are still on. King is exposed. Two bishops. A bishop is hanging here. You've got this laser-like action going on this diagonal. One blunder could cost you the game. Of course, the engine is saying it's just equal, no big deal. But still a sharp-looking position. Bishop takes f5 was played in the game, and we're expecting the move knight to d5 to happen because there's pressure along this long diagonal. The engine's now saying rook takes b3.
Right.
Sacrifice to be afraid of? Well, it turns out knight takes f6. You've got to blunt the effect of this bishop. Now c3 of all moves in the game. I mean, possible. It hasn't happened yet. We're just looking at this as a variation. And how do you play here? Well, it turns out that the move knight to h5 check is still holding the balance for white because this queen is constantly thinking about coming in on some squares. King g8 being given as a move, rook g1, bishop to g6, and now rook g6. All this is forced.
Wow.
What I just showed you. Knight f6 was not the only drawing move, by the way, but once you're there, now you're starting to get all forced. This is sharp stuff. We're still not done yet. Knight f6, king g7, and now only move to get your perpet to deal with what's happening on this side. Gh5, queen g2 check, and after king to h6, now you finally can take this guy, and oof, all the cobwebs are clear, and everybody's happy and going home safe and sound. Still to be found by these players as Shabalov is now down to 137 on the clock.
By the way, Maurice, with all due respect, that's some fine calculation. When I'm thinking about myself as a veteran, and I understand I've been at the board for 5 hours, and there's Alexander Shabalov trying to calculate all of those variations you've just shown.
Oh, and he just sat.
And he just,
you don't have to tell him Shabbat anything. He's saying, wow.
Yeah, and,
give me that.
And you know, it's so easy to misstep. Just one misstep costs you the game, as you mentioned so often. 5-hour game, all of that energy expanded. Will Shabalov find all of these really, really tough moves?
He must play c3. Must. There's no other move.
Right.
He must play c3. And there's
There it
Shabalov
is.
showing his class. No doubt that was the most natural move anyway, with 1:14 left on his clock. And I like the way Naroditsky did the professional maneuver.
What's the
Get up
professional?
from the board and let your opponent look at the board without you there. Don't feel any energy from you like you're anxious, hoping he doesn't move. Let him sit by himself and ponder it. Because sometimes if you're sitting there, you reveal a certain amount of anxiousness. You're in time pressure. Don't move, please, please don't move. And the guy just hurries up and moves. So he moved away. He knew exactly what he was going to play, and he knew c3 was coming. Now he has a couple of moves, both of them drawing. He has to play knight h5 check or knight e8 check.
Either.
Check that out. Knight e8.
Really?
Knight e8.
Either of those moves are good enough for a draw.
Are good enough for a draw.
Wow.
Whoa.
Nothing else.
98?
Nothing else draws. That's how critical it's become at this moment. Nothing else to do other than either knight h5 or knight e8 with check. Knight e8 is very flashy, of course.
Right.
King g8 is still going to happen.
If I take the knight?
Knight e8, queen takes knight runs into
queen
d4 crunch.
Yeah.
And
followed by
now
rook
you've got a
takes.
big problem because the queen is out of take. So your queen's hanging.
But there's still, if there's no check, there's still takes on a b2, and you just play queen b2.
Yeah, that was the same
So-
thing I missed,
Right.
Jennifer.
Wow. So plenty of tactics fest
knight
here.
e8, king g8, box.
Knight e8, king g8 is the only move.
Yes.
And now you've got to do the right check. The only move, rook g1. The only move. Don't try queen check because the bishop will draw back. Knight check, the king goes in the corner, and you're back to the suffering on this side again.
Right.
Note you cannot take this piece, this rook, because of the A file. That's just done. You can't take this pawn because of the checks. So you must eliminate this guy. Now the problem is this king has nowhere to go.
Right.
It can't go in the corner because of queen d4. It can't go to f8 because queen h6. And suddenly this move, queen c6.
Whoa.
Incredible. I mean, rook g8 looks so good, right?
Right.
King e8, rook g8 check. This would lose. King d7, and suddenly you don't have a check anywhere. And this mate with a pawn on b2.
Oh.
I mean, the geometrics are sexy. I mean, look at that. Nothing to do. It's just dead now. Now you're just gone suddenly. So you have to be super accurate after king takes e8. By the way, what did he play? He hasn't moved yet. Don, he's still thinking. So now the move would be queen c6,
He's down to seconds on his clock.
king e7, and queen c5. And the disruptive effect, king f6, is being given queen d4. Look at this. I mean, you can't check because of bishop e6. This is madness, this position. This is crazy to calculate. Although Alex, he's forced. He's got to make these moves. Danya has to also make them sooner or later. He's at 8 minutes, and he has to see all the lines because white is busted if he doesn't find the right moves. And he's staring at the board right now.
I think the easier line to calculate.
But look at him, look at him.
The easier line to calculate, Maurice, is knight h5 check. That move knight e8 is, I think, a little bit too difficult. Knight h5 check is the grandmaster's move there.
Knight h5, yes.
Yeah.
Knight h5, rook g1, kill the bishop, and
so right here, which is the game position, I mean to say, I think while knight e8 may be drawing, knight h5 is easier to.
But it's drawing for the same reason.
Exactly.
Because of that rook g1 check idea. So knight h5,
Right.
king g8 forced, rook g1 check forced, bishop to g6 forced,
rook
and
takes
kill this
g6.
piece of garbage quickly, please.
Yes.
And after h takes, then check, and then when the king has nowhere to hide, king here, for example, allows this check, king e7, and now I can't believe it. It's not the only move. You have other moves, knight d5 check as well. By the way, if you take this
Here,
pawn,
I can kill the rook, can't I?
Pawn takes?
Yeah, because
so?
you don't check me on the a
Right,
file.
now you can start taking the rook.
Thank goodness.
The hunt is gone. The hunt is done. So he does have a draw with knight h5. He just has to find it. And the rook sack. He has the draw with knight h5 and the rook sack in this position. And that will save the game for him. Nakamura, meantime, has made things a little bit more complicated for himself, but it looks like he's still within the window of saving this game. It's very hard to make progress for black in this position, but not for want of trying. Clearly, Onischuk wants to win this game. He's giving it his best shot. Unfortunately, he played those passive moves and threw away what could have been a juicy win. I mean, can you imagine beating Nakamura with the black pieces at this stage of the competition? Yeah, but he looks like he's thrown it away, and this should be a draw.
And we've got Clarence Yee tweeting into U.S. Chess Champs. Thank God for the rewind function. I had to walk the dog, so I'm going to go back 2.5 hours to see what I missed. No, you didn't miss anything.
No,
not one of the. That was a long dog walk. 2.5 hours. A spoiled pup. But no, just good to take your responsibility there for your puppy. But you actually have a really fantastic show in store. No spoilers. Go back right now.
No spoilers.
Rewind.
And let's check in on Arena's game because we've been talking how important that result
Seems
is.
they've been repeating moves, actually.
Well, let's just see. Yes, you're absolutely right. Well, we got no. Hold on, not quite, Jen. There's some funky different checks going on.
Okay,
that
so now H5 reversed the moves now, so there's not a repeat, but.
Wow, I thought that it was in Carissa's interest to get the pawn up to h4, but she hasn't been doing that. I wonder why. Let me see, just a second. We have to do it in the right way. After check, so far so good. And here I was expecting h4 for white to essentially fix black's h-pawn so that on a good day, whenever I get a chance to attack it, I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to attack it, I'll fix the pawn. She instead played check, and we're here. Okay.
And she's played knight d3 check.
Once again. And just asked Irina, are you playing for a win?
And if not, then she'll play your move h4. So for instance, if king b6, avoiding the checks, now maybe she'll play your move h4.
Now's the time to play h4.
With the idea the king has no good pass, otherwise we can play a5 and get that knight c5 liquidating maneuver in.
Exactly. And Maurice, over to you.
Youngster Apurva Verkud is taking down the veteran Anna Sharovich, and it's instructive when you're dealing with opposite-colored bishop endgames. If you're stuck in an opposite-colored bishop endgame where you have two extra pawns, the further apart they are, the better. That's fundamental. Usually you want 2 files as minimum to guarantee the win. She's got 4 files between her pawns. Those are Apurva, so she went for the endgame with queen check and bishop takes, and now these pieces will have to deal with these distant pawns. One of them is going to be tied down. Essentially, the king is going to be stuck guarding one, and then the white king is going to just win the bishop with the other one. And that's simply what's happening. King g6, king g3, bishop to a4, bishop to d6. And it looks like the youngster understood this ending quite well, as now after king f5, g4 check, king g6, and progress with king g3, king g5. No problem there. She can eject that king from that square, so she got up to f4, bishop to e8, bishop d8 check, telling the king to sidestep. And after king e6, she played king to g5, now getting her king in front of the pawn. And there's nothing to do here. You're just going to get pulled in 2 directions, and you cannot hold both of them off. We have the moves king f7, king h6, bishop to b5 now on the board. And this just looks winning, but I have to tell you, the Indians are saying completely winning, but that the king, you can't just push this pawn down.
Why?
Which is interesting. I think the problem is if you push bishop here, and I mean it's
bishop c7.
It looks like it should still be winning, right? Because of some kind of Zugzwang. Right. Okay. So that looks very strong. Okay, that is winning, in fact.
Right. Okay.
So
yeah.
So yes, this is not a problem, and both sides moving quickly. Why is Apurva looking like she's moving so quickly, though? I don't like it when you're up so much on the clock and you realize your opponent might be down on the clock and you start feeling like you're moving quickly. Keep that smooth, confident moves.
It's crazy that we have 5 games still underway in the championships.
I didn't realize that. I just felt I saw so much chess already. I didn't realize 5 games are still in progress.
5 games are still in progress. That means that nobody has any time, Yasser. It means, I mean, we're talking about 2 minutes and 3 minutes on every single board.
Wow.
And even Fabiano Caruana, that
no, of course, we gave up on Fabi.
The smooth technical victory we thought would be over a while ago looks like it's not that easy. I mean, that knight has blockaded itself on d4.
No, it's over. It's over. It's not that. That's not the problem. He was up 2 pawns. You knew that, so you gave. We all said it's over, but the problem is to convert it. You still got to push the ponies, right? It's not like you just win, and. Wait, what's this?
Yeah, he's blundered a pawn.
No, he gave up the pawn, but he had a better way to execute the ending.
One would think.
He was perfectly fine.
The connected past pawns that we left hours ago. Well, not hours, an hour ago.
But he has not converted this properly.
Not at all.
Yes, you're going to be disgusted watching what happened here. He had such an easy win, and now he's made it very difficult.
Right.
Back here, I'm going to show you what happened. I saw this in real time. In this moment, he played queen e6. This is the position. The Indians say, give up the d4 square. Just play this move was the key move. Now, the Indians are saying this is done. Right. Knight d4 looks really strong, but suddenly queen c5 appears on the board, and queen takes on b6 is impossible because of rook check. You can't leave because your queen is hanging, so you can't play rook d1. And if you play this move, then queen e5 check.
Right.
And g3 is forced. give us this guy, you
And
take,
check.
and now rook check, and you got to leave this pawn alone, and you're dead. The game is over. So that's what he had to do, give up that square. Instead, he didn't give up the square with queen e6, and after knight to c7, he played queen d7 and allowed this trade, this move, check, takes, check in this position. So here, and it looks like he's gotten his c-pawn going down the board. In this position, the engines give queen c2 as the strongest move in this position. Although even here, there's still some fight ahead. He's got the passed pawn trying to prove that one going home. So he could have played more accurately with c4. He's now given up this pawn, but he's done it for a different reason. He's done it so that he can somehow just prove this pawn going down the board. At least so he thought. According to the engines now, he has no advantage at all.
Whoa.
Despite being up a pawn, the engines say if you play king h1, who would play king h1 here? But if you play king h1 in this position, how do you get this pawn home? Like, where do you put your queen? This knight is guarding c2. Technically, Fabiano Caruana has blown what would have been an easy victory. We were riding off Firouzja Nakobian. Fabi will just not even understand how he didn't win a game. Two connected pass pawns.
King h1 has been played.
King h1, just saying, your turn, Fabi. I don't see how you make progress. I'll maintain the pin with my queen on d8.
Unbelievable.
I'm sorry. And for some reason, I had just
Game
discounted
of chess
this
is
game.
never over. And again, for the fans who walk out of tournament hall saying, I was winning, how could I have blown it? This is an object lesson. The game is never over. You're never winning. You're never winning until they resign.
And then the score sheets are signed.
The score sheets are signed.
Right.
Never get happy during a game. You don't know what could happen. And a U.S. champion, a 2,800 player, up 2 pawns, with an important critical win he had to have, did not win.
But is this totally over? I mean, he's played the move queen d5. Remember, they only
And
have
the king came
they
back
only have a
to-
couple of minutes left on their clock. So if Fabiano can find any ideas here,
There are no ideas.
He just said
he just has.
He's stuck.
No way.
He's stuck guarding the stupid knight.
the knight is stupid, and the pawn on c3 is blocked by this beautiful knight on d4 that isn't going anywhere.
His key idea, his only idea
Queen
now,
b7?
might be to play knight f6 to try to trade queens and go into a winning endgame, but those queens are not coming off the board.
And what about queen b7?
The Naroditsky and Shabalov, their game is completed.
Queen
Beautiful backside of the arbiter there. You just have to appreciate the broad back. We can't see the kings.
Naroditsky looks disgusted right now. He's very upset, but the game ended in a draw.
It
He
did
found
end
all
in
the
a
moves
draw.
he needed to find to. Yes, he found the
Very
exact
good.
moves to get the prepet.
Does queen b7 run into an instant knight e6 with a
Well,
draw?
well, no. After knight f6, Jen, can I just
Queen
play
b7.
Queen
I
c7?
was gonna play queen b7.
No. This is the position.
Oh yeah. I was saying if queen b7
For
black.
For black. Okay, thank
That's
you.
a
Sorry.
Is there an immediate knight e6, or do we have to try queen e7 first?
So queen b7 first. Just a second.
Yeah.
All right. Oh dear. I'm
Queen
a
b7
little
runs
bit
into knight f5.
Knight f5.
What?
Okay, I was thinking knight e6.
Knight f5, create another prepet.
Yeah, knight f5.
I was thinking queen
played it.
b7.
7, yeah. And queen
just-
b7 has
But-
been played.
Knight f5 right now is a draw. Right now, knight
borrow with
f5,
5 minutes
and
to
you
calculate
stop
that.
clocks immediately. He
Perpet.
cannot stop the perpetual.
That's right. Interesting.
Knight f5 right now.
Var will
and
find this in
Yeah.
an instant.
He did
No,
not find
he's
it. He's
reaching for the
reaching
queen. He's gonna
for
play
the
your
queen to
move,
play
queen
queen
e7.
e7. He's missed knight f5.
Queen e7 with the idea of knight e6 check. Is that
Absolutely.
good enough? I mean, I was looking at knight e6 check
I would say
first.
yes, by the way.
Yeah, I mean-
my immediate answer is, yeah, that's really good. But wait a minute, knight f5 check was even better, frankly
Well,
speaking.
that was
Knight
instant.
f5
And
just
the
was
Indians
instant
don't like
draw.
this move.
No,
Gives
because
a
of
small
queen
chance.
d5.
Because he can play a lot of moves, but king g8 is one move.
Okay.
So you can play knight f8
Right.
eventually. Queen b1 check followed by knight f8 immediately is probably the most direct.
He's got 20 seconds left on his clock, and
He's
he did
found
play
king
king
G8.
g8.
Queen
he found
B1
a way.
check and knight F8 was really a challenge in that position because, well, he's not queening the pawn anytime soon.
No.
But still, that was the best way to play.
And
Now we have similar ideas, though. If Queen D8, we can play Knight F8 again, right?
But now the engines are saying that black suddenly has winning chances again. Before, he had a clean draw. Man, time pressure makes fools of us all.
And he had 5 minutes in that position, so he probably should have thought a little bit more about those checks with Knight E6 and Knight F5, just to see if he could end the game instantly.
I'm really shocked that a grandmaster of Var's caliber didn't just plunk down Knight F5 because we've been trained.
Do you want to show why Knight E6 is not as good there? Because that was the first move. I was looking at Knight E6, seeing if I could get a perpetual. But the problem is that we don't uncover the line here.
Well, here
you can get on the light squares. That's the problem. You need to get me on the dark squares.
Here, the perpetual is just simply doesn't exist. However, with Knight F5 check, now we have a very standard perpetual checking routine that goes like this. And this is branded.
And the problem is the F8 just takes the F8 square takes the square, the blocking square from the knight, which is so crucial.
End games matter. Nakamura might be losing.
No.
End games matter.
It's been such an eventful round. I can't believe what you're saying.
He is getting outplayed right now. How did he get this position? Onischuk slowly but surely squeezing and getting more and more progress as the game continues. Look at this position. Is King threatening to go to E5 at some point? He's trying to push that pawn forward. Black has made serious progress in this position. Nakamura needing desperately not to lose this game, or the championship is up in smoke. But Onischuk with a win could be right there.
Exactly. He'll be right there with Fabi, or just by himself.
Or by
maybe
himself.
if Fabi can't win this game.
Look at Naka. Look at how nervous Naka is now. Shaking his head. He's feeling it.
Let's take a close-up on Naka's clock. I think he's got just about 2 minutes left. His top is ticking down as he looks at disgust in his own position. Meanwhile, we got a result in the women's championship. Anna Sharovich has gone down.
Right.
There goes her championship dreams. And it looks like Carissa Yip, Irina Krush, all the pawns are going off the board. That game's going to be drawn.
Oh,
unreal.
A big miss for Irina, our 7-time champion, who just had an opportunity to climb in to that race, but still a lot to...
She's still in there.
Absolutely.
She's in there with half a point less.
This game, I mean, hold on. I gave up on VAR. I just thought VAR was lost.
Right.
I gave up on this game because I thought it was just a dead draw. But Hikaru now recognizing...
Look at the body language. He's just letting his opponent know everything.
Hikaru is really panicking. Look at that. He's jumping out of his seat. 120 and Knight F2 and a very unconfident Knight F2 that was played, and Alex slowly improving his game. King E5 looks like the move to be played, and just make gradual progress up the board. Sorry.
There's no more time control on Varuzhina Kobian, Fabiano Caruana.
They're playing on bonus.
They're playing on the increment pretty much, with just a little over a minute for VAR.
And there we have it, King D5.
Less than a minute.
King D5, but better was, believe it or not, Knight E3 was more accurate in the game.
Yeah, I want to go to the C4 square, right? Knight E3.
Yes, Knight E3.
For
Knight
Alex,
E3 was more accurate in this position than King D5, but King D5 looks so dominating.
Yeah, I mean, as a human player,
square. How could you avoid it? Knight E3 was stronger, but this is still very strong. Don't doubt it. This is still very strong, and Nakamura desperate because Black's pieces. Remember how far back Black's pieces were? Let's go back somewhere like here. Look at Black's pieces huddled back here, right? Far back into the position when the trade happens on D6. I mean, the king is closer. The bishop is on the back row, but bishops are fast. So we jump now to this position with King D5, and the pieces have migrated with the pawns all the way down the board, and it's looking bad for Nakamura. Let's take a look at the actual game as Nakamura is sweating this out. Now his knight is on D1, so the knights have been completely pushed back, and playing with confidence the way he put that knight down is the former champion, Alexander Onischuk. An absolutely dominant position. Now the engines are saying it is completely winning. This position is completely winning
Knight
for
F2.
Black. Knight
D1
D6 was played, and then Knight D2.
D1 F2 was played by Hikaru.
And knight c4 is crushing.
That's the move.
Knight c4, and that's going to be resigns. This is terrible. And it's been
knight
played.
c4.
And we do have a draw in the Crush Yip game. And
Wow.
meanwhile, Fabiano has played knight f8. He's keeping his winning chances alive. And guess what? Varuzhin screwed up when he got into time pressure last time control, and it's happening again. Now that he's playing on the increment, he's messing up, and this might be Fabi's chance to win the game again.
Oh my goodness, so many eventful games. Let's stay with that Hikaru game for just a second, because I'm stunned that a 2800 player could slip so badly in this ending. And after knight c4, why didn't you explain to our viewers, Maurice, why there's a zugzwang in the position after a trade, which has just happened, knight takes c4 by Hikaru, and he's playing it like
Look at this.
Oh,
accuracy to the end.
Not
Onishchuk playing to his strengths, the end game technique
beautiful.
of a maestro. Check,
That's...
get the king out of there. And whatever you do, he's going to take back with the bishop. And we know bishops dominate knights with extra pawns. That knight's going to be useless as the king and bishop are going to harmonize.
Actually, I have to recapture with the king. I have to go king c3.
Well, you mean if king c3?
Yeah, king c3, king takes c4 is a big threat, right? So white actually has to play king c3, and then you get what you're saying, Maurice, domination with the bishop.
Is just escorting
the
pass pawn. This knight will have no chance. It's going to get shredded. The engines are up at 41 plus for black.
41.
Nakamura going down right now. Incredible endgame Iron Man technique by Onishchuk. This is the end for Nakamura. This is his tournament over.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe. Wow.
Look how calm Onishchuk is.
Well, he knows he's got it in the bag. Oh, my goodness. Back to Fabi's position, because that's so crucial once again for our tournament standings. And he has gotten the knight on f8.
And now it looks like Varuzhin is letting the f-pawn go and giving up the c-pawn. But Fabi's only got 20 seconds left. He's ticking down to 16 seconds in this position as he decides whether to take on f2.
Play time to play different.
Take it on f2.
He didn't take on. Whoa.
That's still holding some advantage, though. He's trying to keep everything in the position.
All of his options open.
We can always take on f2 later, because you can't really stop it, right? You can't play king g1 and queen f6. You're letting control of the c pawn. So maybe he's just trying to gain some time on the clock with this move, queen g2, before he does what he's got to do, take on f2.
Clearly, and Var was reaching for his king. King g1 expected to be played a minute for Varuzhin Akobian.
That's right. So this is a repeat of what we saw earlier. But is
unbelievable.
And we're going to be in store for a queen endgame now. After something like king g1, eventually that pawn's going to go. And how do you assess Fabiano's winning chances in this position after queen f2, queen takes c3?
Not highly, but hey, I'll take it. You know, it is an extra pawn, and maybe after knight h7, there's some
g5 at the right moment?
Yeah, well, there's some checking and knight g5 action. Maybe I should start with knight h7, but in any case...
and there it is, king g1, giving Fabi another chance to capture that pawn if he'd like.
And I'm sure he's going to simply have to do it. The c3 pawn is not crashing through, and you can't just play for a win with your king. And he's played knight h7 immediately. I think that was actually a very clever move.
So he's trying to get the knight positioned to g5 before capturing an f2.
Precisely so.
Give Var some more problems. Obviously, Var is furiously calculating the forcing lines with queen e1 and queen f2. Knight h7.
No.
What?
No, I don't understand it. But the agents are saying that it's a complete draw now after queen e8 check.
Is there another knight f5 in the position?
You have to play knight back to f8. You have to repeat.
And repeat.
You have to go back to f8 no matter
what?
Because
why Maurice? Queen e8, king g7.
Your e pawn is hanging for one problem. So queen e5 check, knight to f. Well, no, it looks like you.
Sorry to interrupt you, but queen c8 check was played by Var, and immediately king g7.
Queen c8 check, trying to control. This is different.
Queen
C7. And now queen c7, trying to get these knight e6 check tactics going.
But no,
hoping for a perp.
Now we can go into that whole variation that we were looking at, Jennifer, with the additional tempo of knight h7. So now we'll go for the queen e1 check, king up, queen takes. But now we put our king on g7, for crying out loud. Why did we do that? I wanted to play knight g5 is what I wanted, but I walk into a mate after knight e6 double
By the way,
check.
quickly switch over to the other game as this one is still going on. This one is about to come to an end. Look at the board position. As you see, look at the difference. The king on e4, a dominant piece. The bishop attacking from a distance. This is what is instructive about this endgame. Okay, he's up a pawn for sure, but the bishop can do so much work from a distance, while the knight has to shoot from close up, and it just can't handle the two sides of the board. So black is threatening two different ways to go.
3 seconds,
3 seconds left. You know,
Hikaru.
this guy's a bullet player. He's not going to lose on time. Not a chance. But now this check, and his knight's going to get forced around, just completely harassed in a moment after king f5. He cannot go into an endgame, and then the bishop and the king are just going to march in really quickly.
And we do have that position on the board after queen takes c3. I think Caruana is going to escape that pin and not allow, probably play something like king h6, and then renew your ideas of knight g5.
Right. Should I do it with including queen g3? By the way, he did play king d5, Maurice, not king f5. King d5 was played with the idea of going to c4 and b3. Instantly came after king d5, knight f3 by Hikaru, and black
Everything
to play
wins.
the simple dominating move, bishop g4.
Right, chase the knight and ask it where it's going to go. Nakamura is disgusted right now. This is just, this is unbelievable.
No saving chances, no fortresses, nothing. This is it. Let us, as beautiful as those pieces are, and they look beautiful, let us switch to the game of Fabiano, because that game too is coming down to the wire. We have seen, Jennifer, just the variations that we've been looking at. We have seen this move, queen takes f2, queen takes c3. Now, because white actually has his greatest threat of the game, knight f5 double check, niftily avoiding that double check was Fabi with this move, king h6.
The Indians like black again.
This is not going to be easy to defend.
Indians like black again.
Absolutely, Maurice. I mean, knight g5 and knight f3 checks.
He's going to have to move his knight to threaten queen h8 in some world so that you
to
can't
keep
play
them
knight
honest.
g5.
Yeah, but
he won't be able to calculate everything. He's playing on the increment, essentially.
both are.
I told you,
everybody's
it's
on the
been bad
increment.
for both of them. We said that. It's been horrible for both of them forever. Throwing away wins, playing.
They can't both lose.
Our production team is on increment
that's
for
true.
crying out loud.
They can't both lose, but this is just a disgusting situation all around.
And we see knight c6.
Knight c6. Okay, that's off to a different.
As you say, you've got to be able to threaten queen h8 check.
And what if I just play like f6 and block all that?
Check this out.
Bravo,
An unusual
Jennifer.
problem.
Great
I want to
move.
see if Fabi, finds this next move. The knight and queen are now misplaced on the file. There's a maneuver, queen g3 check and queen back to c7, pinning the knight. That could cause real issues because you can't unpin yourself very easily without going into an endgame. That's just subtle. He would find that with 40 minutes on his clock, 20 minutes, but he now has 9 seconds on his clock. So at least he gets to play the first move, check.
Well, why not? But he might. Does he see the idea of queen
Does he see
c7?
queen c7?
Or is he just trying to repeat once?
But wait a minute. Why is queen? I loved your move, Jennifer. f7, f6. That knight has taken a vacation. Keep the queen on f2. Play f6. Play knight g5. Play knight f3 mate. Why does he need to go
Maybe
queen
some
c7?
That opens up the game. He's going to play knight back to
e7?
d4 and queen c7 apparently is going to cause some danger. We can look at that.
What?
But,
This is exciting, guys. I got to tell you, I'm on the edge of my seat right
Or
here.
knight I thought knight e7 might get some counterplay as well, but okay.
And he's done it.
Whoa.
You're channeling Fabi here, Maurice.
Boss.
Wow.
These guys grow up on computers. they find exactly what the computers see. And
wow.
This one is over.
Oh,
this is
my
over.
goodness.
Nakamura has gone down, and amazing result here at the championships. Onishchuk only half a point behind the leader. Tremendous results for him. Unbelievable. Huge win by Onishchuk, the former champion, taking down the former 4-time champion.
And not anybody picked in this tournament, but his remaining schedule, he's got Jeffrey Zhang, who's not in good form with the white pieces, and then Agata Kamsky in the final game. That's going to be the tough one, of course, with him needing a big score in the final 2 games to approach Wesley.
Exactly, but I can hear the cheers from Texas. I mean, Alex fan base and, you know, all of the students that he coaches there are rooting for. What a victory with the black pieces.
And here we got a couple moves in the Fabi game.
Okay,
Queen
what
C,
does Fabi just do?
Queen
C8?
Queen C8.
The heck is that?
I don't quite grasp. Well,
he was trying to stop. He was trying to move his knight and hold the F8 square.
Yes, precisely so. He wants to move his knight without allowing a check.
That allows
on the
Queen
F8.
D6 right now, though, and the pin is gone, and you just got pushed back.
And now White's encroaching and adding some threat
And
of his
he
own.
has played it. Queen D6.
Now
I don't like that
his
move.
advantage has evaporated.
I don't like Queen C8 at all.
No, Queen C8 was not. But pressure, time, the clock is ticking. He had to make a move.
Yes.
Look at his clock again. It's 30 seconds. He's not going to play precisely, and he's trying to figure it out. But Queen F5 now.
You know,
he's probably not even clear on how big his edge is. He's probably still searching around to figure out how big his edge really is.
You know, Maurice, this move, Queen G3 check to C7, I appreciate that. But now you see he's bringing his queen back. I'm just not sure that was... I really like that F6 idea of Jennifer's. Much better than this technique.
Practically might have been the best as well, by the way. But
Right.
the engines were saying that line, Yaz, was a draw. Knight E5 now.
By the way,
knight,
very, very good move. Knight G4 check.
Look at that knight. Oh, my goodness.
What is this knight doing on H7
He
crying
played
out
that
loud?
miserably. Fabi, what a situation. We thought Onishchuk wouldn't win. Now
Right.
he's won. We thought Fabi would definitely win. Now it looks like his draw is going away, although who knows what's going to happen this round. No one knows. This last move allows Queen D4. Super centralization of the queen, and you can keep trying as hard as you want. It's not going to be easy to make progress in this position. Queen D4 shuts everything down. There are other moves as well.
I would play Knight G4. I mean,
Knight G4 is also a good
Knight G4 is
move.
the human move there, I think. Queen D4, you know, delayed gratification, but Knight G4 dominates the knight and sets up your Queen D4.
Absolutely.
Maurice. Yeah.
This was terribly played by Fabi in the waiting seconds. And as soon as the knight lands on G4, you get the feeling he's reaching for it.
You
he
get the
sees it.
feeling
He's going to play it.
The blockade is never going to get lifted anymore.
Never.
Oh my! And the times once again is a minute 54
53
seconds.
seconds for
And
Verusian.
101, 1 minute and a second for Fabiano.
By the way, this keeps Var's hopes alive. He'll only be half a point behind Wesley as well.
But it
shoots
practically
down Fabi.
ruins. And Queen D4. Tough, accurate play, I must say, by Var, considering that
And F6
he was
is on
just
the
so
board.
bested. I have to applaud Alex Onishchuk as he comes
Stop.
in.
F6 loses.
What?
F6 loses the Queen A7 check.
Queen A7?
Var will
Oh my
win
God.
the game with Queen A7 check. Unbelievable turnaround. Queen A7 wins right now.
But is he going to play it? He's got 43 seconds. So show us the line.
And he's played it. The game is won. He has nowhere to put his king. He is about to lose the game. He's about to get potentially mated in this position.
Wow.
Fabiano, Caruana, and Nakamura going down in the same round. Astonishing result.
Oh my
Unbelievable.
God.
He is
King
lost.
H6, Knight
Knight
G4
G4.
check.
Yes, Knight
And
G4
take
check.
the
He cannot
knight.
hide anywhere. He's losing his queen.
Oh,
The
and-
game is over.
Yeah.
With seconds ticking down, F6. Incredible blunder by Fabiano Caruana.
Holy
and now
cow.
Verusian Jacobian is once again going to tie Wesley So.
So what he missed was after King H6, he thought was analyzing Knight F7 check, which blocks the queen from attacking the knight on
And you can
H7.
go King H5.
So instead he was looking at that, and there's
Knight
the other
G4.
check, Knight G4. Oh.
And he loses because not only when he loses his knight, but Var will be threatening Queen H6 mate.
And
it's over.
And it's
over.
King G8 loses to Queen S7 and Knight G6.
That's
King
easy.
H8 immediately, just play Knight S7 check, and then you win the Queen with
And
Knight
he sees
G6.
all of the very
Correct.
Look, guys, he's down to 13 seconds.
And
he's
played
playing
King up a
H6.
Knight G4 check, and you just have to resign.
Yep.
He's just hoping that.
Oh my goodness! And VAR is not going to miss this
course
chance.
not.
No,
He's got a minute.
He's got it.
and he's played the move
with emphasis.
Yeah, well, just that extra little.
King G5, and now Queen
dropping.
takes H7 with a mate threat.
And there it goes. And oh my
It's time to
goodness.
resign.
How do you lose a game with 2 extra pass pawns? You're witnessing it.
Unbelievable.
I am stunned.
This is like,
And
there it
we
is.
go.
Wow.
Varuzhan Akobian tied with Wesley So
In a very different game.
in a very different manner. I can't believe what I just
Unreal.
witnessed.
Wow.
Surreal result. Who could have imagined both Fabi and Nakamura going down? I remember we were saying, how many points could you gain if you had to bet 3 2800s? We're playing 3 2600s. We saw it happen before. We see it happen again. They score -1 yet again.
It goes to show how tough all the competitors are in this tournament, Maurice. And I mean that very, very
He had 2 connected
much.
pass pawn,
I
Yasser.
know.
How many times do you lose this position?
Never.
You have 2 connected pass pawns.
Never.
You're up 2 pawns with no problems. Oh, your time is just, you got plenty of time. How many times out of 100 do you lose the game?
Well,
Wow.
fortune really favored Varuzhan today. I mean,
Yeah, he's
Just-
got a guardian angel, and talking about how do you win and how do you lose these really, really tough games. We're going to get Alex Onishuk in our studio. We're going to get him set up to take us through a crucial win.
I think he was sympathizing with Fabiano in that position.
I don't know. I feel nervous just asking Alex how he did it. Maurice.
Well, we're with one of the upset boys. It's going to be like Backstreet Boys in here. Alexander Onishuk, who took down with the black pieces at that, Hikaru Nakamura. Alex, you were watching this crazy ending as well. Can you believe what's happened this round?
Yeah, I mean, I was so excited that I wanted it. But then when I saw this, I was like, I immediately forgot about my own game.
How was it possible?
I don't know. Look, I mean, you can blunder a pawn, then another pawn maybe. But, he just got checkmated in 3 moves. That's, I mean.
Sends shivers down your spine. Well, let's talk about your game you won today. I mean, it was a wild game right from the start. You had some real chances, but you got to the end game and looked like he had pretty much saved himself. But then all of a sudden, you just kept creeping forward and forward and forward, and you just got all these chances.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I at some point, I already thought that, the draw is really close. And then he played d4, and then, of course, I played a4, and all of a sudden I realized that my position is much better. So I don't know. I guess it's not easy to defend such positions, but I don't know. I probably had an easier win before, but anyway, it was an eventful game, of course.
I think you can say that for sure.
Yeah.
Are you feeling fortunate, relieved, or just happy that you got the win?
I mean, everything. Yeah. But again, I'm still shocked about what I just saw in Fabiano's game. It's just,
Yeah, that now puts you half a point behind the 2 leaders once again with a fighting chance going into the next 2 rounds.
Yeah.
This tournament is so surprising so far. There's so many stories here. Anything could happen. What are your thoughts going into your next 2 games?
No, I think I'm enjoying the tournament myself, both as a player and as a spectator. So many fighting games. So I mean, it definitely will be interesting. I mean, the final 2 games.
You play Jeffrey Zhang tomorrow. Right. What are your thoughts of this young player?
I mean, he's an amazing player, and but I feel like Victor Korchnoi. Towards the end, I have more energy. And that's my chance against the younger players.
Well, do one for the old guys, or at least the older guys, because you're not old. A great game on your part. Congratulations on your results, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Alex promising to take advantage of his opponent's youthful inexperience as we get set up for championship weekend. Look at our tournament standings. Jennifer, take us through
Wesley So and Varuzhan Akobian tied at the top of the leaderboard. But we saw opposite games here from these two guys. Wesley So playing a magnificent, beautiful game. Varuzhan playing an absolute dogfight where he was equal, then he was losing in time pressure, and then finally he was maybe drawing again, and
collapse by Fabiano.
Poor Fabiano.
Yeah.
He lost, and now he's really out of contention,
Absolutely.
along with Nakamura being a full point and a half behind with just 2 rounds to go. And we're with Varuzhan Akobian.
Well, the second part of the duo, the Upset Boys, today a miracle happened. Var, you were down 2 connected pass pawns. I cannot imagine you thought you could come back and win this game.
Yeah, it was tough to imagine, you know. I had such a good position earlier, you know, that, you know, it wasn't so simple. It wasn't a straightforward win because I had some activity. But I think he played correctly. And then when he just blundered this knight c7 move, I just kind of got back into the game. You know, maybe I'm still losing, you know. But yeah, it's unbelievable to win this game, yeah.
It really is unbelievable. Fabiano Caruana, you must have thought when you were down 2 pawns.
Yeah.
Like this is really
yeah,
over.
I just you know, I just remember that I just, again, you know, I should just probably just repeat or do something, you know, safe. I had several ways to, you know, just probably make a draw at some point, but when Wesley won with block, I figured I have to go all out also. You know, and,
but tell me, when you were at this moment when you're down 2 pawns, what are your feelings right at that moment? Are you devastated? Are you just you're leaning back thinking, I can't believe I blew a decent position?
No, I wasn't devastated. You know, I was still fighting. I mean, I was losing, but it was still fighting. But then he was taking a lot of time for some reason. He spent like 10 minutes on the move 41st, and then another 5 minutes. And I figure maybe it's not so straightforward the win. And I figure I gotta do something to get him into a time trouble. And maybe have some kind of, you know, try to hold, you know, but it was very difficult. But then when he gave me the pawn on b6, then I got back. My position was very solid. It was very difficult to create threats. Yeah, he just, at the end, he just blundered. So it was a draw already.
You started feeling some hope, but now that you felt like it was a draw and suddenly the move f6 appears on the board, did you instantly realize you were winning when you saw f6 appear?
No, when he played f6, I saw the move queen a7. And in the beginning, I saw the king h6, knight g4 immediately that I'm winning. But I was thinking maybe he can go back to h8. But then I realized that he can do that. Knight f7, king g7, knight d6, or king g8, knight h6. So when I saw that, I realized, yeah, it's unbelievable. I'm winning after queen a7.
Did your heart just start beating fast?
Yeah, well, I didn't have time to think about it. I just made my move, and he had like a minute. I had like another minute or so. Yeah, it was just unbelievable at the end. Yeah, I mean, I feel really bad for him, but on the other hand, if I would have lost the good position, it would have been also tough, you know. So probably draw would have been the more fair result for this game because I was probably a little bit better in some point. But at the end, it was just a fight at the very end with like 30 seconds. For each player, and he just blundered. So.
What do you think about the fact that you and Onischuk just took down 2 2,800 players in the exact same round?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and Alex won with block against Hikaru, so this is like a really nice win for him. I think he had it was a good game. You know, it was just it's incredible. It's going to be a very interesting last 2 rounds now.
I would say so. I think, do you have Nakamura next round?
I'm playing with Robson.
You're playing Robson, excuse me.
Yeah.
And then Nakamura to finish out.
Final round.
Have you thought about this at all, given how this game ended? You were totally focused on this one. Yeah. Now you've got to think about Robson.
Yeah, the game just finished a few minutes ago, so I just very happy with the win, and just have to focus on the next game against Ray, and then we'll think about the game with Hikaru after that. So just one game at a time.
One game at a time. Incredible result indeed. Congratulations on winning today and staying tied for first, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Wow. Jennifer, I'm just stunned. I'm taken aback by the results of this epic round. It will go down in history as one of the most dramatic rounds we've ever seen.
Absolutely, and I think it's very important to think about Varuzhan Akobian's words.
We saw the 2 passed pawns and we wrote him off. He said, hey, I'm still fighting.
Right.
Create chances. There is no third time control.
Right.
You know, if there was, Fabiano probably would have won this game.
Indeed.
But instead, it's right back to where they were before the time control, where Maurice said, hey, they might both lose.
Right.
And sadly, in a sense, they both did, but the last loser was the one who lost the game.
The last loser was the last mistake.
It's a play on the last mistake, right?
Okay, very good.
But also, another sad thing about this, for those of us who follow our Americans and the top rating lists, is that Nakamura and Caruana have lost almost 30 points combined. And both of them have plummeted on their live rating list.
Ouch.
So as much as it's fun to root on these underdogs, also the big three are starting to get a little bit knocked down there, but they'll get it back up, right?
And
right, Yaz?
Yeah, of course. But Wesley, has he gained? He's now at +3. He's tied for the lead. How has that impacted his rating?
He's also lost rating points.
Just a
but
smidge,
he's still,
though, right?
Yeah, just a smidge. And he's still clearly number 2 in the world. And with a game like today, we can't wait to see him play Carlsen, right?
Exactly.
Stunning.
Oh, my goodness.
Stunning games and spectacular falls here in round 9 of the championship. Where we stand, we've got Wesley So and Varuzhin Akobian tied for first place. We didn't see that coming. We thought for sure Wesley was going to be in clear first today after round 9. Alexander Onishuk, half a point behind.
Clear third.
And he trains for Ironman triathletes, and some of his games do feel like marathons indeed.
Yeah, and it feels like Hikaru and Fabi are both out of the competition. And in the ladies, still everything to play for in that competition as well.
We've got more excitement in terms of, not more excitement, we've got more tension in the fact that there's really 4 players in the women's championship who have a legit chance at the title.
Okay.
Nazi Paikidze, Sabina Foyser, they've got 6 points. Anna Zatonski winning today, she's got 5.5. And she also knocks down Maggie Feng, who was actually ahead of her going into the round. Irina Krush, very disappointed, of course, not to win that endgame today, but she's still very much in the hunt.
And that's our Olympia team at the top. Katerina not up with her Olympic teammates there, but those top 4 players all played for the U.S. women's Olympic team.
And final thought from Grandmaster Maurice Ashley on one of the most amazing rounds we've ever called.
It has to be the most amazing round we've ever called. How is it possible to see 2 2,800 players get knocked down in the same round and in the style that we saw? Both of them should not have lost most likely. One of them likely should have won. 2 pass pawns connected and you lose. Just absolutely shocking. On the ladies' side, you see that Irina Krush not winning her game as well. It's just unbelievable, this development here. Those are 3 champions we're talking about. Fabi, the reigning champ, Nakamura, 4-time champion, Irina Krush, 7-time champion, and they failed to score more than half a point between them. Simply an incredible round, but kudos to the players who are taking this U.S. championship and running with it. These are players who don't get to play in elite tournaments as often as they would like. This is their chance, and they're making the most of it in what's going to be simply an exciting finale to this 2017 U.S. Championships.
Thank you, Maurice. Inconceivable.
That's
Inconceivable.
right. If today is any indication, you don't want to miss a minute of a championship weekend here at the 2017 U.S. Champs and U.S. Women's. Join us tomorrow at 12:50 Central Standard Time here in St. Louis and 1:50 on the East Coast.
Good night, everyone.